Hello?
Okay.
Oh my god!
مرحبا، أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كثير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهمه. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة، وبعدها بلشت اصمم الاشكال اللي بدي اياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الاشكال بلشت اشتغل بالاجهزة وادخل اكواد البرمجة. صراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن اي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم اساسيات اي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. واخيرا بعد شغل دام لاكثر من اسبوعين، وبفضل كل الاشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها، قدرت افوز بماب الفضاء وربحت الجائزة الذهبية. وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لاي شخص ناوي يبدا، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكرة جديدة وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجودة قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديدة، طبعا اذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكرة. بالنهاية شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصة الرائعة، وان شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للافكار الجديدة اللي راح اقدمها.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
No, wait, why am I throwing haymakers?
Oh, get us back to a rainbow!
No, bro, we got it! No!
Oh my god, that's so scary!
Fena dalga geçiyorum ben, fena dalga geçiyorum.
No! Why? Bro!
Oh, yes you did, I found you!
unknown who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Two jungles race, left foes behind. Yet cruel misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form is tired march, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all. But stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
PUBG Mobile, new game mode, Unfail. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, slow trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to prompt, pursue, and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with one of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail, coming September 26.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape! Work with teammates to activate the terminals. To open the exit gates, the survivors win when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items. But remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
Welcome, esports fans. We're live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, where the best PUBG Mobile players from the Americas region have hit the battlegrounds to see who truly is the best of the best. Today, we begin day 2 of our first league stage. The teams have arrived and the players look ready to go as they continue on their quest to advance to the world stage this fall at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Only 2 teams will be deemed worthy enough to move on. It is so great to have you all here again, and before we dive in today, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel for the best mobile esports content anywhere. My name is Powerbang, and I will be hosting the show today. And guess what? I can't do it alone. We're bringing in the 7WG and Enigma 7. How you doing today, bud?
I'm hoping it's going to be the same here today.
And Enigma, how we feeling?
Feeling great. We had Rondo yesterday, game 1, and today we get to bring it right back, baby. Day number 2, Rondo right off the rip.
So excited to dive into that. You guys are obviously familiar with seeing our faces, but we have some new folks on the desk today. I want to go to Brazil where we can meet Kaya. Let's go ahead and cut to Sour Patch.
All right, guys, here we are on the PMSL America's first day. Introductions are in order. We're here with Kaya. She has been a host, presenter, caster for the Brazilian broadcast for a very, very long time. So we are very fortunate to have her. Kaya, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here right now with the NA team, and it's an honor for me, honestly. So I hope I can bring to you good interviews and contents.
That's it. Of course she will be. She has all the experience in the world, so we're sure it will be that way. Thank you very much, Kaya. Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, that is Kaya. Great to have you on the team, and I'm sure you guys will be seeing a lot more of her throughout the interviews today and throughout the tournament. Sour Patch, you no longer have to be alone to interview all of these players. Well, boys, it is time for day 2 action. We had an absolutely insane day 1. So many great plays, so many awesome teams on display. Let's go ahead and check out the stories of day 1 of our first league stage. We had familiar faces like Revo from Alpha 7 absolutely dominating the field, but we also had some surprises such as Team Jaguar, who were delivering just absolutely epic performances like that of M2M. So Alpha 7 was your pick, 7, to win the whole thing. I mean, they delivered in a big way, did they not?
They definitely did. I'm hoping that consistency is going to be showing up, though. I'm expecting for them to not slow down whatsoever coming into today. I'm actually expecting to see even more out of other players. Yes, we know Revo is one of those MVP players, but I want to see some of the other players being able to step up. And when you were talking about M2, I mean, Enigma, this man was able to clutch up squads by himself.
Yeah, in this moment right here, especially 1v3 scenario, no support from the squad, and we were bringing it up all day. Where is the team at? And he's saying, no, I don't need it at all. Luckily, we saw in that last game, he was able to get that support from the squad and actually get very good placement and eliminations. But what it really all comes down to, right, Alpha 7 and Jaguar both putting up decent performances. But I'm not liking your pick here, 7, because you're like, yeah, Alpha 7 win, you know, they're going to be on top. I'm an underdog kind of guy, okay? I want Jaguar to shoot up there. And for any of the other teams, we could throw the Wolves in there now. We could throw in some of the Latam squads. I want to see teams overthrow the Brazilian Goliaths here, PB.
I couldn't agree more. I want to point out M2M, though. We just saw the head-to-head graphic. I mean, Revo, everybody knows Revo, right? This is a dude that has been MVP. He's performed on the world stage. He's been a champion. And we expect him to deliver those kinds of numbers. But M2M, not necessarily as familiar with, and boy, was I not familiar with his game, because he delivered in a big way, putting Jaguar as the only team to leap over any of the Brazilian squads. They're in 6th place right now. So again, I'm watching M2M today, but we have to get him some help. The team's got to step up for Jaguar, and if that actually happens, oh boy, that could be a massive, massive surprise in this tournament. I got to look at Team Jaguar now as a dark horse, 7.
Oh, they definitely are, especially with the performance that they were able to put up yesterday. What I'm going to be looking at them here, if I had to nitpick with M249 with his stats, would be that average survival time. You can see a massive difference going on from Revo and over to M2. It's going to come down to what you just said, PB. It's going to come down to the game, to the team just coming together, making sure that they last a little bit longer. I know yesterday we were harping on some NA teams, Wolves specifically, that they just weren't keeping their players alive. They were getting into situations later into the game, but they were just getting ran through. So I'm hoping for this team, with the performances they had yesterday, especially when we went into Erangel, they ended up with a 2nd place finish, 4 eliminations. And then in Miramar, the last match, a 4th place finish with 6 eliminations. Maybe Jaguar will continue to be that team that's currently performing better than at least one Brazilian team.
That last match in particular was really, really impressive from Jaguar. They lasted a long time. They took it head-to-head against Alpha 7, and they took the upper hand when the opportunity presented itself. So again, my antennas are up on Team Jaguar. I'll be watching them today with great interest. But another team I'm super interested in is Influence Rage. This is my pick to win the whole tournament, and they ended up being in 1st place for some time yesterday before ultimately slipping down to 3rd place. But they are up against another really, really good squad in Intense Game. Intense Game came into this tournament having won basically everything. They won the PMSL America's Spring Split. They qualified #1 out of their region to be here, and they had all the hype coming into this tournament, Enigma. What are you thinking about the performances so far of these two teams, Influence Rage and Intense Game?
Well, yesterday was essentially just the highlight reel. We could have seen probably an extra minute or 2 from these squads, and just these clips alone we're showing on screen. But for both these squads to be able to put up such dominant performances, we can't forget as well, Intense Game, 2 wins back-to-back yesterday, being the only squad so far that has had 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, as well as being the only team going back-to-back. And yeah, we'll probably see that moving forward. It has only been just 1 day of competition, but both these squads putting up relatively the same eliminations, same placement points. It shows that these squads came here to play. They're not waiting through the phases. They're saying we're wanting those head start points from day #1.
You know, 7, we are very familiar with a lot of the players on these two teams. They are perennial MVP contenders, and it's been no different this tournament as well. We see the stats here in the head-to-head. Quite even, honestly, between them. We saw Influence Rage with the advantage early yesterday, but then Intense Game came storming back late with back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, Intense Game, they also started off the day a little bit hot. I mean, back-to-back 3rd place finishes for this squad, not something that you want to kind of shy off away from, and then finish it off with great performances with the last Erangel and then the first Miramar you were mentioning there with the back-to-back wins. For this team, the thing is, for all these squads that are currently towards the top, we're going to be looking for that consistency because of what you said at the beginning of this show, PB. It's only when we get to the finals, the top 2 teams are going to be moving unless they end up qualifying to PMGC points. But you don't really want to rely on that. You don't really know what's going to be happening, especially if you are one of the teams from Brazil, because, man, that region is just absolutely stacked.
If they don't know the points that they need to qualify, it's pretty difficult to rely on that, right, to make it through to the next stage. So the one thing that is in these teams' control finish top 2 here at PMSL Americas Fall, and you're in. You're on your way to PMGC. The new Gauntlet format is going to be coming up. So excited to check that out. But boy, oh boy, they have their work cut out for them because Alpha 7 has set the standard so far. They've been the team to beat, and you've got monsters from Brazil, Influence Rage, Intense Game. We saw Loops picking up their first victory yesterday as well. You really can't count out anyone from that region. But let's talk a little bit about North America and some of the teams that we expected to do well from this region. Enigma, Wolves, where were they yesterday? It had to be a fluke, right? We've seen them start weak in so many tournaments as of late, but then finish incredibly strong. Will we see more of that this tournament?
It seems like it, and for the most part, we actually saw an interview last night. If you follow the socials on Instagram, Esports, PUBG Mobile, NA, they posted an interview from the Wolves coach, Joyboy, saying, yeah, you know, the start of our tournament's a little slow, but we pick it up throughout, and we're actually aiming for one of those top 2 slots. We don't want to qualify to PMGC off of the points alone, and unfortunately, 7 and I, we had our doubts going through, obviously, day 1 of, we didn't see any signs of life from that team, right? But Team Jaguar, at least, they had their star player, M2M, like we mentioned earlier, being able to put up a performance.
Yeah, for this squad, I'm going to be looking at some eliminations because they just were non-existent when it came down to eliminations. Yeah, you guys were able to put up 4 max, but when you're talking about those top 2 teams, they're just putting up insane performance. Alpha 7, 54 eliminations for the day. Influence Rate, 38 eliminations. And then you go down all the way to Wolves, and they're sitting at 18 eliminations. As we're comparing it there with Jaguar's amazing performance yesterday, it's just not gonna be up to par. We need to be able to see Juancho. We need to be able to see Doran, and especially we need to be able to see Coops. PB, where's he at?
That's a great question. You know, when we take a peek at the statistics here between Team Jaguar and Wolves Esports, Team Jaguar is right now the top placing team out of the LATAM region, but this is just step 1 for Wolves to need to be able to catch. They still have the vaunted Brazilian squads farther ahead than Team Jaguar, so they really have their work cut out for them. And you mentioned Coops. Where is he? We haven't seen him the last alive like we typically do with a Wolves squad. He's been dying early, but he's not the only one. I don't know that I'd necessarily fault him in particular. We also see Doran getting picked off early on in these engagements, and ultimately that's been the story of the Wolves thus far, is dying one by one and ultimately having one player left standing, whether it's Juancho, whether it's Doran, whether it's Coops, doesn't really matter. They're just trying to survive, right? They're getting decent rank places by, just kind of hiding, ratting out in shacks, but that's not the way to get it done, and it's certainly not the way to get a top 2. So overall, we've got some awesome storylines so far. It's been all Brazil thus far, but it's still early. We're in our first league stage that lasts this week for 3 days. We've got 12 more games to go. 6 of those will be today, and again, we're playing for head start points. We'll cover all of that here momentarily, but let's check the overall standings on where things shake up and how all these teams are sitting after just 1 day of play. It's a familiar face on top of the standings. It's Alpha 7. But beyond them, what do you make of these standings so far, 7?
I'm going to be looking at the NA teams. I mean, no NA teams in the first 8. I'm going to be looking for a big change. Wolves at least within striking distance, within just 1 point. The beautiful thing about the performances from all those teams at the top is that they just been sponging up the points, Enigma, allowing some of the other teams to be really close, because when you look at 8th place all the way down to 16th place, they're just separated by 11 points. That is just going to come down to 1 game, and you're going to be able to propel yourself within the top 8.
Yeah, and for the most part, obviously we've only had 1 day of competition, but going into the second day, you want to make sure that you're able to keep yourself in that range of a contention for those head start points, because phase 1, yeah, you want to be sitting at the top, but at the end of the day, you're only going to maybe be falling short of Alpha 7 if they were to have the scores done now, 5 or 6 head start points. You don't want to allow this scoreboard to be repeated as well either in phase 2. You want to be able to shoot yourselves up, especially if you're a team like maybe iNCO or Wolves that expect themselves to perform better and better throughout the tournament. But unfortunately, PBI just have to make note of it as well. We even saw Maryland in the last game coming out from basically dead last, coming into Miramar, shooting all the way up to 5th place. We got to see more signs of life out of everyone but Brazil.
I'm so glad you made that point, Enigma, because that is exactly the team that I was going to point to for these North American teams to model after, right? Maryland Esports, we were kind of, they were catching some flack from us after 4 games, dead last, right? 16th place. But after just 2 strong performances, they're in the top 5, and they haven't even won a chicken dinner yet. So again, it's possible to do, and the great thing is, if you look at the points totals, there's really only 4 teams right now that have any sort of significant points. Then there's everyone else. So a chicken dinner, a game with 15 eliminations, some big output, and you're right back in this thing. So while it seems like there's a big gap to the Brazilians, there's really not. It's just that they've finished on top so far, but we've got 12 more games to play. So with that is where the standings are at this very moment, but they are sure to be shaken up here momentarily. I cannot wait to get into that, and I want to pick the brains of some of these North American players to understand how they're feeling after day 1 going into day 2. So why don't we cut to Kaya and see what she has to say.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with iNCO Gaming, and I want to ask you, Bruno, what do you intend to change for today, because yesterday wasn't a great of a day for you?
Yesterday we review our gameplays and we know our mistakes, so today we go fix this and we come to win some games.
Yeah. Thank you, good luck.
All right, here we are with Fate from Xforce. Fate, yesterday wasn't that good of a day. What are we going to fix today?
We talked a lot as a team on what roles we are needing, what needs to be filled in, and we are playing with the player that hasn't played the game in a while, so it's very hard trying to play as a team when one of us hasn't really been playing much. So we're trying to put that player in a spot where it's not needed as much for him to kind of make an impact, so it's easier for the rest of us to do what's needed in order for us to win the match.
So I'm here right now with Wolves, and I want to ask Juancho if you are going to change something for today.
No, we're sticking to the plan, and we try harding today, so it's fine.
So it's everything good?
All good.
Confident?
Hey.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, good luck.
All right, now with VIP. Guys, yesterday was the first day, your first time in PMSL America. We took the nerves off. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, it was the first day yesterday, so we're getting to know the lobby, how it goes, how it works, and we're trying to set our hands on the new devices, and hopefully we can do better than yesterday today. So every day counts. So yeah.
So I'm here right now with Straight Outta Nepal, and I want to ask you about yesterday. That was your first day here in the PMSL Americas, if you were nervous, and if you intend to change something for today.
Absolutely. We were not really nervous. We were just figuring out our drop spot, and we're pretty confident today. I think we've already figured it out. We did watch the map stream, and we're ready to make some changes in this lobby.
Okay. Good luck then for you. Thank you.
Very interesting interviews there. I gotta say, my favorite, Juancho, hands down. He's like, it's all good, baby. It's all good. Throw it out there. But 7, we heard some interesting things, most notably, I think, from Xforce saying that they might not have a player with regular practice coming into the tournament. What'd you think of those chats?
Look at this man trying to get my blood boiled up already with my reaction on this too. You know what, Enigma? You had the first reaction to this one. What do you got to say about that excuse from Xforce?
And I don't even know if we can call it an excuse. What is the thought process behind us saying we're playing with the guy that hasn't played for a little bit? Why didn't we bring Valak then? That's the guy that we played last, but we were saying Grace is about going into finals of, yeah, him and Fate, if they play another split together, they'll be able to perform. And instead, we're going to bring the guy that we just said haven't played in a hot minute. So I'm not a fan of it, 7. I know you had your own choice of select words for him, and I know it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, I'll put it down this way. I absolutely hate excuses, especially after just one day, especially for a team that has been here many times with Fate. I'm not sure who's the manager, but this comes down to just management of the team being able to look at this stuff and getting ahead of it. And if you had a player that hasn't played since last split, maybe bring the player that was able to play in the finals of last split with none other than Valak. It's just, I hate excuses, especially after one day. What are we doing, Xforce?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one for sure. I go back to Juancho, man. He just like, hey, it's all good, baby. We just play the game. We're here today. We'll see what happens. I mean, if anybody had an excuse to make, it might have been Wolves, but I love the approach here, and it really kind of shows you the cohesiveness of these teams and that team chemistry. It's so important and so clutch. So hopefully these North American teams could build some camaraderie and like get back to business and winning games. So with that, let's check which games they actually have to win today. What maps are we playing on? We saw Rondo appear yesterday for the first time in comp play in the region, and man, was it exciting. It is back today, gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into Rondo first and foremost. We've got the revives on the map and the whole works, and we'll hope for some similar shenanigans that we saw on day one. Then we'll finish with 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars per the usual. Again, come to you, Enigma. Rondo, I think, made a pretty strong impression yesterday.
If it's strong today as well, I'm saying we got to make it 2-2-2. Bring Rondo in, take out an Erangel. We love Rondo because it's Sandhawk on a bigger map. We got respawns, we got action for days. We saw it even yesterday, SON7, having that 3-man contest saying, yeah, Leon, go sit at a respawn beacon. If we lose the 3v4, so be it. And with the DBS meta being such a thing now over the last year, we've definitely seen teams be able to pull off 3v4s.
That's right. One thing that I really enjoyed and that I was bringing up yesterday before we even saw a match is the amount of eliminations that they're going to be able to get because of those respawns that are available. We had 3 teams with 10 or more eliminations, and the crazy thing was that the winning team only had 6, which just leaves the door open for some of these North American squads that need to be able to get those extra points. This will be one. Wolves, I'm going to be looking at you on this first match. I've been talking about that fragging power. I want to see it. Juancho will have good spirits there, saying they're going to try hard. I'm expecting that try hard. I'm expecting that they're hopefully going to get 10 or more eliminations coming into Rondo.
Let's hope they do. I think they've got the potential for sure. This is a squad that's just chock full of talent, and they've got absolute beasts on the roster. We just didn't see it on day one, man. I just got to think that they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Something happened, but going into today, I think we're going to see a different squad out there. I'm not going to promise anything. We'll wait to see what actually shakes out, but I do want to focus on a couple of the other teams from the region that, maybe we haven't talked about as much. One of them is VIP Esports, and the other being straight out of Nepal. Currently, I was, a little bit surprised to see both of them in the last 2 places in the lobby because I felt like they saw both quite a bit of action yesterday. They were some of the first teams to really jump in and go head-to-head with some of the bigger squads out there. And quite frankly, they didn't really look all that out of place, right? Where they weren't getting outgunned massively. They didn't just get rolled over on squad pushes. So, again, they're kind of where I think a lot of people might have expected them to be, but I was also encouraged by their play yesterday. What about you, Seven?
I'm with you. I kind of second that sentiment that I am encouraged by their gameplay. They were able to get into positions with 4th place finishes, 5th place, 6th place. The only thing that was lacking, going along the lines of what we've been saying this whole time, just the eliminations aren't quite there. The only match that they were able to pick up some elims was in that first match in Rondo with 4 elims. Ever since that, it was just 1, or in Miramar, they ended up with just double donuts, PV.
Double donuts indeed, and you don't have to have double donuts at home. You can get an Amazon gift card right there on the screen. Copy that code down. I'm sure we'll see more of those throughout the tournament as well. So make sure at the beginning of games you get those typing fingers ready. Go to Amazon.com/redeem and get yourself, well, whatever the heck you want. Amazon's got a lot of stuff, am I right? So here we go. It's Rondo. Game 1 of day 2. So excited to hop in, and we're going to see some shenanigans. I can just feel it, Enigma. Who's going out first here? Actually, we didn't do predictions today. Who's winning this game? Go, Enigma.
Oh, we're going Wolves, baby. Right off the rip.
I love it. Seven, who do you think's going to win this game?
You know what? Let's make it all 3 of us. I'm going Wolves too.
I was actually going to do the same thing. I'm not even trying to be a bandwagoner right now. Give me the Wolves. They're out of the plane, center of the map. Probably what, like Yulin, maybe Neox. Let's see. Let's see where they go. But I'm a fan. Let's go with Wolves. Let's give them that good juju to start the day. It's unanimous. They better not disappoint. But chat, who do you got? Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to take this. Is 9Z getting into it right away with Royals of War. And remember, Royals of War out of LATAM won this map yesterday. They came out, got 6 eliminations, a chicken dinner, being patient all the way to the very end. And then that was basically all the points they scored on day 1, 7. But, you know, it was a great start for them yesterday, but one of their players goes out pretty early to a knife.
And 9C, even right off the bat, just improving on their performance that they were able to put up yesterday in regards to eliminations. Yesterday, it was only ended up being just one elimination, and we saw some teams being able to play the strategy of just sending 3, having one of those players at the ready at the recall tower. I'm sure we're going to continue to see the progression of some of those strategies here as we continue to see Rondo throughout the days, throughout the weeks coming for PMSL Americas. But let's see what else is 9C going to be able to do, because this is a team that was a bit lackluster for me. And there you go, Remish being able to connect with one, gonna be able to confirm that elimination. And if they can possibly find this last player here from Row, okay, never mind. They did have another one already at the recall tower, Enigma. And Milos is gonna get knocked, and they'll be able to secure at least one elimination.
Yeah, and it looks like at least one more respawn tower next one, potentially a full reset coming out for the Royals of War Esports squad. But unfortunately for 9Z, having that one player knocked, they're not the team that is next to the respawn beacon. So if Aragod could at least push back the rest of 9Z here, they could get a full reset going on for the 4v3 fight. But all that's more a matter of time. We see just how long some of these building fights can take, especially when there's multiple floors like the apartment buildings we saw yesterday on Erangel. Essentially the same exact situation. But we see Demenor now. I believe he's going to try to maybe rotate all the way to the west side and back north towards his teammate. But the sad part about it, PB, is 9Z with these squads fighting off rip. The gun selection, it looks pretty decent here, but the meds are almost non-existent.
That's very true. I would love to take a peek at the map if we could, because I saw something on the fly-in that was interesting. Notice the Wolves. They've got a 2-2 split going on. We talked about not risking the full squad. Check out Jaguar. You've got M2M and Splat split way out down to the southwest. How many other teams are kind of split like that? You can see Intense Game in the south. They're pretty well split as well. They've got a couple eliminated. And then you've got Leon once again from straight out of Nepal, kind of hanging out up north. They're not risking full squad eliminations here, a lot of these teams. So I think that's kind of an interesting strategy. Seven, you mentioned it, splitting one or, 2 players potentially out wide. And that's something that looks like about half the teams in the lobby have kind of adopted that strat.
Yeah, and for Wolves, I absolutely love it. They have Coops and Doran together. They're very close to a recall tower if something was to happen to Juancho or Igor. So they have that set up. If you are going to be risking it, why not do it on the map that you do have a respawn available right off the bat? And you could see it towards the north, too. I think Alpha 7 also had a 2-2 split, but I mean, that's just Alpha 7 doing Alpha 7 things. One thing that I'll be looking at is going to be IG. IG has been really good to be able to control a certain area of the map. They're going to be towards the south as well, as we're going to be looking at a bit of a standoff between the fight that we saw earlier. 9C Remix, I think they know where Aragod's going to be at, and they're just trying to figure out if they maybe want to try to go for that fight or not. If you're 9C, you're currently sitting with 3 eliminations. You're already having a much better start than yesterday, Enigma.
Yeah, and the start is all about how you do in this Rondo match, especially if you're able to get the eliminations. We're not caring too much about placement right when it comes to Rondo. We're looking at you shooting your guns, getting those elimination tallies under your belt, and get yourself ready for the back-to-back-to-back Aaron goes, because that's the most played map. You want to make sure that you're prepared for it, and obviously we do see the map rotations. We do see the team play that these squads are able to pull out on Rondo still, compared to maybe a map like Sandhawk we'd seen in the past. These squads are able to continue playing as a team comfortably. My only question mark now is, since this is a new map, how comfortable are we with things like we saw at the fly-through? We didn't mention it, but the double plane path. How do you recognize where squads might be if you have 2 different directions? You got to worry about squads splitting up heavily across the map. I believe even VIP Esports had someone landing all the way on the far western side, while the rest of them landing dead center of the circle. So a lot of question marks out there. I feel as the tournament progresses, PB, we're going to see a lot of these things answered on what teams really prefer going into Rondo.
We got a big one here. It is Diego that is down. Wolves able to get the jump, get the knock before Influence Rage able to support. Law rolls up, and Federal coming in with the nades as well. Out the window it goes. That might be good. Higors with the nade. It lands. Federal down. Wow, incredible push here from the Wolves. Boys, are we seeing some life?
We are seeing some live. It came down to that race. They were able to regroup. They're currently up to 3 eliminations. What did I say? 10 elims or more? All right, Wolves. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far out of you guys. Coops, relax. That's just the door. It didn't do absolutely anything to you. One thing that we did see, though, out of Influence Rage is that they did have Little Boy over to the recall tower. So once again, continuing on those 3-1 splits, 2-2 splits that we're seeing throughout the teams. If this is your first time tuning in, for some reason you weren't here yesterday for the first Rondo, well, guess what? You get a bit of a treat here as you're able to see some of the players now getting to adjust and see more of what the other teams are going to be playing this like. Meanwhile, Loops, Vitin, the MVP of day one, he ended up with 20 plus eliminations. And the crazy part is that Maryland is going to be close by, and this was a team that was able to pick it up massively on the second half of day yesterday, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Zelda not being able to pick up the knock himself. Actually, I believe having a bit of his leg exposed to the TPP
He's got some
angle.
big toes.
He's got big feet. He's sticking out like a sore thumb, PB. But now, unfortunately, the rest of his squad still trying to rat it out. And it's actually not even going to be just a 3v3 fight at the compound. It's going to be SON now looking to take their sights. And this is a squad that loves playing these split action sort of moments, especially when it's a third-party angle. This is one of those squads, PB, I feel, if they get their motion going like they do in Titan Series, they're one of the most obnoxious squads to deal with in the lobby.
They really are. They're always there, always kind of nipping at your heels. Leon out front as he was all day yesterday. The squad this time backing him up a little bit. Wolf rolling in from the north here, but we also have Sanab here. Seems to have a beat on Vitin. These are two of the three top players in the lobby right now. Number 3 yesterday in total eliminations was this man right here. It is Sanab. So Vitin with 22 in day one. We had 16 for this gentleman here from Maryland Esports, and that's saying something because the first 4 games yesterday, they were non-existent. So riding a bit of momentum coming into this one. Maryland has Loops' Vitin pinned down. So this is going to be a struggle for them to get in and save the day. And as you can see, Loops only has 3 players left in the lobby. They're all over the map right now. Look at Rafinha down south, and Rattle Boy is kind of in the area, but it is just absolutely jam-packed in the center of this map, 7.
Yeah, you can see Rafinha just getting closer and closer to that recall tower. He's at there ready just in case something happens to there. They know that they're currently being surrounded, and now with this circle shift that we're going to be getting straight down the middle, not really much of a shift, but for all those squads that are on the outside, Xforce, I'm wondering if you're going to be going towards Danqing. And then for the squads on Jadina City, I mean, we have had such a long standoff there between Ro and the rest of the squad that I'm hoping now it starts progressing a little bit more. Carrillo, we saw him being able to put up some eliminations yesterday. We saw him get himself on the board too, getting his confidence up, especially at the performances that we saw out of Alpha 7 during PMWC. And there you go. You switch over to Loops Esports, and it's none other than Vitin. And Rafinha says, boys, I was about to start leaving that recall tower. Let me head back to it, PB.
Yeah, he definitely has a spot there posted up, but as we cut away from the map, I did see Rose of War rotating along that southern edge towards that very same recall tower, and I was like, oh no, is, they're gonna get caught out, but looks like just in time, they will have Vitin eliminated and be able to get him back in the fight. So good news for Loops. Aragod still chilling in this same building, and this entire time, Remix has had a beat on him. Finally, the team backing him up. They're heading up the stairs here, trying to get it done. We'll see what Aragod can do, Enigma.
For the most part, he's got a good weapon for it. UMP action, but he has the body block from Remix, not even having it, and Reyes just maybe a few choice words at the end there before he finishes him off. But the interesting thing about it, PB, is 9Z, they sent 2 players there to deal with the solo. If those 2 players lost the 1v2, there was the instant revive going to come through from Coldgoat. So they were fine taking that nice play to see from the squad, not fully committing the whole team. But now the full commit coming through. SON, they decided to slam the compound, now having Xforce full 4-man on top of him. Gatsby being the first tested after Casey gets eliminated, and this isn't even looking like a fight anymore. SON crumbling under the other NA squad.
That's right. Xforce securing 2 eliminations, making sure that they get at least on the board. A squad that was able to get 3 elims yesterday in the first rondo. They're wanting to continue to improve that of the likes of what we've seen Wolves Esports being able to do so far. With the circle here, it is going to be a bit of a slowdown. So much action. I've been absolutely enjoying what we've been seeing out of Rondo. Early fights, everybody's risking it because of that recall tower. And towards the end of the game, I want to see terrain's going to be coming into play. Yesterday, we got a chance to see the explosive bow and players just shooting at the ground to make sure they create themselves a bit of a crater. Enigma. It ended up working out for them, but just remember, if that does happen again, don't let them get too close. Don't let them get within grenade range.
hey, the grenade range, maybe even the deployable flare, you throw it on their smokes and hope one of those cement stacks just kind of falls on them and knocks them. Can also, I believe, do some sort of damage to vehicles, so if it's low, might see some vehicle explosions out of it, but going really more at the map itself. The zone shift's about to pop, and it pulls dead towards the Neox factory. Wolves, big split going on between Juancho, Coops, as well as Hegor with Doran, but I'd like to think they're going to regroup all the way to the west. This is a position where you cannot split the bridge any longer, and as we get back to that, this is going to be outside the zone here, PB. Team Liquid finally starting to make their moves towards the circle, picking off another straight out of Nepal player. So SON looks like, even though they've had all these splits, all these kind of pick-off moments, nothing really to show for it, and they're down to a solo.
It's not the way they wanted to start the day, but that's why the cookie crumbles sometimes. They still have a chance here that one player could go absolute hero mode. We'll see if that comes to pass, but there's always games 2 through 6 today. But Neox Factory appears to be the location for this final battle, and it's on between Jaguar and Wolves. We highlighted them in the pregame, and it looks like they have come together here during the actual battle. Doran starts things off, gets the knock and flush. Up to 4 eliminations now are the Wolves, and another knock coming through from Coops. This is great news for Wolves right now. Both Coops and Doran, the 2 standout players on the squad, their guns seem to be quite warm, Seven.
And this time for this squad to just play it smart, cool, calm, and collected. And as I say that, Doran receives a little bit of full damage right there. They will be able to secure another elimination. As some of the players are going to be coming up behind them from Jaguars. Doran's going to get knocked. He's going to be able to come down to Coops, having to clutch it up. And boy, will he have to actually clutch it up for his squad and making sure they do this quickly, because Team Liquid is going to be close by.
Nice.
United for Game is going to be close by as well. And there you go. Coops clutches it up. This team now, Enigma, up to 7 eliminations.
Yeah, and this crazy thing about it is they did that as a 2-man against the 3 players of Jaguar. Coops getting the initial knock, and then Doran following it up. And yeah, we did see a bit of fall damage come through, but at least them doubling them up prevents Doran from actually getting thirsted in the warehouse. And now they have the possibility of playing all the way on top of the roof side again, potentially even looking at the Team Liquid players or even United for Gaming, trying to share a bit of this Neox Factory, PB.
They really are. No rest for the weary. Team Liquid moves immediately in to become new neighbors with the Wolves. Doran getting himself patched up. That fall might have done himself in there on the 1v1, taking about half of his life on that fall damage. I'm curious to see how that fight would have ended up had that not happened, but no harm, no foul. They're able to stay all 4 players alive. 7 eliminations, and now Loop's getting into it with Royals of War. Royals of War trying to repeat their victory from day 1. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're in big trouble at the hands of Loops, but Loops also with multiple players on the turf right now. It's all up to just one player to save the squad, but he can do it. Look at them. They're all 3 still alive with almost full HP, except for just 1. 7, can Loops pull this out?
Rafinha clutching it out there for his squad, at least securing some extra players that are currently knocked. Let's see if he's going to be able to connect with this grenade here. There you go. You got the new circle shift. Grenades are going to be coming in. Is he going to actually be able to connect with any? The players from Raw Esports are looking to get eliminated. And that's exactly what's going to happen as Rafinha does clutch it up. And luckily for him, Vitin and Rataboy is still going to be alive. They should be able to get this pickups and great recovery there, at least for Loops Esports.
Yeah, but this is a misplay right here. SON, while those 2 fights were going on, getting the respawn out of zone, making it a solo to a full squad, but instead of just dropping on the fight, they all instead decide to rotate up north, not realizing Loops was down to just that solo. So SON, a little bit of a maybe inexperienced kind of moment here. Obviously, it is game 1 today as well, but definitely a missed opportunity for the eliminations. We do see now as well, intense game. No elims to their name yet, PB. They do only have 3 players left alive as well, but thankfully for them, they have a bit of zone to work with.
Absolutely right. Influence Rage here, getting ready to defend against Intense Game. These are another 2 teams that we highlighted in pregame. Definitely rivals from the same region, and they are directly next to each other on the leaderboard. Shots ringing in now from Intense Game. Or from Influence Rage, rather, onto Intense Game, and they do pick up a knock onto Rafa. So now we've got angles here. You can see Federal moving around to catch the flank. He's got to be watching out for third parties from Resilience. Looks like they might try to take on 2 squads at once here. I don't know if that's their intention, but things getting pretty hot out in this open field. And this is where you got to think, Seven, that those portable, triangle covers that you can call in, that's going to come in really handy if teams have those at their disposal.
That's right, especially if you're going to be wide out in the open. We're going to be switching over to now Intense Game. Ali's getting a revive there. Rafa going to be brought back. Intense Game back to a full squad. And something to point out, too, is that those top teams, at least those top 3 teams right now, not really heavy eliminations, allowing some of the other teams to get after those elims. Meanwhile, 9C Globant is going to get Remix eliminated, but luckily for 9, they're currently up to 6 elims, and they're looking to just get rid of Batman. Batman is going to get surprised from the side as Colgo clutches up another elim for this. See, Globant, I was a bit not impressed with their performance, to say the least, Enigma, yesterday, but now they're bouncing back and they're showcasing why a lot of people had this team as a top 5.
Yeah, and they're definitely getting that momentum going. That dirt ball that I made note of when Rondo first dropped. Dave loves the snowball. I'm all about the dirt ball, baby. And for 9Z, especially on this map, them at least being able to keep 2 of their players up with a lot of their elimination count could potentially add more to the counter. But the main question is going to be, obviously, we're talking stage 4 here. These teams forced to be side by side with one another. Alpha 7 now actually looking 4 shots onto iNCO Gaming, and it actually looks like 2 players powerbank going to be knocked. Vitali forced to use that deployable flare cover, and I'm really interested in seeing if Alpha 7 will actually even opt to maybe push iNCO Gaming or just try to bleed out the thirst.
Something's got to happen here. iNCO getting shots fired onto Nenabete, getting potentially knocked out there. Hard to tell, but good shots from Guizao. He's been an absolute stud so far this tournament from Alpha 7. The nade comes in, lands right in between the 2 Alpha 7 players. Very close call from Vitali, but doesn't unfortunately land for him. iNCO still hanging on by a thread. Nenabete getting back up into the fight. Nades are in, but it appears that they're just a bit too far out of range from each other. Popping their heads up, that is gotta be scary when you're looking down the barrel from Hevo. You know, I gotta say, whoever wins this fight's in a great position in that northeastern part of the circle. It does move away from the factory. Pay attention to this mess out here. We've got United 4, Team Liquid, and Wolves all having to make their way out, and you can see Wolves jumping into the fight on top of iNCO. They're gonna pinch them. This is getting interesting, 7.
You were wondering when we start seeing some of that cover come into play. Well, now we're definitely going to start seeing some of that cover coming into play as Igor just tries to get away there from iNCO. Very low HP. He will be able to manage. And now iNCO having to play it off a little bit slowly. Having Alpha 7 close by. Now having Wolves to worry about too. All their angles are just going to be covered. You cannot make a mistake here if you are iNCO Gaming, a squad that's currently in 13 plays, 0 eliminations. Not how you want to finish the first Rondo. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 did end up losing one of their main players, which is Mafioso being their anchor. So this could be an opening for some of the other squads to close up that gap towards the top, Enigma.
Yeah, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing in the elimination counter. We're seeing Coops getting knocked and thirsted to the play zone, so not sure if there was a little bit of a gatekeep maybe from Team Liquid or the United for Gaming squad, but Wolves Esports losing their star player, and unfortunately with the zone timer coming in, we're talking a minute 40 left essentially on the clock. These teams still have to work into the zone. It's not like they're sitting pretty just yet inside the new circle shift, and now we're seeing as well the squad that was further out in the blue zone powerbang. iNCO Gaming trying to storm the grounds, the pyramids at least, of Alpha 7's hold. And Revo, he's got the off angle, trying to find the shots. Can he connect them here? He can. And Vitali, he's got to start landing some shots here, PB.
He does, but he may not have time to do that. The nades are headed in. He gets knocked, and will the nade finish him? It does not, but man, oh man, iNCO under some serious pressure now from Alpha 7, but I can't fault the push. I mean, the blue zone's at their back. They have to make something happen, but I just keep looking at this terrain, 7. The divots that these teams are making, the explosions are giving them places to hide, and I'm absolutely loving this dynamic gameplay.
It definitely ends up helping them out as McGrellan is going to be able to clutch up an elimination and a knock there. Not only on just Carrillo, on Revo, the previous teammate for Alpha 7, but luckily it's coming down to Guizao clutching it up there for that squad. It looks scary there, and now are they going to have enough time to get a full reset here with those players from Alpha 7? And what is everybody else going to be doing? Because I'm pretty sure Wolves was able to hear that. And the crazy part too that I enjoyed that Wolves was able to do, they focused Enigma on the actual positioning and rotation. They were able to leapfrog both of those squads, and now they have an advantage over them.
Yeah, but the crazy part about it is Wolves didn't even send a player to potentially look at the Alpha 7 fight. All three of them essentially stacked one on top of the other. I understand that United 4 Gaming and Team Liquid were up on the north with you, but look at where those two teams ended up. One on the north, Team Liquid made it all the way to the west side, and with Alpha 7 being the top squad, you don't want them being able to have any sort of room. And even though we're talking about Wolves Esports spot right now, like you just said, I'm liking Alpha 7 spot even better because they have their back to the zone. Wolves has to worry about TL potentially, United 4 Gaming, possibly even Influence Rage if they decide to peek over.
You know, I circled Maryland on the map there because there's an interesting story. They just knocked out 9Z. And they are now up to 9 eliminations. They've quietly done that, but they're the most in the lobby, and they own a good chunk of the zone right now. Most of the action has been up north near the Neox factory. On the edge, Alpha 7 taking on iNCO, but Maryland's been cleaning house on the southern part of this zone, so I'm wondering if it's ultimately going to be Wolves trying to fend off Alpha 7, trying to fend off United 4, and then having to play against maybe the winner of Maryland T Liquid. We'll see what happens, but Maryland getting into Influence Rage. They trade, and now they've got 3 on the turf. This is looking like it might be the final straw here for Maryland. They're in a bit of trouble, 7.
Bit of trouble is exactly what Team Liquid is looking to do for some of their squads, and Influence Rage just raining down nades. Meanwhile, Team Liquid just comes in and cleans up all of those knocks, making sure that they don't end up getting eliminated themselves. Influence Rage trying to fend them off. Grenades coming down. It's just becoming absolute mayhem between these squads, and it ends up backfiring for Team Liquid as they end up getting eliminated. Maryland being able to survive with that 2 players towards the back, and somehow Influence Rage just coming out on top of this Enigma.
Yeah, and that's all about the anchor play. It's all about being able to survive if your 2-4 front runners get knocked and eliminated. And now Maryland, they're forced to obviously make the push at a man disadvantage. But if you place over Team Liquid, we're talking 10 elims for that squad. They're definitely not disappointed with this match, to say the least. But Influence Rage, they kept the 4 players up. And now we see Wolves Esports. We look at them, as soon as we turn away, PB, it's always like they're losing someone. They're just gone.
It's tough, man. You know, so much happening right now. Ultimately, United 4 was patient. They let Alpha 7 do the dirty work, taking down Wolves. But unfortunately, Wolves didn't touch Alpha 7. They're still at full strength right now. They've got 3 players up, but nobody got knocked on the push. And now United 4's got to try to take on a really strong Alpha 7 squad. They're doing a good job so far. A couple down, but it is not for long. This is looking really tough right now as Joaco gets taken out to be fully eliminated. Influence Rage helping out Alpha 7 from behind as we enter the top 4. And it looks like we'll get a reset. Look at the strength of all of these different squads. You've got Intense Game and Influence Rage. They've kind of been going back and forth all game. Resilience has been kind of quiet, just hanging out. Alpha 7 has had to battle for every single inch of ground they've earned so far. 7, who do you got winning this one, man? It's been crazy.
Absolutely loving what Influence Rage is currently being able to do within this circle. They were able to spread out. Once they got rid of Team Liquid, once they got rid of Maryland Esports, they decided to take just full control of the west of this circle, and now they're keeping their eyes just on IG. Keeping their eyes on Alpha 7. They do have the numbers advantage, but with how currently they're spread out, they need to make sure they don't just get caught. Use that terrain towards your advantage. That's what Federal is going to be doing. And there you have it perfectly. I mean, you have 3 players in the center of the circle. Now, the question becomes, with Influence Rage, do you have any cover? Do you have any of those triangles that fall from the sky to give you some cover? Because you know, Alpha 7, how quickly, Enigma, they were able to close the gap towards Wolves. You don't want to leave that open for Alpha 7.
Yeah, that with the smokes and the vehicle usage, some teams have the game understood and other teams don't. Alpha 7's the squad that definitely does. And when you have someone like Revo, who, by the way, 7 eliminations to his name on this first game alone, I'm really honestly kind of worried looking at a squad like Resilience, who has to push towards Alpha 7. My question mark is going to be what Little Boy for Influence Rage is going to be able to do. He's got this off angle. I'd like to see him play very quiet and potentially allow Intense Game to pull up, but we got to turn back to a PB. Resilience, they're trying to make the drive out, and they've already lost 2 players coming up to Alpha 7.
I was just about to point this fight brewing out. Alpha 7 knew Resilience was stranded, and they are the furthest out of zone right now. So it is going to be a mad dash to get there. Ultimately, they might just choose to go out to the play zone here. You're not going to do nothing against Revo's. Up to 9 eliminations right now. He is not done just yet. Alpha 7 already with 14 on the board as Resilience goes out in 4th place. Now we look at the top 3. It's Intense Game, Influence Rage, Alpha 7, the top 3 in the tournament. The rich get richer. Am I right, Enigma? This is absolutely crazy. Influence Rage with the position, and Lil Boy starting retreat now to join his squad.
And for the most, we're talking 4v4, v3 situation. We are talking stage 7, so we have one more circle shift after this, and then it goes into the nothingness. And the question mark my head is kind of having right now is there any explosive bows? Is there any more of those covers that you want to see Seven Worlds from these squads to be able to play a bit more of the terrain into their advantage? Because we saw with Alpha 7, as soon as they got onto Wolves, as soon as they got onto United 4 Gaming, it's one peak and they're done. That's the kind of stuff that these players are able to experience in the lobby. And with it shifting now, Influence Rage, they get the shift, but I'm worried about them having to fight 2 teams on 2 fronts.
If there was ever a squad that was able to fight 2 teams at 2 fronts, it would end up being Influence Rage, but you wouldn't want it to be this 2 squads. You wouldn't want it to be Influence Rage and Alpha 7. Maybe give them a little bit of a break here. As you can see, Adrian once again there with that explosive bow, working through his terrain, making himself a bit of a crater there to cover himself up. And Revo wanting to continue on the performance that he's being able to put up. The grenades are going to be coming in a bit short there. You said it earlier, PB, up to 9 eliminations. This player has been playing so confidently throughout this first match, and now Adrian continuing on here with the explosives bow, continuing on to make his way closer and closer to Influence Rage, PB.
You're exactly right on. These 2 teams are not the ones you want to be going 1v2 against. And, you know, it's the interesting thing is Alpha 7 only has 3 members alive, but it has not slowed them down in the slightest. They put Revo on one side. The other 2 guys hold the main front, and it's been working. They've just been chewing through squads left and right. 14 eliminations so far. It leads all teams. Intense Game has been quiet so far. Only 2 elims for Intense Game. Influence Rage sitting on 6 right now. They have the position, they have the angles, and they get the opening knock on Carrillo. That is absolutely massive. The nades will follow this up. Rebel's going to have to come back and pull off a miracle here, Enigma.
Yeah, and he's trying to make magic happen. Federal down to 1 HP. The nade cooking. There's going to be no support from the Influence Rage squad members. Revo able to go 1 for 1, and actually looks like Carrillo's going to be instantly picked up, but Diego's trying to prevent that Influence Rage. My issue was if you get the knock, can you even confirm it on either of these squads? Because as soon as that elimination feed starts lighting up, teams are going to start moving, and when the motion in the ocean starts happening, you start going down, and he might actually, oh my goodness, he does go down. Big knock onto Alpha 7, but they got the reset here, Seven Worlds. This is starting to be a disaster.
Diego with the great Molotov is going to allow his teammate enough time there to actually try to pick up Federal. Meanwhile, Intense Game has pushed up onto them as Rafa, the rest of the squad, they're no longer hiding in craters here. They're wanting to move on, and those Molotovs continuing on. Gisao's also going to go down and down. Alpha 7, now Influence Rage going to switch over their focus to Intense Game. Intense Game has gotten so close, they will be within that nade range, and this is exactly what's happening. Adrian goes down, Little Boy pushing up the front, low towards the back as well, trying to get one of those off angles. Meanwhile, slow it down a bit. This is cruelly what they're saying. Let's see what this team is going to be doing as more cover. You wanted to see those triangles? You got all those triangles, PB.
Almost called it in right on the top of old boy's head right there. Little boy on the push. It's just Rafa from Intense Game. He's not able to get it done. And Influence Rage takes game 1 of our second day of our first league stage. Massive performance from them. They looked every bit the part of a champion here, taking down the class of the lobby. They made light work of Alpha 7 and ran straight over Intense Game to get this one done. Enigma, you gotta feel like this was a statement win that started out early with some other squads kind of taking up some of that, that success with Wolves and with Maryland out getting all these eliminations. And boy, oh boy, these 3 teams, the top 3 in the lobby, all finished strong where it counts.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking top 3, the final 3 teams in the lobby. Unfortunately, Alpha 7 lost Mafioso, I believe, earlier on in the match, so they were the only team at a man disadvantage, but come on. 3 players, 4 players, same difference for a squad like Alpha 7. So seeing those teams be able to battle it out in the end, I mean, there was so many different moments, right? Intense game with the multiple bunker plays off the explosive bow, Influence Rage having to cover both squads, pushing them back and forth, 7. It really was anyone's game in my eyes there at the end.
Molotovs that came down from Influence Rage. That was the difference maker right there towards the end. It absolutely stopped Alpha 7 on his tracks. It's not like they were just going to try to jump over it. No. You wish you had that kind of power because you were just not going to be able to do that. And we saw over and over again Carrillo being the first one down from Alpha 7 due to the Molotovs. And then Revo and then the rest of the squads, they just ended up getting cornered and allowed themselves to be grenaded by Influence Rage. And after that, the switch of the focus was just absolutely impressive to me, BB.
No, you're absolutely right. And Revo, I mean, it's lucky for those other squads that he got mollied out because this man was on a terror. In the first 6 games combined on day 1, there was only about 12 players that did 2,000 damage or more. Revo did almost 2,000 damage that game alone. Just absolutely destroying everyone else in front of him. He had Alpha 7 rolling. It didn't even matter that Mafioso was down. You can see here is a 3-man. They were down to 1 or 2 players left on multiple occasions. It did not matter. They were rolling. But the Molotovs from Influence Rage, just too strong. And ultimately, you could see him like, oh yeah, this is hot. Like, oh crap, I'm gonna die. It changed awfully quickly here in Influence Rage. They'll take that momentum right to the bank with their first winner chicken dinner of the day. So gotta say, really impressed with so many teams here. And rewinding back to about halfway through that match, you know, we saw Wolves with a lot of elims, we saw Maryland trucking, we saw Team Liquid getting it going on. I was like, finally, the mid-tier teams are going to close that gap and start catching up to the top teams, but then flip the script one more time. The end of the game, who are the top 3 standing? It's those 3 pesky Brazilian squads.
It came down to them. I mean, I think we both called it out. They're like, okay, we're not seeing any of the top squads currently getting all those eliminations that we were expecting to see. But they were just waiting for the right time. They were just setting their strategy, letting everybody else fight it out. And they say, okay, you know what? Now it's time for us to step in. Now it's time for us to become the aggressors. And the crazy part to me was, I got to give mad props to Wolves Esports. Yes, you're able to get eliminations. Yes, you're able to be a little bit more aggressive. But boy, oh boy, how do you allow Alpha 7 get that close? I know Alpha 7 ended up getting a knock on them. But for them to just close that terrain without vehicles, I believe, just on foot Enigma, that was just so impressive to me from Alpha 7.
Yeah, and even the elimination feed, that's an art in its own. Thinking of just Starlight, a player from back in the day, he's someone that would rave about watching that elimination feed. And if we're seeing iNCO Gaming versus Alpha 7 light up in the feed, 1 player up, to say the least, I mean, come on, we're talking Alpha 7. As soon as you see 1 player eliminated, every other team in the lobby is trying to remember that for the rest of the game. And unfortunately, Wolves, maybe it was because they lost Coops on the rotation, but nonetheless, them not striking after that iNCO Gaming fight, I really spelt their demise at the end.
Absolutely crazy. Man, just such an incredible game number 1. We couldn't have been blessed with more action in a Rondo map. So with that, we're going to take a quick break, get ready for our second match of the day. It is going to be Erangel, the tried and true Battlegrounds, coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a sec.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a Predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the Predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage, or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
Okay.
Welcome back to PMSL America's Fall of 2025. My name's Power Bang, hosting the show today alongside Seven World Gaming and Enigma. Boys, it has been a crazy tournament so far and a crazy start to day two. We saw some other teams kind of get involved in this one, thankfully, start racking up those eliminations, but it was the same story at the end of the game with Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and Intense Game all being your top three. So with that, we do get ready for our next map, which is Erangel. Obviously, we don't have the respawn mechanic. We don't have divots that we can just put into the earth with some explosive arrows. Things are a bit more traditional. What are we expecting to see this time out, Seven?
Can we just say I absolutely love Rondo, man? I was sad to see Sanha go, but every single time I see him more and more, the strategies these players are deploying, the explosive bows, which I'm a huge fan. Shout out to Sook from China because he's the one that got me on that. I love everything that we're seeing. But now switching over to Erangel, yeah, more traditional. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of certain teams not willing to risk it as much and play it safer. But I'm hoping we continue to see a little bit of aggressiveness for some of the other squads. 9C is going to come to mind. We saw them being aggressive here in this first match. We saw them being able to back it up with eliminations. And Enigma, I know one team that you more than likely want to see be aggressive is going to be Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland, I mean, I gave the props to them first day. They kind of fell short other than going into those last few Miramars, but seeing them in that last match, right? 10 total eliminations, if I recall, coming out of Rondo. And for it being Erangel, we're going back to back to back. I don't want it to be just some Pachinki zone. I don't want it to be logging. I want Millie base. I want quarry. I want something where people are having to make the great migration around the map, PB, because these teams right now, with it being Erangel's, you know the map for the most part, okay? There's no excuse where you drop. I'm trying to see some high-tier PUBG Mobile gameplay, and for the most part, we've only seen it out of a few squads.
You're absolutely right. I am rooting for one of three zones, 4 zones actually. Give me a shooting range finish, give me a Stalber finish, give me the quarry, or give me military base, anywhere on it. I'm happy with any of those zones. That's what we want to see. I didn't get to see any southern zone finishes yesterday on Erangel, but maybe today is the day where we get that done. So let's focus a bit on some of our North American teams. We've talked a lot about the Wolves today. It looks like their guns are warmed up. Doran and Coops both shooting straight, which is good news for the Wolves. But we also got to talk about Xforce. And, you know, we heard some of their interviews kind of heading into the games, and their performance wasn't quite there, you know, in our first game of the day. I want to know, especially with somebody that hasn't maybe played in a while, new map's probably not going to be their forte, but Erangel, everybody knows that map if you've been playing PUBG Mobile for a minute. So is this the map where they can finally bounce back and get momentum rolling, Seven?
I don't know. I wanna be so positive for Xforce. They're a great bunch of dudes. I got a chance to hang out with Fade, got a chance to pick his brain about how the team was going. And the thing that actually surprised me the most, I mentioned this yesterday, was that Valak is not there. When I was talking to them in the finals of PMSL Spring, Valak was the one, at least from what they told me, that was calling the shots. He did become the IGL, and then they ended up switching again. So just a big switch, and also putting in somebody, even coming from their wards, saying that hasn't really played that long. I wonder if maybe that's going to take a little bit even more adjustment. We already seen 9C being able to adjust. We already seen some of the other squads being able to adjust going into this next Erangel matches. Another squad that I want to see being able to perform well was VIP Esports. They secured a 4th place finish yesterday in the first Erangel. I want to, if for some reason, VIP Esports, if you were able to secure a 4th place, show me more than just one elimination, please.
I'm thinking maybe avoid those fights in the street in Milta with Team Liquid. That's all I gotta say. Let's take a peek at our match 7 results. This is our first match of the day. Just concluded with Influence Rage finishing on top of the standings. 23 points to their name, but they did not really put a lot of ground game together here because Alpha 7 puts 19 on the board off the strength of 14 eliminations, and Revo's, oh my goodness, the man, I cannot stress enough how dominant Revo has been. He literally has 5,500 damage. There's only 2 other players over 3K right now in the tournament. So Revo doing Revo things. Let's take a peek at the second page, though, and take a peek at the bottom part of the standings. Ooh. And again, lots of points. Lots of points getting distributed here, Enigma, to some of these other teams that desperately need them.
Yeah, and one team I'm looking at right now, 9Z, Globant, 7. You're making wonders about them getting the elimination tally under their belt. We're talking 8 in that last match. They were able to pick up those ROW eliminations on Aragod and the rest of them off drop. And then later on in the match, of course, they got it with those elimination tallies there at the end before they were wiped out in the bottom 8.
Well, the match MVP, we mentioned it, Revo. Good God, that is not a one-game performance. That has to be wrong, right? But no, it's not. It's actually right. Revo doing things. He's showing you his special hand that he uses to do those things. I mean, good God, 1,900 damage in a game. That shouldn't be legal, 7.
Talk about a hand, man. What are we going on about here, PBO, man? We got to get off of that one. But the overalls, of course, we know Alpha 7. They were sitting in first here, 7 Worlds. But seeing Influence Rage off of that match, even though Intense Game got second, passed up on the leaderboard by just 5 points.
You guys are giving me a hard time like I posed like that. Come on. I mean, Jiminy Christmas. He put his hand right up for us all to see. I deem it special. Anyway, 7, what were you saying? Talk to us about the overall rankings.
Nah, he's just pulling that John Cena. You can't see me. You just can't see the action of it because it's just a picture. But Alpha 7 crossing 100 points there. I mean, now we have Brazil fully covering the top 6. Jaguar not having a good performance there once again in Rondo, but they were able to pick it up when we ended up going to Erangel. So I'm hoping that it's going to be the likes of the same. And a big switch up here that I'm happy to see, Enigma, and I know you're going to be happy to see as well. NA, baby, in the top 8.
Top 8, and now we got to get into the top 7, 6, 4, 2, maybe even first. I doubt we're going to reach first, of course. But for the most part, at least for phase 1, we're making good ground. And with it being back-to-back-to-back Erangels, hopefully with this game 1, especially for all of the NA boys, not just Wolves, but we could see some solid top 5s, maybe even top 3s or multiple wins from our boys because we desperately need it. The right side, 9th place alone, 28 points, while first place, 100 points. So the point sponge is happening like we already mentioned it, not even today, but starting yesterday. So for the most part, these teams, I think you're battling it out, at least for the most part, for those head start point PB, because you're not reaching first, right? You're going for that 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th place at this point.
Just saying, you're absolutely right. 7, I got to ask you, got to come to you for the wisdom. What do these teams got to do? The point sponges are happening. They're starting to put a gap on the top. There's 2 teams that get to move on from this tournament for sure, right? Top 2 move to the next stage. We see 3 teams right now really kind of in contention there. It's the same 3 we've been talking about the whole time. Influence Rage, Intense Game, Alpha 7. What do the other teams need to do right here, right now, an era ago to start chipping away at that total?
Lay down, going to fetal position, and just absolutely start crying. Now, if we're actually being serious for this squads, what they need to start doing is they need to not even switch it up. Continue doing what you were doing and wait for the second phase, because right now with this big of a gap that some of these teams have, you're not really going to have to worry about the top. It's just going to be damn near impossible, especially with the way that they're currently performing, and we don't expect that. I don't really think that they're going to end up slowing down, not with the way this top 3 teams have been performing. But something that I do want to see out of those bottom teams is being a little bit more aggressive if the option is there, especially with how aggressive some of these other teams have been towards the top. They have that magical switch where they can just turn it on and go full steam and take that fight. Even if it doesn't go their way, they don't let it get to their head. Sometimes what happens with some of these teams, Enigma, with teams that haven't been to PMSL before or just don't have that experience, is They try to go for a fight, they lose that fight, and boy, they become super hesitant. They're like, remember what happened last time? Let's not do that again.
Yeah, and it's always just as soon as that elimination comes through, right? You understand which team you're against, and if it's someone like Alpha 7, Influence, Rage, Intense Game, the big backstep from the squads, maybe like SON or VIP, is we got to disengage from this fight. We can't take this team on. And one thing, I got to make note of it from the start of the show. I know you kind of mentioned it, PB, but both of those squads I just mentioned, both of their interviews for the most part from Kaya had said, we're trying to feel out the lobby. In my eyes specifically, with it being Erangel, because reminder from yesterday, SON contesting off drop against Team Liquid virtually every single match. They absolutely just butchered themselves on the point totals when it came to the Erangel. So my question mark today, PB, is going to be, is Leon's team, is SON going to be able to get their own drop spot, and will they be able to perform coming into it today?
Yes.
That's a great point. Here we see the top teams on Erangel yesterday. 3 matches total being considered right here. And one of the interesting teams that pops up for me is Resilience. This is a squad. If I had to pick one team that has been probably the quietest of any team, Resilience would be in that conversation for me. They came in as the #1 team from LATAM. And so far, they've been very, very quiet. But on Erangel yesterday, they did make a dent. They picked up 10 placement points. But you gotta wonder if those average eliminations are gonna pick up, because you can see them lacking on the damage when you compare it to the top 3 teams in the lobby, which are all to their left. So what do you make of these top teams, 7? And do you think it's gonna be one of them that actually wins this game? I'd love to get your prediction on what's gonna happen.
For this one, I don't know if it's going to be coming down to one of those LATAM teams, even though they have been able to put up those good performances. At least for Jaguar, I want to continue to see a finish, a top 3 finish, and maybe back it up with eliminations. That's just going to be the big mark that I'm going to be hamping down on these teams, not just for PMSL Americas, but we've been seeing, when we take a broader look in the global aspect, everybody just has players that can frag out. It used to be where PUBG Mobile Esports was, okay, you have 1 fragging player, that's awesome. Or you have 2. Now everybody needs to be able to get those eliminations. For this squads, yeah, I'm happy you're being able to get those placement points. Don't slow that down, but also show us that you can back it up. You can have a wow performance. You can have 10 or more eliminations.
They need to go out there and crush it, that's for sure. So Enigma, I'd love to get your pick and prediction for this this match. Who do you think is going to take it?
Winning it, game 1 Erangel. I'm looking at the list here. I gotta say 9Z Globant. We're going to Tom this match. The eliminations last game, I think they're going to carry over today and hopefully get up into that placement, at least maybe a top 3. But in my pick, at least winning it that game, 9Z Globant.
I like the pick. I'm feeling a mix-up as well as far as teams that have won a chicken dinner. I'm going with Team Liquid taking this one. Ooh. We'll see if they're able to mix it up in the streets once again with VIP Esports. And if that's the case, maybe I don't like Team Liquid as much, but hopefully you guys are liking the Amazon gift cards that keep rolling at home. Make sure you guys do screenshot that, write it down, go enter it super fast over at Amazon.com/redeem to get yourself a nice little Amazon credit. Buy whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? You can buy whatever you want. We're getting ready now for game 8 of our tournament. It is the second one of our day 2 action. It's Erangel, and we are headed in 7 worlds. We're going to get that Southern Island finish. You want that Southern Plane path. I don't know if we're going to get it, but it does look like it's coming in from the West Coast and heading south.
You had those 4 drops that you wanted to see, the final circles that you wanted to see. You didn't mention bridges. I want to see some bridge finishes. I want to throw a little bit of toxicity there towards the players as you do end up seeing that plane path. And you were wondering about it, Enigma. I'll be wondering too if maybe straight out of Nepal will be landing towards Milta as well, because this will be a perfect plane path. Or if they're going to go Milta Power, which they ended up going to yesterday on the final Erangel. And I don't think I actually got a chance to pick a team, boys. So I'm just going to go with Wolves Esports. I might stick with them throughout the whole day. And I'm hoping at some point here, Enigma, they're now in the top 8. They don't let me down.
Top 8, you got to stay up there, right? You got to keep moving forward. And unfortunately, we actually forgot to mention it as well. The secondary drop of Xforce yesterday at Primorsk was contested by Maryland. Of all teams, Xforce able to win that 4-for-none off drop PB. So I'm not sure if we're actually seeing it. I can't see too well just yet at the Primorsk spot, but I do feel like we are still going to have contests coming into day 2.
So far, it looks like Primorsk is all to Xforce's liking. They're able to basically take this whole section down here, Ferry Pier, Primorsk, get all of that covered. But I am really curious to see where will that first zone go. VIP has abandoned. Yes, we get the Millie zone. Let's go. But VIP, they have abandoned Milta. They're not going to battle Team Liquid there, and now I'm liking my pick that much more, so teams can focus today on looting up, and I gotta tip the cap to VIP Esports because this is a team through this split as well as last that quite simply did not have winning strategies, but they never changed them. They kept forcing the same thing even though it was not working, so I gotta say, I like the adjustments early on in day 2 here. We'll see if it pays off for them, 7.
I'm hoping it ends up paying off. Remember, with VIP as well, that was a squad that for some reason yesterday, whenever the playing path would allow it, they ended up going Sarky as well. It didn't play off for them, and now they're fully taking charge of Novo. And right now, with this playing path, with this circle as well, it should end up paying off. And Team Liquid will end up rotating late towards military base. And on top of that, you have to worry a little bit here, Enigma, because there's somebody already over there, and it's going to be none other than United for Gaming.
Yeah, and United for Gaming, for the most part, that was actually the drop that Team Liquid used to do at Nova, right? Last split, changing it up to Milta, changing it to the north side for the most part, but Team Liquid, of course, understanding what kind of spot they're willing to play here. United for Gaming potentially taking a bit slower of a rotation into the circle, but another team as well that's actually already rotated down south onto the island is going to be 9Z Globant, trying to do a little bit of that trash looting, that sort of, I guess you could say, piggybacking around the compounds, looking for those spots on the map. And we see it now as well, actually, an early contest on down south. Team Liquid onto the United for Gaming solo. And I actually like this play from United for Gaming. Your teammates are all the way up north. You don't know where the rest of Team Liquid is. But my worrisome question right now, PB, is going to be, are you actually even going to be getting chased here potentially by Team Liquid?
It's a great question. I love the fact that this is what I always want to see. And now, granted, this zone made it a little bit easier to pull the trigger and make that decision. But when you see these southern trending zones early on in the game, so many teams typically will just hang out up north, loot their usual spot, and not prioritize that zone position. But this game is different. You can see 9Z, United 4 Gaming. Well, United 4 dropped in military base, but no one else did, right? We saw Team Liquid, we saw Wolves, we saw 9Z, Royals of War, all make their way south to get that position early, because you guys know as well as I do, those bridges are going to be a death trap a bit later on in this game, because clearly Circle will be going south. Watch this be the hardest shift ever and it goes back north, but you know, it's a 90% chance right now that the zone will go south. So I love the early rotations from some of these teams. We even see the boat take coming into play from Xforce going to try to land on that west coast. The crazy thing, 7, is when they land, 9Z might be waiting for them.
Yeah, and the crazy thing for this squad too is last season, one thing that we ended up seeing a lot out of Xforce whenever they end up doing this kind of rotations towards Military Island was the gliders. They're deciding to not take that route. If I remember correctly, I think it used to be Fate taking the glider and just being able to scout for the squad. Now with this one, there's going to be a lot less scouting. You mentioned it correctly. It could be 9C, it could be Team Liquid, or they could end up just scouting a little bit more and getting lucky and getting just a free rotation towards Military Island. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, a team that's going to get a free rotation going into the main island could end up being Loops Esports, or could they possibly be setting up a trap here, Enigma, and waiting to see which teams are going to be going towards the western bridge?
I feel they're going to wait a circle or two. There's no reason to rush going all the way down south, because we have seen some of these circles pull up towards the bridge like you want to see 7 Worlds. These other squads desperately kind of send themselves up all the way to the dead center of the circle just for it to pull off of them slowly, forcing them to use all their utility during that mid game. But a lot of these squads still kind of out into the blue zone. I'm looking at the top sort of north side of the map. Influence, Rage, Resilience, iNCO Gaming as well, even all still out in their essential drop spots, not really making the rotations just yet. But coming back to Loops, it does look like they're going to be camping this glass house. A lot of the pro players like to call it as well. It's just waiting for some of these other squads. And it's kind of this vicious cycle, I feel, Powerbang. When it comes to these teams, they camp the bridges, people start rotating the water, and then they just start camping each other, and it comes back and forth. But we'll have to wait and see, because it looks like Xforce now taking the engagement on the Team Liquid.
They rolled up to the beach, made the landing at the dock, got out, and 2 Team Liquid players are waiting for them. Somehow, Chief able to survive that onslaught by Alim, and it is looking for reinforcements right now. If Alim and the squad don't get this little beachhead established, Xforce is in trouble here, because you can see TL rotating over, getting those reinforcements. Fate, though, takes the high ground. His position will be crucial here, and now 24K goes down. Fate's going to have to pull something seriously clutch.
And Fate might be able to, especially with this prone angle that he has. He's going to be able to slow down some of the players. Alim's going to be able to connect with one. Can he connect with the other one? Fate not actually connecting with any of the other squads. And now it's going to come down to Fate here. And he's going to have to worry about the rest of the players here from Team Liquid. One player is down, but there you go. There's just too many eyes on him. Fate and this squad goes down. This is one of the biggest worries that you had, PB, and that I was mentioning too. Zero, absolutely zero scouting from this squad in comparison to what they were used to doing in the past during spring split with the gliders. It ends up hurting them. One thing I do want to highlight, and I kind of wanted to mention before that fight, was VIP. I'm really impressed with the way VIP was able to rotate so quickly out of Novo and go straight to the south. They saw at one point Team Liquid starting to spread their wings, and they say, no, we want to be able to hold this compound there towards the south. Now they're going to be in a great position moving on towards the next circle, especially PB if it starts going south even more.
That's a great call out. And I misspoke earlier on VIP. They were a team that typically drops up as Zarky next to Alpha 7, but the point remains is like they have also adjusted their typical strategy, rotating awfully quickly, which is not their hallmark. So happy to see that, and hopefully it pays dividends for them. They've got a great position in the zone right now. You know, when we take a peek at the map here in just a moment, it is going to be very interesting. Everyone's starting to make their way across. You've got Loops camping out IG on one bridge, and you've got Alpha 7 about to take on Influence Rage at the other. Look at these matchups right here. These are the big dogs of the lobby, and they're both about to come into those choke points, and this is why it pays so much to rotate early when you have a zone like this. So the VIPs of the world, the Liquids of the world, they don't have to worry about getting through those choke points, so I'm excited to see things start to pop off here as Alpha 7 draws first blood.
Yeah, but I'm looking as well as just that eastern side. SON camping just this southern part of the bridge, as well as Jaguar coming in from the north side. So it's never just this 4v4 as much as Alpha 7 would like to think it is. There is that potential for the third party. But the difference being, if you're the first place squad here, 7, you're taking these engagements and you're trying to get these thirsts as soon as possible. Do not allow these other teams to get the resets. And when they get the revives going, you understand there's 2 players close there now. We actually see Alpha 7 going for a huge kind of spread around the compound here, kind of pigeon-holding Influence Rage into the compound, but it's always a matter of time, right? Can they actually get these eliminations under their belt, or will the blue zone start ticking away at them? Diego on the roof, but this is more of a standstill now, so I'm not sure how long you're willing to commit here.
A lot of breathing room for this squad. So I think this is why they're winning this fight here. Also, Alpha 7 did end up seeing SON cross that bridge. They were expecting a bit of a bridge camp too, so they're wanting to take this fight. They don't want to have another team to worry about. But the thing is, with this stalling that they're currently having, they're allowing Jaguar pull up to them. And now Loops Esports, they were also being a squad that wanting to set up a bit of a trap, and it's going to end up backfiring as Outta gets on fire there with the Grey Molotov from Intense Game. The grenades are going to be coming down from Intense Game. Can they actually connect? And look at the way that these teams are just putting out those Molotovs, controlling the path of some of the other players, controlling where they're going to be going, and it's working out wonders for Loops as the grenades are going to be coming in, the knocks are going to be coming in, and the eliminations, the points, they're just going to keep adding them, PB.
This is number 3 versus number 4 in the lobby, and it looks like number 4 having the upper hand so far. Pedrinho going to retreat, and you guys are aware that this is a southern military island. I mean, it's very, very south zone, right? Can somebody radio into iNCO and let them know where the zone is? They're in Yasnaya still. I don't know if they got the memo that this is a southern circle. You can see all these players and teams down here. Well, here is iNCO. They're chilling. So they've got a different strategy altogether, but I do like that they've just decided to play their game and not really be concerned about where the map turns blue. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, if you've got the meds, sit in the zone. I mean, both bridges are already camped, PB. We're talking Loops fight we just saw with Intense Game. We've got Influence Rage still on the eastern side, and they're actually full aggressing on Alpha 7. They're saying, hey, we got an elimination. Screw it. We're going to send all the bodies after you. Unfortunately for Influence Rage, they've got to deal with both powerhouses here, 7 Revo and Korea, both prime and nade, but Mafioso in the back, catching him off guard.
The anchor player, Mafioso, this is why he's so huge for this squad. Now Rebel switching his focus, and the thing is, the reason why Influence Rage decided to switch it and make sure they make that push, because they were able to confirm one of the players then from Alpha 7, realizing it was Alpha 7, sending it towards them, but now Rebel ends up getting knocked as the circle just continues to shift further south into the west, PB. You're gonna get that military, and you're gonna get one heck of a military final circle if it continues to go even more south into the west.
It really will, man. I love the fact that this Alpha 7 squad and Influence Rage squad, these are your top 2 teams in the lobby. They're not avoiding each other. They have fought nearly every game so far, and it hasn't really been to either squad's detriment right now as they both top the tables. Pretty incredible stuff from them as Influence Rage. They lose a couple, so does Alpha 7. They're down to 3 players, but they're both going to live to fight another day, it looks like. Now, interestingly enough, while all of this was going on and the fight went out to the field, well, they lost that choke point, and Jaguar has passed them up and now owns the bridge. They may be waiting to bridge camp the winner of this fight, or perhaps both of them. So very interesting. IG finally goes down on the other side of the map, not able to get into zone safely. But this game just got interesting for sure. Jaguar has finally left and gone south. But Influence Rage and Alpha 7 may be locked in a stalemate here and then have to, heal out. Heal strat here in stage 3, 7.
Yeah, I don't expect anything different from these squads. And the reason, to give a little bit more context to the viewers too, is these 2 squads generally don't like each other in real life. They will trash talk to each other. When I was there at the finals for PMSL Spring Split, both of the crowds were just going at each other, chanting each other's stuff. So yeah, this is why I was not expecting them to back off anytime soon, considering that there's 2 of the top squads. Now VIP making a push there towards Wolves, and he ends up backfiring a little bit as Juancho throws a nade and knocks out 2 of the players, and in the process he should be able to hopefully come back. Oh no, there's nobody else near. There you go. Hero is going to be able to clutch up. Can he actually do it, Enigma? As now he's trying to find that last player, but it was so slow that now the other players from VIP are up and running.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I believe they were trying to get a reset going on down south for the Wolf squad, and Juancho just getting full slammed. And
I don't know if they know Hegor's is in the...
He's
I don't
chilling.
know if they know he's in there.
Prince, this isn't a ghost. He doesn't just disappear. You saw him get into it. You stared him in the face through the window.
I don't know if he saw him, though.
They're playing peekaboo. I think they might have been able to spot him now. Oh, there you go. You saw him being able to switch now towards the back.
He is so comfy in there.
Oh, yeah. Prince
you gotta start shooting it. Come on. Blow it up.
Do you know, Prince?
Nope.
Now they know.
There you go. We found the mouse, ladies and gentlemen. Just start shooting at the hovercraft and hope that he ends up jumping up and hope that we don't end up losing the player. There you go. Igor gets spotted by VIP and gets eliminated. A bit of a game there, trying to figure out where he ended up going. PB, they were just scoring. They were scavenging throughout that whole building, wondering where that player went.
Wait a minute, you're absolutely right, but what in the world? How did Alpha 7 get all the way down here ahead of these teams? They're about to make it into zone. What in the world has gone on that's allowed that to happen? Absolutely crazy. We take a peek at center zone, and UT taking advantage of that position. They dropped at military base. They're still chilling middle of the circle, waiting for everyone else to get to them. They need a lot of points. They're chilling in 14th right now, but this is their game. This is their time to shine. They can make something happen as Brazilians gets into the action here on Loops. Another man down to a nade. Loops seems to be kind of on one this game. They are clicking on all cylinders, Enigma.
Yeah, 6 eliminations. Unfortunately, Brazilians, even with having those 4 eliminations under their belt, not able to collect themselves to take on the force that is Loops Esports. And Loops, by the way, all 4 players still up. No one really to the north side other than Royals of War kind of gatekeeping them. Alpha 7, I believe, was able to make that rotation earlier on safely because they were griefing the Influence Rage vehicle, saying, hey, we're going to shoot your buggy tires out. We're going to make the rotation safely ourselves. Obviously, as well, we saw iNCO Gaming come in down to the south side, but my issue is going to be for a lot of these players, are you going to be able to get in with anything? It's actually just Diego here, 7, and he's gone. Never mind.
Boink. Just like that, eliminated out of the vehicle. I got to give props, 7, to iNCO. They made the rotation all the way down south, like Enigma was saying, and they actually have a clear shot at zone. They're one of the better positioned teams, and that was after hanging out for an hour and a half in Yasnaya.
And they're keeping an eye, too, on it straight out of Nepal, because that squad is trying to make their way into the circle as well. And I got to give props once again to VIP, man. That early rotation ended up working out wonders for them. They're currently playing the zone exactly how they need to play it. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get even more eliminations, because with the way this squad's going, if they continue getting the circle, if they continue prioritizing that circle as well, they could end up with the top 5 finish and backing it up with Inlams. Now Maryland switching up the heat here towards 9C Globant. 9C Globant still having Colgo, still having Remix and Milos alive. So they got to make sure they don't get too eager here, because Maryland has paid in the past. And this is a team, if for some reason Maryland is able to win this fight, it will be completely the opposite of what they were doing yesterday at the beginning of the day, Enigma.
Yeah, and my question mark's going to be, is Colgo going to be able to get more than just one knock here? Almost even getting run over. Stands up, and Gold Boy, he doesn't see him. The snake in the grass gets one. And for 9Z, they were having this compound control all game, it seemed, now being tried, true, and tested on the hillside in Colgo. And I'm wondering where the support from the teammates are. We have Remix actually forced into a 1v1 down the hillside, but the bait's coming through. His teammate over top, Milos, getting the shots connected, and PB, as a 3-man, they're starting to dismember Maryland Esports.
They really are. I feel like this is a rivalry kind of brewing right now. We've seen these two squads come together. Remember, it was last match where Maryland eliminated 9Z. 9Z now looking for revenge, but perhaps looking in the wrong direction. As Sanab makes his escape from Maryland, they are able to kind of get away, it looks like, but it's just Sanab and Squash that have to try to get it done. They are going to elect to fight another day, but really impressive fight there from 9Z. Colgo on the flank, getting it done, and I really like the fact that he didn't try to go and over push to get that flush. He immediately retreated, dropped back with the grenades, and ultimately great plays from 9Z. And looks like they're going to have a tough rotation though to get into the zone. They'll probably want to make a move pretty soon here, 7.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit scared there for Maryland. They seem a bit too aggressive, which is a team that is going to continue to be aggressive. But at what point do you want to be able to have a bit more of a strategy when you make those pushes towards those squads? It's stuff that they can definitely learn on. If you're going to make those kind of mistakes, you want to be able to make it here in phase 1. So you can always go back, VOD review, and see what you can improve on once you end up getting towards the finals. Meanwhile, Loops Esports in this little divot right here with this terrain, it could end up working out for them. The only downside with this position is that it's not going to be within the zone, or it's barely going to be within the zone. You're going to have to worry about United for Gaming. You have Row as well, straight out of Nepal, so many teams. So you got to make sure you get your full roster here and have everybody looking in different scenarios. So far, this squad is up to 6 eliminations, and they could end up getting even more as Team Liquid's going down, Enigma.
Yeah, and Team Liquid actually going to be taking knocks from SON, and even though they lost Leon, they're full aggressing onto the Team Liquid split, and it's actually only going to be 2 in the building. The rest of Team Liquid outside the building might see some sort of nades come through the smokes. Mythic ratting it out in the shack. KC, I believe, understanding the situation, the jump shots, and he does get them there. Big pickup for SON. They are a duo, but you're sitting a lot closer to the center of the circle here compared to Loops here, PB. All these teams fighting desperately for a spot in this zone.
That was a big fight right there, because Team Liquid, I actually liked their position in the zone. They were gatekeeping about 5 or 6 different squads north of them, and ultimately it didn't matter. SON able to push in, clean up shop, and send Team Liquid packing, and that was one of the hottest teams in the lobby this game between them and Loops here. Loops now up to 7 eliminations as well. They have good position, but they also are going to have to move to the circle as it does shift to the south. And now it's straight out of Nepal with that position just outside the walls of the military base, kind of waiting for Loops. We'll see if that happens. And here's that revenge coming through just like that. Maryland gone. 9Z having the last lap, at least for now. I'm going to keep an eye on this rivalry as the day continues, 7.
Easy cleanup there for 9C, but they're going to have to switch their focus towards iNCO and have to worry about VIP as well. With this cover from the vehicles, they should be able to survive a little bit long. iNCO is going to be too far within range distance, at least for those grenades, but 9C, I mean, Colgo is just not going to slow down. And something that I want everybody to keep an eye on is look at that leaderboard. Look how many team names are grayed out there towards the top. So if there was ever a chance to close that gap, it would be now. Earlier, I was talking about iNCO might be too far to be able to get within nade range. Guess what? You're going to have Ro now to worry about, 9C. You got to make sure you connect with one of these players, or you don't stay still, as the grenades are just going to continue to rain down. There goes Cold Goat. Remix trying to go for that pickup, but he needs to be careful because more grenades are going to be coming in, and now iNCO's making this push closer to them, Enigma.
Yeah, iNCO Gaming desperately wanting the eliminations themselves, and then Abete actually being the one to dime one across the roadside down south. And I was really honestly just wondering when VIP was actually going to start applying pressure to the Royals of War solo, because he was sitting there for 30 or 40 seconds, PB. He was throwing nades over top just in the dead open to a full 4-man squad. And now with the circle shift happening, we might actually see Royals of War potentially disengage a bit, while iNCO Gaming tries to push the gas further. Wow.
Great job there to eliminate 9Z nades, which is ruthless. Right now, we've got 6 teams alive, and 3 of them from North America, straight on Nepal, still hanging on. We also have VIP Esports and iNCO getting it done. iNCO, with the incredibly late rotation, has the majority of the zone to their control, but we also have to consider Loops, who is just cruising right now. They've got 7 eliminations. They push through the smoke, taking the fight to UT. But Nilzada knocked down at the door, and the backup comes in. Rafinha, it's all up to you, and he can't get it done. Loops eliminated, and that leads us to the top 5, 7.
Lancine doing it by himself. They're just holding it down for his squad with a little bit of help from his teammate and also some of the other squads raining it down. Great performance there for United for Gaming, and now everybody top 10 and higher are going to be out. It's going to come down to those 11 and 16 place teams. If you wanted to get a chance to be able to move up on the leaderboard, this is it. See if you can maybe collect some of those eliminations. See if maybe you can position yourself even better within the circle, as VIP is going to be looking to do. They have Amol trying to get some of that scouting done. Same as Saman. Saman was one player, Enigma, that you wanted to keep an eye early on within the game and within this match. He decided not to fight it out, and it worked out wonders, and right now he's playing perfectly the role of scouting.
Yeah, but now we're talking, this is the moment. You got to start fighting. You've only got 1:30 left on the clock to work in for really just a roadside of scraps for cover. We did see 9Z spot. Obviously, iNCO's actually debating, I believe, on potentially taking that as a position. But nonetheless, these southern squads going to have to deal with, obviously, Royals of War, United for Gaming, potentially even SON taking shots at them, because they're the only 2 teams down south that aren't comfortable with their position. With it being stage 6 as well, we're seeing 2 more circle shifts. These squads still have to move around. And for the battle tracker on the right, the one thing that surprises me, Powerbang, 4 out of the 5 squads, all 4 players still standing.
Yeah, there's a lot of points left on the board. That's all that means to me. And, you know, one of these teams really might have a shot at getting their first chicken dinner. The only one that sniffed the top of the podium so far is Royals of War in game 1 of day 1. And they're trying to do that once again, but not if these other 4 teams can stop them. It looks like VIP starting to go at it here with iNCO in control of the bottom side of this zone. iNCO has been impressive so far this game. Again, late rotation in, but the nades have been on point, and they're going to try to follow it up with some more. Those land, but don't get the job fully done. And now VIP getting chipped away at the backside from Royals of War.
Yeah, VIP was not expecting that much aggressiveness as soon as they moved into this area, but the thing is, iNCO has not allowed any player to get close by. You can see those grenades currently just flying over the players of VIP. Prince trying to find a spot here. They don't know where to go. They had Rose shooting at them, and on top of that, iNCO just being so close to them. iNCO currently up to 8 eliminations. Remember what the players were saying earlier at the beginning of the day. Brunosen, he said, we came here to win today. Let's see if that's going to be happening, Brunosen, because right now you're looking real good with the positioning that you have. You had the whole south of the map, and even if you decide to split a little bit more with this 2-2 split that you guys have, the west is wide open as well, Enigma.
Yeah, on the west side, unfortunately for Royals of War, when they took that engagement on a VIP, they lost 2 players, so that's only a duo holding down the western side. My question mark is going to be, how does United for Gaming move past this circle shift? Because it's only a duo in the compound in front of you, but what we just saw with iNCO Gaming, full sight lines on the cross, as well as for iNCO Gaming, they have the potential of even just pulling up onto the backside of that 1 stack SON currently occupies. There's no good way to watch those sort of angles through the south. It's really a matter of time, maybe, of even how this circle shift happens. But with a minute left on the clock, PB, UT's got to start making moves.
They really do, and I'm really surprised that Straight Outta Nepal is just letting UT run up to this house and chuck grenades into it. I mean, you gotta know that they have to make this push across the street. You would think a grenade or something would come out to thwart this effort, but maybe the inexperience here of Straight Outta Nepal showing just a little bit. United 4 makes the crossing, and now they're pushing in, but they're getting help from iNCO, who's chipping in with the third party. Jaguar down on the back line, Gatsby down. Straight Outta Nepal is eliminated, and now the hopes of NA rest with iNCO, who occupies the south part of this zone. United 4 has 1 player down. Each squad has 2 members left, and this looks like it might be iNCO's game for the taking, 7.
It could end up being they're playing it smart. They know that Row might be close by. That 2-2 split coming into play. Row's going to want to be a little bit more aggressive. They're going to get spotted out there by United 4 Gaming. That's going to give an advantage there towards iNCO, letting them know, yes, those players that we expected them to be on the other side of this little ledge will be there. And now United 4 Gaming just taking Row apart. And it's going to come down to a 4 versus 3. Who's going to be taking it here? iNCO, they do have this terrain to work with. With United 4 Gaming, they have buildings to work with. If you wanted to choose any of this too, which position would you want to be in, Enigma?
It's got to be iNCO Gaming. You've got the uphill advantage. You've been able to keep your cars safe all game long after taking out 9Z Globant. And now with United 4, you're watching that elimination feed. You understand this is just a 3-man in front of you. There's no other squads you have to deal with, no snakes in the grass. And now we see it as well. Yeah, United 4 Gaming, they used everything just to get to this point. So now them having to move forward into, I mean, we could even see it through the x-ray there. A full 4-man spread from iNCO Powerbang. I just don't see it happening.
All right.
What?
7, can you take over for 1 second?
We'll definitely do that. United 4 Gaming just waiting patiently here to see if they can just spot somebody from iNCO Gaming. Waiting patiently. We might actually end up waiting to see what's going to be happening towards the next circle. There you go. The smokes are going to be coming out. United 4 Gaming wanting to be a little bit more proactive. They are the team that are going to be a little bit further away from the circle. Meanwhile, iNCO just has so much room to work with, so many angles. You wanted to see this angle. You wanted to be here in this position where iNCO's at. But now, iNCO, how many smokes do you have? What kind of utility are you going to be working in? Remember, these teams have used a lot of grenades early on, especially where iNCO was early on. They used it against VIP, and they usually used it against other squads as well. Now, United 4 Gaming making the push. They decide not to wait there by the rock. They want to make a full push here as United 4 Gaming closing up the gap in a big, big way. McGrelling going to be trying to fend the Enigma.
11 frags. This guy's throwing the whole backpack right now as well. We didn't even make note of it. Who needs the smoke grenades if you get up onto the ridgeline and oh my god, they're doing it. McGrellan trying to salvage it. Powerbang. The shots come through and he's clutching it up in the open. The 1v3. McGrellan coming in for the winner chicken dinner. iNCO Gaming, baby. First NA win. This is what we love to see.
They are talking that trash, giving those hearts, blowing those kisses, and just like that, we are getting it done. Top of the podium, and I pointed them out in Yasnaya early on in that game. That strat worked. The late rotation, they let everybody else kind of thin out the herd ahead of them, and they got in scot-free. Free and clear all the way to the southeastern part of the zone, and they made the most of that position. iNCO Gaming getting it done for their first winner chicken dinner, and also the region's first winner chicken dinner. I loved what I saw from them, and honestly, I loved what I saw from NA in general. 7, we had 3 teams in the top 5 right there. Granted, Straight Outta Nepal faded away a little earlier than we would like, but they didn't have full strength. But overall, really like the performance of North America this time around.
Baby steps, right? We're talking baby steps here in North America. Whatever we get positive, we will definitely end up taking. One thing that we were kind of sad about, as we do have to point out there at the beginning, was Xforce. I was really hoping they'll be able to scout a little bit more. Hopefully, they'll be able to bounce back as some of these other teams have been able to. And for iNCO, this could end up being a big confidence booster. I know this squad definitely ends up being a confidence booster. Juancho there connected with the nade. I think he ended up knocking himself as well with that nade too. But for iNCO, I want to see what Brunosen is going to be doing in the next couple matches. Vitali as well, and McGrellan clutching it up there towards the end. It was absolutely beautiful, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think Bruno is just one of my favorite sort of players on that roster because he's someone that gets hype. You want someone that is able to start yelling as soon as you get the winner chicken dinner. And yeah, I understand there's a lot of games in this tournament, but you need someone that's able to get the blood flowing from minute one. And Rondo, maybe a little bit of a lower performance than they like. They said, hey, you know, let's play our game, let's come into the zone late, and let's make sure we can keep 4 players up, and 4 players that they had that entire match here. Obviously, at the end, it got a little bit too spooky for my liking, but luckily, when you have someone like McGrell ice cold in the veins, he's able to clutch up. And the stats here, even though Bruno's only got 87 here, PB, everyone else is putting up record numbers.
Hey, Bruno, you can't win them all, man. The good news is the team able to pick up the slack this time around. Look at that. McGrell and Vitali both with 4 eliminations. Then Abete with 3. Massive damage coming out from those 3 players as well. So again, just a really incredible performance. And you got to factor in the fact that iNCO spent the majority of the game in the blue zone. So they weren't even in a position to attack anyone else. And they still found a way to put up 11 and pick up 10 points for that chicken dinner. So a big performance from them. Let's check the match rankings and see how the other teams fared as well. You gotta like the performance for Loops that game. Team Liquid did pretty decent, but United 4 Gaming got the shot in the arm that they so desperately needed as well, putting up 14 points in second place, 7.
Yeah, United 4 Gaming coming into this match after yesterday, they only had 6 placement points. Now, after this performance and considering what they were able to do in Rondo 2, they're going to be able to double those placement points. And on top of that, add some of those eliminations as well. Straight out of the power, you were talking about it. Just so much from NA here. VIP Esports 2, another great position, but that one thing that I was scared about that I was mentioning with VIP is those elims. They were only able to get 3, but I'm happy for this squad that they decided to rotate early, Enigma. It goes to show how quickly a decision like being able to rotate early, secure a compound, and then control it can lead for you to just end up in a top 4 situation, maybe even in a top 5 situation.
Yeah, and that's where you want to place yourself. The eliminations will come with the placements as long as you're not too afraid to go for it. In that match, I felt they were a little too passive, turtled up even when it came to their placements coming into that stage 5 and 6 zone, but this bottom half of the leaderboard, this is where the disaster really struck, right? Talking about teams getting camped on the bridges, Xforce as well, off rotation alone. We saw them struggling, and by the way, I believe Fate didn't get those knocks because he didn't have an automatic in his hands, just a single shot DMR. So unfortunate stuff, but when you don't go for that contest drop like I thought they were going to do against Maryland and Primorsk, you really set yourself up for failure. But with there being 2 Aaron Gills left, PB, there's still room to grow.
There really is. Wolves going out early with 0 eliminations, and man, that's a tough one to swallow for them. Perhaps next time they might rotate a bit earlier given they dropped so close to the bridge, but check out the MVP. It is a Lanzin from United 4 Gaming, dropping early onto military base, camping out there the entire time, and he's got 2 special hands, and that seems to be the theme for these MVPs. They're just getting it done, you know what I'm saying? Almost 800 damage to this man's name in one match, 7.
The hands that they do the magical stuff with, being able to collect those eliminations. It's not like the post that he's doing. I was trying to do it. Okay, that's how you do it. All right, I got it. But let's see what the overall is going to be showing, man, because I want to see how some of those teams towards the bottom ended up moving up or closing at least a bit of a gap, because remember, those top teams, yeah, Brazil was going to continue to do Brazil things, but look at the moves that we're seeing now from United Gaming. They end up moving all the way up to 10th place. On top of that, straight out of Nepal, being able to collect some points as well, PB.
Yeah, you could see things starting to shift a bit, but the problem was all of the teams in the right column kind of gained points that game. I mean, it was literally like we flipped the standings for that particular match, with the top teams all finishing on the bottom all on the top. And so things have tightened up a little bit, but not a ton. So interestingly enough, the only exception to that being iNCO Gaming with that winner chicken dinner is going to slide on over to that left column all the way up to 7th place, 7.
Yeah, that's right, and I'm glad you mentioned it. I was going to say iNCO Gaming ended up being in 13th place before this last match. After this last match with that performance, Enigma, they make a switch all the way up to 7th place. Wolves Esports does end up falling down a little bit. 9C Globant as well, not being able to put up a performance. But something to keep an eye on, too, for 9C Globant and straight out of Nepal, Enigma, is look at the amount of eliminations this squads are being able to put up. I want to see what they can do if they get even more top 5 situations with those players alive, and they they just start fragging out.
Yeah, 9Z is always a squad. They win one squad engagement, unfortunately just don't have the time to reset. SON loves playing those first 2 or 3 circles, being a thorn in people's sides, picking off 1 or 2 squad mates, but I mean, even just below him, man, unfortunately, I'm seeing 3 NA teams holding up the very bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, come on, guys, please make it happen at some point. This is the second day, and thankfully for iNCO, their win is on the most played map in the tournament, right? First, Erangel, you get the win. You got 2 more after this. I want to see more signs out of them, but I want to see it as well from everyone out of NA, and unfortunately, there can only be 1 winner each match.
Well, fingers crossed that we're able to see it some more from the likes of iNCO Gaming. They win our second game of the day. Influence Rage taking home the first, and we have Kaya standing by with Law from Influence Rage.
I'm here right now with Lau from Influence Rage because they won the first map, Rondo. And I want to ask you about Rondo. What are you thinking about this like Rondo in place of Sanhok in the map rotation?
Acho que pra gente foi muito bom, porque Sanhok não era um mapa tão bom nosso. Bootcamp a gente ficava muito a pé e o meta estava sendo meio que usar carro. E acredito que pra gente foi muito bom essa mudança.
So he said that basically it was a good change to put Rondo instead of Sanhok because they usually had to do the rotations on foot and the meta to go on car, and it was not that good for them, Sanhok. So he's happy that now they're playing Rondo. And I want to ask about if there is a team that particularly worries you in the PMSL Americas, because for now Brazil is at the top of the rankings.
Acredito que um time que pode incomodar um pouco é o Wolves. Acredito que os outros times brasileiros a gente conhece bem, mas dos outros regiões, acho que o Wolves é o time mais forte.
Okay, so even though Brazil is at the top of the rankings, the team that actually worries them is Wolves because they know the Brazilian teams better than actually they know Wolves, and it can be a challenge in the future. That's it. Thank you, and congratulations for this match.
I, Victor, have soloed countless enemies on the battleground, rising above all. But alas, one ill-timed ambush and I was forced to jump off a cliff. When I awoke, I found that I'd become a billionaire? Here by the ocean, far from the cacophony of battle, I've built myself the most luxurious home. It boasts magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an immersive atmosphere. The complete transparency is totally my vibe. Every morning, I wake up in this gigantic bed and roll straight onto the balcony for some sunbathing. Imagine never having to wear battle gear again. I switch up my look all the time to match the season. Maybe I should open a fashion design company. If I hadn't been fighting on the battleground, I bet I would have become a huge celebrity. Look, a piano! Such a beautiful home naturally needs a piano to enhance the atmosphere. Becoming a musician is one of my biggest dreams, you know. It's been forever since I've had such a fancy lunch. Whenever I sit on the swing, I always think about how great it'd be to have a partner by my side. The sound of water soothes my soul. This is truly the life I was meant to live. Life as a rich person is just so uneventful and simplistic, isn't it? Running in the sunset with my enemies takes me back to my youth. The sound of bullets whizzing past one's ears, teammates shouting close by.
Victor, wake up!
No way! That was a dream? Battle goes on. For life is endlessly cruel.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape! Work with teammates to activate the terminals. To open the exit gates, the survivors win. when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items, but remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PMSL America's Fall Split for 2025. I'm so excited to be bringing you this action. My name is Powerbang, the host of the event, alongside 7 Worlds Gaming and Enigma. Gentlemen, we've got a couple of games in the books. We had a winner that has not been, unfamiliar to the likes of the spotlight, but then we see iNCO Gaming stepping up, getting things done for North America. Is this a trend that will continue as we see Aaron Gill once again next map 7?
So far, North America has stepped it up in a big way the second day in comparison to what we saw there out of them in the first day. Rondo, we saw good performances, good eliminations, amounts too, coming out of Wolves. And then coming into this first Aaron Gill, we saw iNCO pulling off the win, backing it up with Illims too. And on top of that, VIP and some of the other squads as well. I'm hoping, Enigma, it does continue on because we want to get on this NA hype train. We want to continue on this NA hype train and not continue to see memes from all those pages on Instagram just absolutely blasting NA.
I mean, I was laughing my ass off seeing them last night, but for the most part, I don't want that to be a reoccurring thing, right? And for the most part, unfortunately, our other 2 partnered squads down at the bottom, Xforce, Wolves, they butchered that last game. Some of them even had prime positions, thinking of Juancho, having to fight a full squad, slamming them, that being VIP. Thankfully, those 2 teams that did qualify through the Titan Series were able to seem to find some sort of level ground. SON obviously taking that fight into Team Liquid, and like I said, VIP coming into that top 5 after the Wolves engagement. So NA, at least on the come up in my eyes, but I'm also wanting to see these middle of the pack teams take out the top teams early. It can't be just you having one good game and the rest of the lobby says, okay, we're going to collect ourselves and come back. You need to prevent those teams from getting points, and you need to start shooting yourself up consistently each time, Powerbang.
They really do, and I feel like I want more from some of these other teams, and we started to see it in Game 2, right? Some glimmers of hope. We saw Straight Outta Nepal showing up in those final circles. VIP Esports with the great early rotation. Loved that. One team we didn't see this last game, really, was Xforce. Kind of got eliminated pretty early, and again, I'm looking squarely at them because it's time to put up or shut up, and I will say that they did pick up a new player in Klaus, who has been a longtime member of Dauntless in the North American region. This is a player that is bringing the A game. You're not hearing, him making any excuses thus far. He's actually 14th in the lobby in damage dealt right now, and he's number 1 on the team by a pretty significant margin. So Klaus really bringing up the level of play right now for Xforce, and I want to see if some of the other folks can do the same. So again, Xforce is a team that I'm rooting for. I hope they can deliver, but I feel like we're getting on in this tournament at this point. We're almost at the halfway point of league stage number 1. And if you recall, we're playing this week for head start points. At the end of each league stage, the points will be reset, but those that finish at the top of the standings will have an opportunity to earn up to 15 head start points that they can take with them to the finals. So that consistent play, oh so important right now. And, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, Intense Game, they're sitting pretty good, 7.
I'm going to be looking at those teams, not even towards the top, just towards the middle of the pack and the bottom too, because of how close everything is at the moment. There is a chance after this game, we will be crossing the halfway mark of phase 1 for those bonus points. Maybe you can start creating yourself a gap towards those teams towards the bottom if you are moving up. I mean, we saw what United for Gaming was able to do, collecting, I think, 13 or 14 points in this last match. And then iNCO moving from 13th place all the way up to 7. That could be the difference of you being able to make it to PMGC in the top 2 once you get to the finals, or it could be the difference of you just not being able to. You're just going to end up being too far, especially, PB, if this team towards the top continue to perform like this and continue to be consistent. This team's got to take advantage whenever the top teams give them a chance to take advantage of it and close that gap.
That's a great point, and it's now or never. Honestly, for a lot of these teams to secure some of those bonus points, they gotta flip the switch. They gotta bring that A game. Good news is we're trending in a positive direction, at least today. The lobby is loaded. We're getting ready to go to Game 3 here in just a moment. Before we do, I gotta get official coming in for this match. 7 World, start with you.
I'm gonna be Alpha 7. I think we're gonna expect a bit of a bounce back here from this team. I said I was gonna stay with Wolves the whole day. I'm lying to myself here, boys. I have to go with Alpha 7.
All right, and we got a quick word from our sponsor. If you are looking for a great device, Infinix is looking for you to get that winner champion deal. You can level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. It's built for gamers and made for champions. Speed, style, and performance for your next win. Get the Infinix GT30 series and outplay the rest. And with that, we'll come to you, Enigma, for your pick. And we got, 7 switching things up. Who do you choose to win this game?
I'm choosing. For the most part, I was liking a lot of stuff last game, especially from the iNCO boys. So I'm going to go with iNCO game. Let's get another back-to-back. Let's just have that each day. Some team going back-to-back on the win columns.
I like it. And for me, I'm going to go with Maryland Esports. Feel like they got, one pulled over on them from 9Z this last game, a little revenge, but I think the pendulum swings both ways. Looking for a big performance here from Maryland. I feel like they've had a really strong last 4 games now, and they've put themselves squarely in the conversation to try to climb back into the top of the standings. So again, we take a peek at our Erangel top performers. We've got Intense Game dealing some major damage. You can see down there on average, they're putting out 1,271 damage on this map. So excited to see it. Another Southern playing path here. We kick off once again with VIP and United 4 Gaming in the South. We'll see if they get rewarded with the Southern Zone once again, 7.
Yeah, loving the adjustments some of these teams have been able to do, especially in regards to hot drops. Team Liquid not longer gonna have to worry, honestly, about a straight out of Nepal, as they have just chosen that mill to power. And with this circle right here, everything towards the north is going to be open unless Alpha 7 decides to drop that Lipovka spot with this playing path, and they actually make a full rotation there towards the northwest and try to go towards Giorgio. We'll have to wait and see what these squads are going to be doing. One hot drop that is going to continue on here is going to be Xforce against Maryland. You wanted to see Maryland, you wanted to see what they're capable of here. We might end up having to see them get into action very quickly here, PB.
That was really interesting. I said Maryland, and I was looking for where they were dropping on the map. I scanned that whole map front to back, side to side, and then did it again. Couldn't find Maryland. Well, they're right underneath Klaus here, who is armed with a crossbow. So that's not great news, except for it is. Klaus connecting with Sanab, and he is showing why he is one of the top players. Man, if he got the 2-piece there, I was going to lose my mind. Xforce, though, starting action. A little rough, but man, here we go. I don't know who's going to win this game, 7.
You had that crossbow and crossbow action. You saw Klaus being able to get him there with the regular crossbow, and then you had the explosive bow coming in out of none other than Maryland. They will be able to get some pickups here. They might be able to recover just in time. Molina gonna have to stop the revive, and he's not gonna be able to, as Aleem clutching it up there for his squad. Sinab's gonna be going down, but he's gonna try to clutch it up here for Maryland as he's the last one standing. He's gonna be able to connect with one. Now he needs to make sure he connects, confirms that elimination there, Enigma, and at least if they do end up exiting early, they'll exit with 1 elimination towards their tally.
Yeah, Xforce, you got to be able to keep Fade up there. You had the 1 player left, and unfortunately 24Ks might get caught out. Thankfully, he is able to shoot him, and the BM is going to come through. Last game on Erangel, I was wondering, why didn't Xforce drop with them? I think they just thought Maryland wasn't going to commit to the hot drop, but this time around they said, hey, We're going to send the squad inside. We're going to take the engagements. And I love the fact that they had 2 explosive foes on Maryland, being able to catch 1 player for free on A-Lim. But the difference was there, I felt, PB, they didn't go for the thirst. They just allowed Xforce to walk up and get the trades left and right.
I'm shocked that Klaus is still alive. I mean, he died very early in that fight after landing a miraculous crossbow shot. I loved it. But that's good news for Xforce because, again, he's been the top player on the squad, and he's going to live to fight another day, so.
It will be able to, and yeah, that crossbow, man, I'm a big fan. Okay, I sometimes try to go for those no scopes. It ends up working out for me with sniper rifles. With crossbows, I am an absolute potato when it comes to that. But now we're switching over to iNCO Enigma. You want to see iNCO go for the back-to-back. Yesterday, we were not expecting any team to be able to do it, and then Intense Gaming said, watch this, boys. Hopefully, iNCO Gaming here with your pick, they'll be able to go back-to-back.
And back-to-back, I do believe as well. Yeah, PB, I'm hearing right now in the ear right now, they're telling us, interview with McGrellin. Let's get a peek at that. I want to see what they have to say coming out of that win.
Winner, chicken dinner for North America, finally. Here we are with Margarine. Congratulations, great match. Late rotations for you guys, but it worked out. Uma rotação tardia para vocês, parabéns por a queda, mas ainda assim deu certo.
Sim, a rotação que a gente tá desde o split passado treinando ela e procurando melhorar é sempre ela, mesmo dando certo. Então eu acredito que nós só fez o que nós estava planejado.
We've been practicing that rotation a lot, always that rotation, so we were able to do the things that we planned. Yesterday wasn't a good day for North America in general. What did you guys change for this day? O que vocês mudaram para esse dia? Ontem não foi um dia bom para ninguém da North America, mas esse dia já está dando certo.
Se Deus quiser terminar com o dia com uns 80, 90 pontos, se quiser, né? Tipo, se der tudo certo. Então eu acredito que vai dar tudo certo. Começamos com o pé direito o dia, então vamos com tudo, né?
Yeah, we want 80, 90? 80, 90 pontos? 80, 90 points we were aiming for. Luckily, everything will turn out good for us. We started good today, so let's see what happens. Bro, thank you very much. Congratulations. Let's go, Nate.
McGrellin, baby, making sure we understand the game plan, especially coming out of day 1. NA, like Sarpatch said, 7, not really performing the best, but I was pretty surprised. McGrellin was saying in the interview, we make that rotation every time, because now the question mark in my head is going to be, who else is listening to these interviews, 7? Is another team potentially going to maybe look for that squad on rotation?
Are we doing a Dragon Ball fusion here? Yesterday, it was with PB and myself, both minds thinking alike, and now you and I absolutely thought the exact same thing here. Let's go back to it, though, as Loops right now going up against Resilience. Resilience being able to knock Niasada from Loops Esports, and they're going to connect to it. There's going to be one elimination going their way, and more than likely, they're going to be looking to collect even more here as B-Team goes out, the MVP of day 1. But yeah, I'm absolutely with you, with iNCO saying they've just been practicing that rotation over and over again. I'm pretty sure teams are going to keep an eye on that. They're going to be like, okay, it's a same circle, same map. Let's see if iNCO's maybe going to be coming our way once again, Enigma.
Yeah, and coming your way, that's got to be the case for the most part. But Resilience, after getting that one elimination onto Loops here, Power Bang, they're looking for more action, but it's not going to be the same squad. It's going to be Rose of War potentially being the third party rotating into them.
Absolutely. We've got the Resilience squad here, looting up, staying quiet per usual. I want to see these guys get into it. I still don't know who this squad is, right? I want to see them get into it. I want to see what their capability is. But ultimately, so far, I feel like there's been a lot of, I don't want to say camping. They're getting their positions and they're kind of chilling. But I want to see them be tested and challenged because they were the #1 team by a large margin coming in from LATAM. And I want to see if they really, truly have the chops to back it up at this level 7.
They might be able to. I mean, yesterday they had a good performance at the start, and then they just kind of dwindled down the leaderboard. That's the thing that's going to separate these teams from the teams that have been here for a long time. Yesterday, they started off the day in 16th place in Rondo, but were able to bounce back when we came down to iNCO. 5th place finish, 4th place finish, and 5th place finish as well. But so far today, we just haven't been able to see much out of that squad. Right now, they're sitting in 12th place. They do have 2 eliminations that we got a chance to see early on out of this squad. Meanwhile, we're switching over to United for Gaming, keeping tabs on what VIP is going to be doing here. And United for Gaming, they are going to be split. they're looking to set up maybe a trap here for VIP. And in VIP going into tomorrow, they might end up having to adjust if for some reason this circle or this kind of path plays out again.
Got iNCO chilling once again, way out in the blue zone. So I'm liking the strategy, the delay from them. They're just content to get really looted up, really geared, not really worry about what else is going on the map, and make that late rotation in. And hopefully some of the dominoes have fallen at that point. And, we'll see if that strategy pays off once again. But, I would not be shocked to go back to the well on something that worked so well last game. We'll see if they can do it once again as VIP in a bit of a pickle here against United 4 Gaming, who has some serious high ground, Enigma.
And I feel like there's almost a bit of a bait play. United 4 Gaming not going for the thirst just yet. I actually would have liked to have seen the shots wait going on to Prince. Maybe just wait for him to stop moving on the revive, but instead feeling the shot. Does connect one, but it's not to the head. He will be able to potentially get the heal off if he can jump out in a safe spot. We do see the blue zone as well. Actually, Batman being one going for the pickup 7. So VIP Esports, they get camped out. They dropped Novo, not recognizing United 4 Gaming split. And unfortunately, they're getting chased through the blue zone now. Not even in the regular vehicles, but the hovercraft, baby.
We saw what this squads were able to do earlier with their hovercrafts. We saw a bit of a cat and mouse gameplay early on too. And United 4 Gaming being able to get some knocks there on VIP, securing those eliminations, and also making sure that they revive those players from their squad that ended up getting knocked by VIP as well. At one point, you want to disengage from this fight and just start focusing on that circle, because that circle is just getting further and further away from you. You're going to have to play edge. And if you're not used to that, you're going to have to adjust on the fly. And for some of these squads, it's a little bit easier said than done. Straight out of Nepal, a squad that is going to be within this circle and is going to be looking to just move around, gather that terrain, see if you can maybe force off some of those NA squads, because they are used to playing against each other, PB, as they have faced each other in the Titan series.
Now we're squaring off against Xforce. We got straight on Nepal looking at Xforce, but then over on the other side, we've got the Wolves kind of chilling at a compound, driving by at least. So again, could be a bit dicey here for NA, as we're about to see some inter-region violence, it looks like. But for now, content to kind of rotate around each other. Straight out of Nepal, though, I gotta say, I like the positioning, and they've really stepped up their game today, Enigma.
Yeah, and for S1, it's all a matter of keeping that momentum going. Keep getting the elimination tally higher and higher, the placements closer to that top 3 finish. And for the most part, one thing I got to make note of, we haven't seen it too much. Wolves, almost every game has been holding a split. Rondo worked out great for eliminations. Last Erangel fell short off of people getting knocked. So my question mark has got to be, can this squad find the moment to be able to keep themselves together? But with a circle shift like that, I'm seeing all these teams up north, they're going to have to rotate in. But VIP, man, they're not even out of Millie. They're not even out of the blue zone yet. United 4 Gaming still on the heels of them here, PB.
We got that quarry finish that we were talking about earlier. Oh, yeah. Very excited to see it. What's going on here with United 4 and VIP? It feels like there's some bad blood, because they are just chasing them down, not letting it go. And with that, you can see the exasperation on the look of VIP Esports on the player cams. Love to see it. We got Federal in the background there. Nice little bokeh, setting him off against the distance. The camera's focused on whatever's in the foreground. That's hilarious. We got, again, another big matchup here against 9Z. It's going to be Influence Rage potentially taking them on. Want to see if this actually kicks off, because these are two squads with serious talent, and 9Z, I feel like today have come to play. Granted, they are in 13th. They've had some pretty epic battles, though, with the likes of Maryland.
And for 9C and Influence Rage here, I just want to let you guys know, boys, you can coexist. It's okay. You don't have to fight right now. You will have to fight at some point. But one of the things that happens sometimes in global tournaments is that teams know that they need to coexist with another squad. They don't have to start fighting off right away. The only thing that happens and that allows is a third party. If for some reason some of the other squads do end up going towards where 9C's at, then more than likely Influence Rage is going to be able to spot that and go for that third party. So it's a bit of a decision making there. In those situations, Enigma, what do you usually want to do? Do you just want to go for that fight or just become good neighbors, at least for an extra circle?
You definitely become an 8-man squad, right? The only team that's not really in a comfortable spot is going to be Loops here. They're actually down to a duo, and if I'm 9Z, they're really in the power position here. They're able to take angles onto Influence Rage. There's a reason why we see 3 out of the 4 players in the foreground there being all prone, because they understand, hey, we don't have the comfortability, the angles to take this engagement. While 9Z, they're the ones that have multiple buildings. Them being able to control a spot like this so early on just means that you're playing for the late game. And for Loops, I'm not sure what happened to those 2 players you made note of. It might have been Resilience up here having 2 to their name. Could have potentially caught him off guard, but the issue is so many teams rotating through here. Quarry as well, not really being occupied by anyone other than the first place team in the lobby, meaning that everywhere else up north here, Powerbang, I feel like even towards the center of the map, when we saw the map screen, everyone's occupying it.
Absolutely. You see Resilience kind of making their way into the top part of the zone here. I thought they were going to actually get out-rotated by iNCO, who's coming in from the north as well, making that big, long rotation from Yasnaya. I want to see what happens here on this circle, because Intense Game is really staking out a lot of territory alongside Alpha 7, and it looks like they'll be rewarded for their patience again. That whole left side of the circle kind of up for grabs right now, and that compound that we were keying on a moment ago with Loops, 9Z, and Influence Rage, that just became a lot more popular. They may have to form a 10-man squad there to fend off some of these other squads.
Yeah, please show me that compound fight, because right now we have so many teams crashing onto that area. You have Team Liquid just deciding to get even closer to 9C. They say, no, we don't want to be neighbors. We don't want to create an 8-man squad, a 12-man squad, whatever the case might be. We want to take the fight to you guys, and this is when the decision-making is going to end up happening. And now for 9C, the only thing that happens in this situation is what I was alluding to with those third parties. The grenades are going to be coming in. Reyes being able to connect there with Sheep, but you have to watch out with the push from 9C. If you do decide to push, Alpha 7's currently having a great spot at you. You also got Cold Goat knocked right now. You're gonna have to slow it down a bit, and with this slow down right now, a lot of these teams, Enigma, are thinking about that 12-man squad.
I'm just debating on why Team Liquid decided to slam this compound. They were free down south on the new circle shift, and they said, nah, we're just going to send it. We feel the zone's ending here. And yeah, they lost 1 player, but 3 players remaining. While there was 3 squads in or around this compound, you never see a rotation like that happen twice. You might as well have Thunderstrike on me twice here on the broadcast. But for the most part, these teams, unfortunately, not getting the eliminations with the knocks, resulting in all these teams back at a standstill. So I don't know how many teams are even here. Wait a second. Intense Game now. What is this, on the west side of the compound?
Intense Game coming in from the west. You got Resilience coming in from the east. It's getting hot and hot and hot and hot and hotter. This is absolutely madness going on at this compound, but you gotta think that if you look at the map, all of the buildings in this zone are out of the zone except for this one now. So this is the hotspot. This is what teams want to be able to lock down, is this area, as Resilience fight their way in, trying to get it done. Xforce goes out. They aren't able to get it done, and Resilience able to find a little bit of a solace in safety, at least for the moment. 9Z still clinging to life. They've got all 4 players left up, and I gotta point out, I'm waiting for the nades to come flying from Loops. They've just got the 2-man down there. They've tried to be quiet, but Rattleboy has had a nade in his hand for the last 20 minutes, and he's waiting to use it, 7.
And not only just Loops Esports, there one team that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on is this one right here, Wolves Esports, especially with the hovercraft. Yesterday we've seen it being able to just be huge cover, especially in this kind of areas here where at one point it might be out in the open. You're going to be able to use it as cover. Coop's trying to get an angle on the rest of the squad there from Jaguar. One of the players is going to get knocked. Now do you want to put on the pressure here? Being able to secure that elimination, not quite there for Doran, as he was really trying to go for it. And on the other fight happening too, 9C continuing to get knocks. Igor trying to get that player behind, and it's going to be M2 that put up a great performance yesterday, not today, as Wolves Esports is coming out on top of this fight, Enigma.
Yeah, and the split just allowing Wolves to have full control of Jaguar's pull-up. 2 for 2 on the nade knocks as well from Igor. We saw both players, Coops and Doran, getting down to 1 HP, getting the bait plays going. Usually you see the guns get used to get those knocks, but Igor's saying, nah, I'll save that for later in the match. Good elimination count for the Wolves early, and with them having that far northern side, they were able to prevent SON from third-partying them and being able to get the reset. And yeah, SON, they've got 4 elims, but they've lost KC early. They're now finding the spot that Resilience first rotated from into Xforce here at PB. So now I'm starting to see potentially another NA on A violent scenario.
I am as well, and I'm also seeing bad news for the rest of the lobby. Alpha 7 owns half of the circle right now. There are 9 teams alive. 8 of them are on the top half of the circle. Alpha 7 alone has the southern half of the circle. They have the compounds, they have the high ground, and as you can see, literally bisecting the entire zone. This is not good news for everyone else. So Alpha 7 primed to potentially take it to everyone else yet again. Quiet so far with just 1 elimination. But man, oh man, they have a really good position. That compound continues to be a death trap for everyone, yet somehow everyone's still surviving, 7.
Yeah, everybody's just going to be playing it safe here. And if we can actually take a look at that map with no fights going on, with everybody just trying to get those angles, I mean, you'll be able to see clearly what PB's been talking about with Alpha 7. Full control of the south, a 2-1-1 split there. Rebel having a lot of cover from him. And Mafioso, I'm actually really intrigued with this 2-2 splits that they've been doing for Alpha 7 with Mafioso and Gisao, one of the new players to this roster, wanting to stay within those 2-2 splits, playing a bit of an anchor support there as well, and a fragger entry now for Wolves Esports. We saw them get some eliminations early on. You want to be able to carry this momentum. One thing that I absolutely love that I'm seeing right now for this squad is that they do have all 4 players alive. It should help them out here if they are going to make a push. The thing though, if you do end up making a push, you got to make sure you do it quick, and you got to make sure you do it decisively. If not, you might leave yourself open here for a third party, and they're teasing with it. They're flirting with it, Enigma. Do you just want to go for that push? You already got a knockdown earlier.
I mean, I want to see it right now, but the players understand we gotta wait. We gotta restrict ourselves. The smoke grenades are out. We have the angles. We don't want to rush it because very well Influence Rage could potentially make the rotation, and you see the utility actually getting used now. The smoke grenades missing the windows, being able to potentially find a mark through it, actually getting some good damage onto Gatsby. But if you're the Wolves, you don't want to waste everything. Thankfully though, Coops finds one on a Leon, opening up the scenario, and it's only 1 going to be left on straight out of Nepal. This is the moment you look for the push. Keep 4 players standing here. You need to make sure you get this quick and decisive like you were mentioning, 7. 1 goes down, potentially a third party, but it gets saved. We're not in the danger zone just yet, but it actually looks like someone from Alpha 7 potentially looking for a third party here.
And that was the thing. That was the reason why we're talking about decisiveness. You don't want to leave that door open to some of the other teams. The Brazilian teams, we know they like to be aggressive, especially with a squad like Alpha 7. Rebel has been holding on this angle for the longest time, and you can see them there in the minimap. They have regrouped at least to a 3-1 split for that squad. And I absolutely love this overview, especially earlier when we showed it, when there was just so many teams crashing into compounds. And the fact that these 2 teams are still alive after that mayhem, 9C being able to maintain their 4 players alive, as well as Influence Rage. That's what can happen, PB, when you are just able to be good neighbors for a little bit. You don't always have to fight if you don't need to.
That's right, but one team that will need to fight here pretty quick is iNCO. They're on the outside looking in right now with nowhere really to go, and Mafioso better have his head on a swivel because iNCO is driving by. He sees him coming and retreats, probably a smart heads-up play. iNCO takes the spot, at least for the moment, but they're still not in the safe zone. That's going to give Alpha 7, though, the cue that they might need to come put their focus back this direction to try to secure some extra points. But they rotate even further around. They've got eyes on the Wolves now. And you're absolutely right, 7, about that compound. 9Z somehow still has all 4 players left alive, and they're big chilling while everyone else here on the outskirts, Guizhou and company, trying to just fight tooth and nail for position and for that rank.
Yeah, those smokes came in handy earlier whenever Alpha 7 was taking shots at them. Now for Alpha 7 here, you're going to have to focus a little bit more on which fight you're wanting to take because, yeah, Wolves Esports, you are kind of focused towards the higher ground, but the easier fight that you might need to take is going to be against Resilience, and this is when Mafioso is going to come into hand. Mafioso is going to be that anchor player, trying to get those different angles, trying to call out stuff that he might be able to see from the higher ground too. Meanwhile, iNCO feeling hot after they're winning the last match, gonna be making a push here towards Intense Game. They currently have 3 players left alive. Intense Game only having 2. Brunosen getting knocked there with the nade and getting eliminated. And now iNCO just moving around back and forth, setting up those nades. Are they going to be connecting and just barely missing it? Pedrinho hiding there by the stairs, Enigma.
Yeah, iNCO getting a little too overzealous, climbing into the building, knowing there's essentially 3 or 4 squads in here. Thankfully, McGrone able to pick one on the knock, but they're still having to hunt this last player. Not sure where he's at. He's actually hiding on the stairs. He walked by him, gets one. Pedrinho potentially saving the scenario for this squad. 1v1 situation here. Shotguns in hand for each of them. 1 DBS, 1 S12, and the stairs angles. They start peeking. Vitali debating on where he wants to move. The Molly at his feet as well. He can't even see it due to the smoke grenades. And my question mark now as well, PB, is what is 9Z going to do? There's 2 solos in this building, and we see the aggression. You're battling for 8th at this point.
They are. If I had my druthers, I think they just sit and camp like they have the whole game. I mean, why now? They have the advantage. They're about to take it. But Pedrinho with the clutch plays so far for Intense Game to keep them alive, but it's now up to just him. He's got grenades. That's a sick angle. Drops one in. Doesn't quite connect, but they know he's in the shack now. He's just going to drop this at the door. Can he connect? No grenade, but he comes out, gets a knock, and gets knocked on the way back in for the flush. Intense Game goes down. You know, I'm really glad iNCO crashed here, though, because I feel like this compound just didn't have enough action so far this game. It was really needed. So, with that, we've got Resilience and Alpha 7. Molina dropped, and Alpha 7 looking to take it to him.
It was bound to happen. I was talking about earlier in regards to Wolves. They might wanted to fight Alpha 7. They're able to get Geese out there, but Alpha 7, the more than likely fight that was going to happen first was going to be against Resilience right here. But you don't want to give them enough time because you don't want to be able to recover. Now they only have 3 players. And with the move earlier that we saw 9C being able to do, Influence Rage has closed that gap. That neighborhood, that happiness that we had, the nice little marriage, absolutely gone. Resilience has been able to pick up that player. Alpha 7 looking to close out this players from Resilience. Carrillo being able to knock one player. Rebel's going to be pushing in. He's been able to put up the eliminations and eliminates the last player there from Resilience. And now Wolves Esports looking to secure more ground, looking to third party this, but don't get too overzealous there, Doran, because they still have Mafioso being that anchor for the squad, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wolves, no knock onto any Alpha 7 players. It was just that one and done. We do have 8 eliminations on the squad, but we've seen Alpha 7 dismantle teams as not even just a trio, but a duo in these lobbies. So seeing Revo on the roof, Mafioso in the back. Thankfully, Coop's able to land the shots, but this is still sketchy. You still got to be able to get the knocks and the eliminations to wipe the squad out. You want to take the first place team out. If you're the top North American squad here, PB, you got to show you can go against the Brazilian superstars, and they're doing just that now.
Coops has gone Super Saiyan. Watch out. He is putting the bandana on and heading in just like that. Alpha 7 out of here, and the Wolves storm into the top 4. We are a full strength squad still at this point, and guess what? 7, I told you 9C was just gonna big chill. They're still here, still big chilling, and we've got all 4 members left alive. This has been an interesting strategy. I like what I'm seeing from 9Z. It's funny, I was between them or Maryland on the picks coming into this game because I feel like somebody's got to break out here. Someone has to make a name for themselves, and why not be 9Z? And Loops, look at them still alive, 7.
Yeah, and for 9C, that push that they ended up doing earlier, I actually enjoyed it because they were going to be able to just clear that left side, that west side of the map, and not really have to worry about anything. And they know that that team was going to end up moving up. They know that they're going to have to take this fight. But I'm with you. I'm going to keep a close eye on Loops here, because Loops, they've been teasing those nades over and over again. They haven't actually fully sent them. They're looking for the right situation. Which team is going to be the first one to get the knock? Reyes is feeling hot as he's currently up to 3 eliminations. Cold Goat as well, up to 2 elims, 5 for the squad. So far, 4 players are left alive, and you can see them just teasing, making sure that nobody's going to end up surprising them from the other side. Meanwhile, Loops is sitting pretty, as they are currently one of the only teams that is going to have a compound within the circle, and you can see 9C not wanting to take a full fight here with Influence Rage, but Enigma, that might end up backfiring, because Influence Rage will end up having the high control on them.
Look at Kolgo. He was marking the rock to see if it was in the circle and the smoke trail, able to at least get one across, but as soon as Kolgo gets to it, they get an opening on an Influence Rage of the compound. Kind of 2 fronts going on again for the Latam squad. Able to still stay alive. The vehicle explosion does not knock him. I want to see more players from 9Z start moving. You need to go sooner versus later. It is just a duo next to him, but you got to be able to support Cold Goat here. And unfortunately, we're seeing Igor himself getting an off angle. These angles are getting a little too limited. Warrior able to hide behind. Wancho as well, even looking to swing out in the open. And everyone's trying to play the field now, Powerbang.
It's a really great positioning here from both 9Z to get that beachhead out in the open field, as well as Wolves with Wancho parking his car out there. Those angles will be money. Just give it some time for Influence Rage and 9Z to figure things out amongst themselves. Influence Rage down to their last member, Law, out, and the play zone takes him out, denying the points. And now Wolves with the return fire onto 9Z. It's going to come down to Wolves and perhaps Loops here. I mean, we still have the hope of 9Z and Cold Goat out in the field, but man, dominant performance by Wolves this game. And not only that, they had to run through the top dogs in the lobby to get where they're at.
We've been wondering what could happen if Wolves Esports actually had their 4 players alive, if they actually started fragging out. This is exactly why we hold them in such a high regard for this squad. Currently up to 12 eliminations. Coops, the player that I wanted to see pop off today, having a great performance here so far. And now for Loops, what are you going to be doing here, Loops? Are you just looking to secure some placement points? Because that's exactly what you're going to end up doing. I know you're trying to get some shots there on Cold Goat. Cold Goat, the last player alive here for 9C. He's not going to be able to move. The grenades are going to be coming in. The Molotov is coming in as well from Igor, and they secure another elimination. And now this is looking easy here for Wolves, for Coops, for the squad, for North America, wanting to get another win for North America. Can they do it?
Wait a second.
Wanting to put a stop on that push. They're able to get one.
Oh, no.
Here for Wolves Esports, and it does as Loops clutches up the win. A 2v4. What just happened, boys?
2v4 clean wipe. They didn't lose a player. I was just about to say MVP Loops for somehow, some way surviving in that compound of death for so long. And oh my goodness, they pop out at the end. The patience is rewarded. And I was going to say it earlier. We've seen Loops come through the Titan series. We've seen Loops play in the PMSL spring splits. If there is ever a team that can play short-handed and still deliver the pain, it's Loops. And they showed you why right here, right now. They take their second chicken dinner of the tournament. And that has to be heartbreaking for the Wolves. Enigma, they had it. What the heck happened in a 4v2?
4v2, I mean, we all just wanted to start taking ones. We had the player 1 HP around the backside of the building, didn't get the knock, and just said, hey, these guys are just going to fall over for us, while Loops over here swinging 1 AK knock. We're seeing Coop self-molly, missing the mark, seeing the player take shots at him. And for the Wolves especially, I was getting a little worried seeing potentially Loops get on the roof of the 1-story, but they made the right play, getting onto the building and just instantly fell apart. I don't even know what to say about that. We gave such high hopes, and I don't even want to say it's caster curse at this point from 7 hyping them up. It's just straight up faults of errors from this team.
I think it comes down to that team just not feeling super confident in those situations. Remember, they've been used to just fighting with just 1 player left alive, with maybe just 2 players left alive. Then now they found themselves there in a situation where they had those 4 players. They felt overconfident along the lines of what you were saying there, Enigma. They felt like they had an easy pick in there against just 2 players of Wolves Esports, but it ended up backfiring. But overall, I have to give Wolves Esports massive props for an amazing performance here in this match, even though they were able to choke the win somehow. They were able to secure a lot of eliminations and a lot of points, pushing them higher on this leaderboard. And at the end of the day, you want to be as high as you can be, PB, because you want to clutch up those placement points, those bonus points going into the finals.
That was an unfortunate end for the Wolves. We take a peek at our winners here. It was Loops. Not too many eliminations, honestly. They got 3 because Coops took himself out. Loops picking up 3 at the very end here. 5 total for the entire map, but they were in that compound where the map ended for a good 25 minutes. I mean, that was an incredible performance from them. The patience rewarded, but again, I mean, the Coops and I'll keep saying Coops and Loops. The story with the Wolves, I feel like they were cruising so well. 13 eliminations from the Wolves that game. Ultimately, it just came down to them letting their guard down. I mean, they're going to end up taking the lion's share of the points that game. 19 total for tops in the lobby, but it's Loops with the chicken dinner here. 9Z running it back here with 12 points as well. Not a bad game, and you know, you're seeing a mixture of flags here on that first page once again. Not all Brazil this time around, Enigma.
Yeah, 9Z especially, 7 elims. They had that western spot next to Influence Rage, ultimately being able to win that fight out, essentially that 1v1 all the way up north at that late stage circle coming into that wall clutch. But for the most part, I know the Loops cameras, we saw them, they were absolutely hyped. Thank goodness for Wolves, we didn't see their player cams, but for this latter half of the leaderboard, I'm not even sure if I want to feel too sad seeing some of these names here, because it was just absolute chaos those first 2 or 3 circles. You're out on Nepal, United 4 Gaming, Xforce even, all having to deal with fights, and then it wasn't even stopping there. It was one after another. So the max standings, they do show some sort of fight in some of these teams at the bottom, but seeing a lot of 1s and 0s here, PB, it's really just a matter of that zone.
It's tough. I gotta apologize to Maryland too. I did caster curse them on that one, so I picked them to win, and they were out fast. But we take a peek at our MVP of the match. It is Coops. Good to see him making an appearance. Got them finger guns out, and he was using them that game. 6 kills with 717 damage. Massive performance from Coops, and I gotta give a shout out to Hegors as well. He was on point, dealing 847 damage that game, and Doran also delivering from the Wolves squad. They look like the Wolves of old, and again, that should make a nice dent on our overall standings. Let's take a peek at how things stack up halfway through our first league stage. It's Alpha 7 out in front, 110 points. Influence Rage, an intense game, still sitting in second and third, but Loops have closed the gap. They're now making it a 4-team race. As we see, Wolves have jumped all the way up to number 5. 7, that's got to be reason for some howling.
And hey, baby, moving up from 11th place all the way up to 5th place. And imagine if they would have just gotten those extra placement points, closing the gap even more to that 4th place. But overall, as I said, we could talk about how bad they choked that ending. I want to be positive with this squad because we finally got a chance to see them finish a game with 4 players alive, getting themselves into a top 2 situation. And I think it's only just going to continue on for this squad. They just need to get themselves in more positions like that. They'll get comfortable with it, and next time they won't be too aggressive. They won't be just like feeling, okay, we have this easy in the bag at Enigma, because that's what it felt like, especially when the last player from 9C went out. You could see how quickly they just rushed everybody into Loops Esports. Give them more time, they'll be able to adjust, they'll be able to act like they've been here before, especially in those situations.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, they have been here before. It's always a matter of getting the rust shaken off you, make sure that you're able to get those eliminations and the placements when you deserve them. Obviously, a lot of these teams been in these experiences, and for the most part, a lot of those teams on the right side finally showing arrows moving upwards, right? Teams like Team Liquid, unfortunately iNCO Gaming as well, moving down the leaderboard a bit. Teams that are partnered, by the way, in Brazil and North America. But for these guys here, Powerbang, I'm interested in seeing a lot more of those top teams start moving down.
Well, hopefully it is a lesson learned for the Wolves. At no point is it ever okay to let your guard down and count the win before it is actually in hand. 4v2, not successful, but they do secure a lot of points, 13 eliminations, and they move in to our top 5. With that, we are halfway through our day and halfway through league stage number 1. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute. for game number 4. It's been a heck of a day here at the PMSL America's Fall Edition, and I am here for it. I'm Power Bang hosting the show today alongside C7WG and Enigma, and it has been a wacky, crazy one. Starting out last game with crossbows and finishing with a 2v4 clutch, a clean one at that. Loops taking our third game of the day for their second chicken dinner of the tournament. They're looking good, and they put themselves firmly in the conversation now for top two. They're just a few points out of third place right now. And gentlemen, it seems like we have a 4-team race, all of them from Brazil. But the good news is the Wolves, they're going right up that leaderboard as well off the strength of a really strong game 3 performance. 7, what'd you make of that? And what are we thinking for this next game. I mean, we're going to see some more NA prowess here on Erangel. It's been really, really solid so far.
I'm happy, man. I'm happy to see NA at least being able to put themselves in contention, at least getting wins earlier with what iNCO was able to do. And I mean, you can see the performance that Wolves was able to put up. And you got to give props to Lose Esports too. PB, you were calling it out the whole time. This team was just chilling. They were switching over to their nade for the longest time, wondering when is it going to be the right time to let it go. And boy, were they able to find out the right time to let it go whenever it was Influence Rage versus 9C. And then at the end, finishing off with Wolves. Great performances so far, but I want to see who's going to be stopping more Brazilian teams. I want to see who's going to try to stop Alpha 7 too, because we're talking about this top 4 teams fighting it out. When you actually look at the gap right now, that second place has towards first place, it is going to be 15 points, and you don't really see Alpha 7 slowing down at any moment right now, PB.
They really don't. I mean, I got to point out, 5 minutes as a squad. They died at that compound, right? And the two guys, you know, took up refuge there. They didn't finish the fight. And ultimately, 23 minutes of patience from Loops before, you were right, they finally decided this is the right time. It's going to be to win the game in a heads-up fight with the Wolves. And they steal victory from the jaws of defeat there. Really impressive game from Loops. And again, that's got to do nothing but, you know, just boost their confidence. I was able to hear some of the audio from the studio. Loops was hyped to win that, and rightfully so. And equally disappointed has to be the Wolves, man. So let's take a peek at where we're at today. Rondo completed with Influence Rage, taking home the victory there. iNCO stepping up big from NA, taking down Erangel for the second map of the day. And then Loops, unfortunately, jumping over the Wolves there to take game 3. But now it's anyone's game for Erangel match 10. Enigma, give us your prediction on who you think is going to take this next game.
Ooh, predictions? I was thinking the Wolves, but I don't know. We've picked them too many times today. I'm looking at another Loops Esports win. I want to go back-to-back. Maybe it was an iNCO for that last match, but someone's got to do it tonight. Someone's got to make it every day back-to-back.
All right, and coming back to you, Seven, what are we thinking?
I'm going to be looking at those teams in the overall towards the bottom, because now we're past that halfway mark of phase 1. Now is when you want to see those teams like Wolf Esports. This is why I'm trying to be really positive in regards to the performance they were able to put up. Even though they choked there towards the end, that performance is going to put them up higher. Now they're in a different mindset. Now they can be in a different contentions. Like, okay, we have the map here. We have exactly what we need to do in regards to just, okay, make sure you win your fights, obviously, and try to keep those 4 players alive towards the end. We have the fragging power. There's a reason why everybody, when they think about North America, they think about Wolves Esports being one of the best teams. That were able to showcase it there in that last match, and I'm hoping that that's going to continue on.
All right, I like the pick so much so that I will pick the Wolves also. I feel like Juancho is going to be, you know, salsa dancing his way to victory here. Cool, calm, and collected. Great attitude from Juancho as always. But man, I gotta say, Higors and the crew, Coops, they're looking strong all of a sudden. Like the aim's on point, the guns are rapidly coming alive. And so I want to actually hear from Juancho. Let's go to Kaya and see what this interview is all about.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Juancho from Wolves Esports, and now they almost got a winner chicken dinner. So what happened in the last minutes, seconds of the match, and how did you feel?
Well, we didn't play with the Overwatch, even though Igor said, play on the left, you know. We all did. I mean, I guess we just all wanted the kills, you know, didn't want them to go to waste the safe zone, and it did not feel great to, you know, give up the game to Loops, but it's whatever. We'll bounce back.
You just wanted to be aggressive a little, yeah? Okay. And I also want to ask you about the zones, because when the zones get closer to the middle of the map, you usually get better results. What do you think you got to change to get better results when the zones are far away?
I feel like that's not the thing, just because where the zones go, it's about us. We need to wait for a weakness to the teams and take advantage of it. We weren't punishing teams as much as we should be, and that was the problem. We fixed it this game, and you could see the results.
Okay, and congratulations for this top 2. I hope you get better results. Thank you.
Love that guy. Always smiling, always good attitude. Juancho saying that they need to start punishing teams. And they did that game, and you could see the results. They just let their guard down towards the end. You could hear him call out that Jaguar was saying, we need to lock down that left side. I agree completely. We were talking on the break about how Wolves, if they would just lock down that left flank, there was no angle from the building for them to even be hit from anywhere. But they just let their guard down, got a little bit sloppy on the push, and man, they paid for it. But it looks like they still have good spirits about them, and they're trying to run it back this game, and see if they can make those corrections where they were needed. What'd you think of that interview, Seven?
Perfect example of what I was talking about in regards to the mindset is going to be shifting a little bit for now for this squad, especially where they're going to be in the overall. They go from being hunted to now becoming the hunters, wanting to punish, wanting to showcase that, okay, if you come near us, we will defend our ground, we will make you back off. And that's what I'm hoping they continue on. It just comes down to making sure they get themselves into those later situations, getting comfortable, because Enigma, we can say, yeah, these players have been in this situation before, but it does take time to adjust to now this different lobby, this different players, this different roles from different players as well in different teams, that now the more experience that you get there towards the later of the match, you're going to know, okay, let's not rush in like we did that last time against Loops.
Yeah, and it's all about them try-harding. Started the day, Juancho being the go-to interview guy for that squad, saying, we're try-harding today. Unfortunately, right at the end, he was able to not just give out an excuse, not even allow himself to fall into the ploy of, now we perform better when it's closer to the zone. No, we just weren't punishing teams. He made sure that his mindset was as clear as all the fans want to hear it of, we aren't giving excuses. This is our thought process. This is the changes we're making. And just like you said, PB, we want to see the punishing squad of Wolves. We don't want to see them sitting back and waiting like the rest of the NA teams have done so far. We need someone to be able to apply pressure to these Brazilian teams.
All right, well, we're just about ready to hop into our next game. If we have time, we'd love to take a peek at the overall standings just really quickly to see the stage and what is set on the table for us this next game. Things have gotten a little bit tighter. Obviously, it's a 4-team race at the top, but it is going to be Wolves sneaking up. Sounds like we're just about ready to drop in, so we'll save that for after the game, and hopefully Wolves can take an even bigger bite into that lead, but they're nipping at the heels of these leaders. And good news for you, we have an Amazon gift card ready for you at home. If you're fast enough to type their code into amazon.com/redeem, you'll be able to get your goodies over at the Amazon website. So again, get ready here for our last Erangel of the day. Our predictions are in. Let us know what you think in chat. Who will be taking this game? Will it be one of the top dogs, or will it be one of the strong NA teams that we have seen on the Battlegrounds today? Hopefully, they're able to deliver, unlike Wolves was able to last game. Here we go. What are we thinking of the flight pass, 7?
I'm enjoying it. We're going to be getting a bit of a difference here. Alpha 7, you know, more than likely they're going to be going to Georgia. Wolves, where are you going to be going in for Xforce? Are you going to be having to deal there with Maryland once again? Or are one of these teams going to be considering that land in Primors? Because you just cannot continue with that fight. It's just not going to end up happening. There you go. Wolves is going to be jumping off. And we were talking about the leaderboard. I kind of want to highlight 14, 15, and 16 place. All teams from NA, straight out of Nepal, Xforce and VIP Esports. This is when they need to turn it up. We really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of Xforce, and to be completely honest, Enigma, I don't know what kind of difference I want to see out of this team. Earlier I was talking about with Wolves that I wanted to continue to see maybe them just being a little bit more aggressive in regards to, if you see a chance to get eliminations, go for it. For Xforce right now, I don't know what could be that fix.
See, and the problem with that as well, for Wolves, we're saying we need you not to have solos getting caught out one by one. For Xforce, it's been a multitude of different things, right? Unfortunately, that sort of first zone isn't going to be any favorites for the Xforce boys pulling all the way towards prison. But for Xforce, we're seeing them getting caught on rotations. They're losing players in 1v4 scenarios when they should be keeping all players standing. We're not allowing ourselves to really have any sort of breathing room after fights or even make it into the late game. I'm interested in wondering, maybe someone from production get us that number, but I'm not even sure what the highest placement out of Xforce has been. It must be around maybe that 6th place range, but we're not anywhere close to that top 3, right? The elimination counter as well is not up there where it deserves to be. And this is our partner team. This is a squad that was just next to Wolves if we were thinking of last split coming into those finals. And unfortunately for Xforce, it's really just a matter of, can we even find our stride at this point? Losing Valak Powerbank, I think there's just too many unknowns with this squad.
I think you're right. Xforce has been struggling for a while, honestly. And if you flash back to Titan series, it was the same story. I mean, they were the only team out of the North American teams that qualified here not to place in the top 4 in Titan series. They were quite a bit down the list, if you recall, and it was straight out of Nepal and Team Seal, who is now VIP Esports, finishing in that top 4 instead, and those were non-partner teams. So Xforce has got to start figuring things out. They've picked up Klaus, which I think has gone a long way to help the team, but unfortunately it just hasn't quite clicked just yet. And again, they've got some time to kind of figure things out. But again, with those head start points on the line, you want to secure as many of those as humanly possible. One of the things that I have noticed today, though, besides a few of those NA teams on the bottom, a couple have also shot up. We've got 2 on the first page now, with iNCO Gaming in 8th and the Wolves occupying 5th. So some NA teams on the move that will basically fill out that first page. Other than that, it is all Brazil 7.
Yeah, and for iNCO, I'm going to be looking at them to close out this last Erangel in a big way, because when we go back and look at the performance that they were able to put up yesterday in Miramar, it was non-existent, boys. They ended up with 16th place finish on both of the matches, and at least on the second match, they secured 1 elimination, but that's just not going to be able to cut it for this squad. I want to see a little bit more consistency, so hopefully a good finish here in this Erangel and set some kind of momentum going into those Miramar matches, because we have seen teams being able to fully switch it around, as Wolves wanting to see if they could maybe snipe somebody out from 9C. They were not able to. 9C just trying to gather where they're going to be going here with this circle, and we're going to be getting actually an eastern circle. So for those teams that end up landing towards the west, like Xforce, like Row, Alpha 7, Intense Game, Maryland, all of those teams, what kind of rotation are you going to be doing? Are you going to be going for that late rotation, or are you going to be going for a quick rotation, Enigma?
I think you go for a late rotation, allow these other teams to just fill in the center, allow them to kind of just be able to get off-angled like we'd seen so many times in previous matches today. And for the most part, seeing SON, obviously this is their drop spot towards Milita Power, but 9Z, Resilience, even Jaguar making a super early rotation. This is almost like a milli zone kind of rotation we're seeing, where you're looting 1 building, vest, helmet, hopefully some meds and a bandage, and you're going to the zone. So interested in seeing how many teams try to adopt that sort of mindset moving forward. One squad that definitely is not going anywhere towards the center of the circle, VIP, going all the way up towards almost Stalber and the Kameshki area. Interested in seeing if they'll actually maybe even run in to a team like Maryland. Some wide rotations coming through from squads, but also, of course, the name. And boys, we've actually loved to see in a squad that I wanted to see more of, Team Liquid, but Powerbang, we're seeing a fight right off rip with the NA boys.
Right off rip is right. Vitali shot in the back from Cardi across the compound. iNCO down to 2 players right now, down to 1, and this is looking a bit sketchy right now. McGrellan is going to try to make something happen. Molina goes down, so we got 1, and it's United 4 Gaming rolling up on the third party, trying to take advantage. That is another squad that is on the move. United 4 way down in 14th to start the day. They're up to 8th at this moment in time, and it looks like they are about to crash and fully send it here. They can lick up the scraps right now of 2 different squads. United 4 looking to make big moves in this game.
They've been able to put up some eliminations in the past. They're currently right now up to 2 elims. There you go. iNCO is going to be out. We were hyping them up. I wanted to see something out of you, iNCO, here in this last Erangel, but it's not going to be happening. And now Resilience is also wanting to get into the action here. This team already up to 5 eliminations. United wanting to stop that track, but it could be a bit of a standoff here. Who's going to be the first one knocked? Resilience having 1 less player, I believe, than United 4 Gaming. Actually, they're both at a 3 apiece. We'll see which team will be striking first and which one will be actually wanting to make this push. As this compound, honestly, whoever ends up getting it is going to give them a great time, especially with the circle. And they could possibly end up getting blessed by the circle as well. Enigma, as United 4 Gaming getting caught off guard there. Resilience finally spotting somebody from United 4 Gaming.
Yeah, and that's Cardi again, already having 3 eliminations to his name, opening it up every single fight at this compound. This building is just his, the off angle to say the least. And for Resilience, you're wanting to make sure that this fight is going to finish soon, because all these other teams are starting to rotate, but you walking into the nades off the wall, that's not how you wanted to do it, as well as Cardi as well now getting caught on the off angle. So we have just 1 player of Resilience left standing, United 4 Gaming as well, trying to get the reset. But we see in the distance the Zaverni squad. They've rotated in early power bang. They're now looking for the third party. And the issue is with all these smokes, you're telling people where that fight's happening.
Yeah, definitely no secret as to what's going on here. Resilience down to their last man, still driving around. We got looks like Maryland circling on the outskirts right now, trying to figure out what is happening here. What will be the case if we decide to dive in on this? So far, staying away. And, you know, interestingly enough, we are about to see a nice little finish here. Resilience out in 15th. They pick up 5 eliminations, though, before they go, so not going completely empty-handed. And now Maryland deciding, you know what? Let's keep it going. We're going to send it on United 4. This is a chance for United 4 to make some big strides up that leaderboard again. Already 5. What I want to know, though, is what is VIP doing way up in the north? They actually had this position and went this way, and they got lapped up by Maryland, by Alpha 7, shortly by Intense Game. They just completely gave up their position as we watch the end of this fight. Maryland going at it with United 4. United 4 is holding strong 7.
Yeah, and I think with VIP, they know that some of those teams end up going there towards the south. Maybe they were a little bit scared to get into a fight. Now Maryland with just one player left alive. You boys trying to spot that player there from United for Gaming, but it's not going to be enough. Maryland, once again, continuing on a bit of a drop-off of a performance here, as now Alpha 7 out of all teams, United for Gaming is saying, please, boys, give us a break here. Carrillo connecting with one of those names, and the other name might end up connecting as well is just Hate being able to be the last one alive. Is he gonna survive here? Can he do something with the shotgun, with the smokes that he has at hand? Because you know Alpha 7 is gonna be looking to close it out as the grenades just continue to pepper in, and this man is trying to find something for him and is not gonna be able to. United for Gaming eliminated, but honestly, I'm happy with the performance this team put up. They put up 9 eliminations, Enigma.
Not even 10 minutes into the game, just showing the stage 2 circle shifts happening, and I really felt bad because if it was any other team other than Alpha 7, I'd say, okay, yeah, we just saw 2 teams butcher in the compound. We might be able to see a 3-man clutch come out, but as soon as the names came in, I mean, dimes right off the foreheads, off the walls. Might as well call it a bank shot. Just Alpha 7 just dismembering these squads right now. And I keep loving that term. I don't know why, but for this team right now, the team that has the only point total into the triple-digit range, you don't want them to continue having this momentum, and it hasn't slowed down. We're halfway through, and we wanted other teams to pop off. Luckily, Loops is being the team that's able to do just that, PB, but it's against Team Liquid, another team that I want to see perform well.
These are bitter rivals, man. These two teams have gone against each other head-to-head for so long now, and it feel like it's a pendulum here. One team has the upper hand, one split, and then it seems to switch to the other. And right now, Team Liquid having to battle a bit uphill there. Kioski doing a nice little jig to avoid some of those finishing shots of the shotgun, but his fate was sealed when he got knocked. Team Liquid down a man, and Loops finally putting another elim on the board. They get 1 point closer to Intense Game, as they are getting primed to pass them up in the standings. That's the first major shift that we will have seen in quite some time at the top of the tables. Alpha 7 adding just a little bit more cushion so far, and you're absolutely right on that compound push from Alpha 7. You know, show me, don't tell me how to push a compound. These guys were hitting the bank shots, hitting the headshots through the windows. I mean, just really, really impressive stuff from Alpha 7. They clearly know how to breach that type of a compound 7.
Yeah, they definitely do. And look at the split that they're currently working with there on the right side. 1-1-1 split. If that doesn't ooze confidence from a team, I don't know what does, honestly, because they're just trying to find an opening to any squad. They're making sure that they get a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. And I actually enjoy this improvement that this team is doing, because that's something that they struggle during the global event at PMWC. Now here, given PMSL Americas, they do get a little bit more freedom. They get to test out different strats, especially sitting in first place at the moment. 3 elims going their way. And we know, PB, that when we end up going to Miramar, based on what we saw yesterday, we will end up seeing those Brazil teams there towards the top. And something you don't want to see, PB, is Xforce players getting eliminated this early on.
No, we don't. We were definitely looking it up. Enigma, you had asked about the top placement of Xforce. Yeah. They've finished as high as 5th so far. Okay. And that is Not what we were kind of hoping for. They're actually the lowest top finishing team of anyone. Everybody in the lobby has finished at least 4th place or better. The only team that has not climbed to those heights is Xforce, and they're going to try to do it without 24K here. But Enigma, you're absolutely right. The Xforce crew so far leaving a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and unfortunate as well, seeing how 24Ks is getting knocked and eliminated here, Carnage would be turning in his grave if he was seeing these matches, because we're standing on a flat. We're not paying attention to the backside we just rotated from. We're just standing in the open, waiting with a bullseye on our back saying, hey, shoot me. You're going to be able to get the thirst. And obviously, intense game, they're able to do just that. So hopefully this squad, they maybe will be able to get some sort of zone pulled down towards Milton. Maybe not a full center, so they don't get full slam crashed as a 3-man, but nonetheless a team that has actually been holding a lot of splits. We didn't get to make mention of it just yet, but Wolves finally condensing down towards the center spot, having to deal with Team Liquid getting shots down. But fortunately enough for the Wolves here, it looks like Kayowski was finished off on rotation. So interesting enough, I do believe this is going to simmer down a little bit, but I'm more worried about a lot of these teams here, Seven, about this next circle shift coming.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, boys, in regards to those teams, 6th place, 7th place, 9th place, and 10th place being eliminated. Hopefully, we'll see what's going to happen there towards the top. But now, towards those teams towards the bottom, this is your chance to try to close that gap. But I'm with you as well. I'm a little bit worried with what might be happening in regards to rotations. We saw how much space earlier Alpha 7 was being able to collect. We're also seeing VIP and Xforce very close to each other, but they need to watch out because intense game is very close. And we know, PB, this Brazilian squads want to third party. So in this situation, are we once again in an influence rage in 9C situation where they have to be good neighbors?
Maybe. I feel like Influence Rage has a ton of control, top of the zone, got intense game in the compound down there. I think intense game can take that fight, Xforce and VIP, both at the same time. So they're going to be patient, though. Wait for that circle shift. It does go a bit north, so they're going to have to move out as well. Xforce making the quick dive. Oh, brother. We hit. Oh, that's not what he was shooting for there. He's trying to establish a beachhead here. Fate's going to have to stop maybe a bit earlier than he would like at this shack. Hit a bit of debris in the field. Not what he was hoping for, but the rest of the squad may have to retreat for cover, and they do just that, at least for now. Alim gonna go try to join up with Fate now that the smokes are out. And nice little pull up, but blocks himself from the doorway. Xforce has a nice little spot in the zone, but not the full squad. So this is an interesting play. We got a little split going on. Enigma, do you think they can hold off IG? We've also got Wolves up the hills looking down. 12 teams left. Xforce doing what they can here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, going for that 2-man play into the center is really just praying for the zone gods of PUBG, saying, please keep us in the next circle shift. Unfortunately, Klaus being left behind, having the 3-man of VIP, as well as that intense game squad still following behind them. So I do believe they will be able to hold on at least another zone or two, maybe only being able to stay as a duo, seeing if Klaus has a vehicle or not, being able to rotate with the squad. But a lot of these teams now starting to inch forward. Influence Rage had to spread up onto that northeastern side towards the water's edge of Milton Power, being able to get a free rotation. But one squad that I'm seeing is gonna have to start moving in. We haven't made mention of it yet. 9Z coming right into Alpha 7 on this eastern edge, and there is a compound potentially 9Z Reyes is scouting right now could potentially get into, but you got to deal with Alpha 7, and as a squad that has been so aggressive off Nox here, 7, I'm really worried for 9Z and even being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher there, considering that they're going to be going on up against Alpha 7. They might try to go a little bit south for a different rotation. The good thing that they're doing here that sometimes squads don't tend to do is scout. You got to take time and make sure you do that scouting. They were able to do that. I don't think that they're considering that this is just not going to be a favorable fight for them and maybe wanting to back off to the point that Colgoat's even going to be willing to just take some of that blue zone damage and see where else they could possibly rotate. Meanwhile, we're going to be switching over to Jaguar, a team that was able to put up a great performance yesterday, but so far today, it has not been working out. And now Row Esports connecting with one of their players. They're close enough for that range of the grenades, and they're going to start raining down. Who's going to be the next one connecting with them? That player from Jaguar it's not going to get picked up right away. But Ro getting one of the players knocked as well, trying to go for an off angle, and he might have just been able to find it as he's going to, oh, Potro just barely surviving there, Enigma. The push from Demeanor.
Yeah, I was a little worried actually going for the shots immediately out of the buggy, but nonetheless getting the damage down and getting players knocked now. M2M, the player that's been winning those 1v1 engagements all day yesterday, now getting put down in the grass. And for Ro, they did lose David, unfortunately, to the zone, to the bleed out from the pressure of Jaguar. But now 0-3, man, you got to deal with getting these eliminations yourself. Do not allow Jaguar to reset. There's so many points on the line, and this is a team, we made mention of it yesterday, first win of the tournament, then slowly crumbling throughout the days, and unfortunately today being the same trend. So for Royals of War, you're definitely a squad that's wanting to get that sort of motion your way, get the gears turning the way you want. And with the circle shift, unfortunately with them losing a player, it makes it that much harder here, PB, to be able to work into this next circle comfortably.
Yeah, that was a wild play for me. Jaguar actually left the safety of the zone to go out of the circle and attack Royals of War, only to be immediately mowed down. I don't know. That was an interesting play. Royals of War, you know, getting a few players taken down. Splat and M2M, both the best and the weakest player on the roster, going down for Jaguar, and then Royals of War just leaves. They're like, we're going to go prioritize zone at this point. So now we've got Alpha 7 being challenged by Influence Rage. These are your top two teams in the lobby. Alpha 7 taking no time to thin out the herd here. Half of Influence Rage's squad gone, and now we see 9Z rolling up from the back. We'll see if they can get into the circle. They're still just outside the border. They've got a little work to do if they want to find some safety, 7.
9C might have been able to find that opening that they needed to find as Alpha 7, looking at pressure not only just from Influence Rage, from Loops as well. Earlier they had a knock, able to recover that player. Alpha 7 up to 5 eliminations so far, and in this one I'm happy to see Carrillo currently sitting at 2 there. But for 9C, did you maybe pull a little bit too fast, because they're gonna start going down as VIP is also gonna start going down to Wolves Esports. Great positioning here from this squad, having the high ground, and on top of that having Jaguar very close to them. They're making sure they make everybody back off, and that's that mentality change right there, Enigma. Making sure that they become the hunters, making sure that everybody backs off, and that's what we want to see out of Wolves Esports. Let your gunplay shine.
Yeah, and for the most part, the first two zones, they had a split here and up northwest across the roadside, trying to just gamble on one of the two spots being in the circle. And yeah, you're not in the center spot, but sometimes it's better to be on the edge in these late games, because you're allowed to make moves like this. 2 players actually rotating up towards the Team Liquid trio. Actually seeing Ayala as well, no helmet to his name, so really just 2 or 3 bullets to him, being able to potentially get the knocks. But if you're a Wolves Esports fan, you're wanting to see this 4-man stay alive at least through stage 6. You cannot allow yourself to lose players taking out Jaguar, to lose players from the Xforce split. Unfortunately enough, with the Wolf squad, Coops does have an elimination to his name, as well as the rest of the team starting to get damaged down for the rest of the lobby. But my concerns is going to be, PB, we're still talking top 10 in the lobby. 10 teams remain. If you go out now, 0 placement points, and desperately, especially those 14th, 15th, 16th spots, you got to make it to that top 5.
Oh, you got to. Igor's with a nade. Will it connect? It does. Potro goes down. Now the Jaguar squad is truly on the ropes. You're going to see some follow-ups from Juanchito. Here comes the nade. Will it land deep from Coops as well? It chunks him, but still surviving is Carlin God. And now he's down. The white comes in from the backside. Xforce getting the finish there, but Wolves and Xforce split the points. And look at this zone. There is no one in it. Absolutely bare is this circle. Everyone on the outside looking in, but you've got Wolves, Alpha 7, and Team Liquid with control right now. This is a really interesting zone, 7.
It will be interesting. Absolutely nobody there towards the center of that circle. There's going to be so much terrain to work with and to not work with, depending on where your team is going to be at as Wolves continues to get those eliminations. 4 players left alive. Loops Esports trying to fend off there against 9C, being able to spot Remix. Remix is going to be going down, and Rafinha having to slow it down there a little bit as he is going to have to heal up. The grenades are going to be coming through. Rattle Boy is going to hold off against Colgold. He barely has him at 2 HP. Can he actually finish it off before the rest of the squad joins up? And he is going to get that knock. Now they're going to have to fend off against even more players. And where's the rest of the players here from Loose Esports? Give your players some support. Meanwhile, Rattle Boy just looking to do it all by himself, PB.
What's happening? I mean, people are getting third party and fourth party. This is crazy. What about those plays from Rattle Boy there on the push? He's able to hold off a charging squad before ultimately going down to the third party. Really impressive stuff from Loops. And they're on their last little member here right now. It's not looking good for them, but man, what an impressive game. And it's Alpha 7 crashing now to try to get things done. They're going to regroup because straight out of Nepal is getting into it with them as well. Alpha 7, full squad, 8 eliminations, and things are absolutely chaotic right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and the north side completely cleared out. All 3 of those squads fighting Vitzen actually ended up in a 1v1 scenario of all things against the Team Liquid solo going for the revive. So nice plays out of them, but it's not just the north side unraveling. The south side here, SO1, they've sat pretty all game, and they're only good for 1. Onto the Influence Rage players. A solo now holding the south side, and Alpha 7 knows the situation. We've got 8 elims for a reason here, 7. We know you're down to just a solo. We're going for the elimination, and now we're talking top 4 situation.
And you know Alpha 7 was not going to let off the gas right there, especially going up against Influence Rage. You said it, top 4. And it's going to be none other than 2 teams from Brazil and 2 teams from North America. One team that we wanted to see step it up, Xforce, even though they currently have 2 players left alive, finding themselves in this kind of situation is where we want to continue to see Xforce and Wolves Esports. Back-to-back games, boys, where this team is able to keep the 4 players alive. And you can see now it's not just Dorian and Coops. Igor, you were mentioning him earlier, PB, putting up points for the squad.
They're stepping up, and good news for Wolves is they get a chance at redemption here. Not only will they get another crack at Alpha 7, but they've got 2 short-handed squads that they cannot let their guard down against as well. Xforce, though, getting into the top 4 for the first time all tournament long. You can't say that they haven't been in the top 4 now. Every team has at this point, and Alpha 7 takes control of this final zone. Wolves, for the 2nd game in a row, are here as well. And I gotta say, Wolves are making a dent on the lead that some of these teams have. The only shame is that 2 of the teams alive, Loops and Alpha 7, are ahead of them in the standings, so they're not able to close a bunch of ground on them. So it's incredibly important they pick up those wins. Loops goes out to the nades of Alpha 7. I don't know, the momentum at this point, 7, might be too much for the Wolves to stop.
It could end up being too much, but now Wolves have been in this situation before. They know that they have to play it calm. And the thing, too, is that they don't have to be the aggressors in this moment. Alpha 7 is going to become that more aggressive team. Xforce is just going to be winning it out here. And honestly, Xforce, I don't know how you're going to end up getting out of this, because not only are you going to have players from Wolves Esports looking at you, you're also going to have players from Alpha 7. If anything, this could be a distraction for Wolves Esports to find an opening on Alpha 7, but all of this is easier said than done. Alpha 7 up to 10 eliminations. You can see how spread out they currently are. Meanwhile, Wolves playing it a little bit safer, working with a 2-2 split where they can at least end up regrouping. The vehicles are going to be coming in there for Wolves Esports as well, focusing more on what the circle is going to have to give and just laying out Xforce and hoping that Alpha 7 is just going to end up taking care of these teams, especially when they move up closer and closer. This is going to be a great fight between Alpha 7 and Wolves Esports.
Yeah, and I'm really just wondering how long it's going to take for Xforce to get cleared out, because there is that possibility, right, of maybe one of the Alpha 7 players getting knocked, but they've got the experience underway. The nades, right as I say it, of course, Powerbang, they're laying down the Reign of Terror, and Alem actually trying to make the mad dash in. This is the only play you have. I was honestly thinking they were going to go out to the blue zone and allow the 4v4 to take place, but right after this, my question mark has got to be, what does Wolves decide to do? You understand now Alpha 7 is completely split. Do you try to go for the fight, and instead, no actions being made, PB, they're waiting for the next circle?
Revo with a couple more eliminations. The man cannot be stopped. He's up to 726 damage this game. I don't know what to say, man. The Revo train has left the station and everyone else better watch out. But now we're in for a treat. It's the Wolves versus A7, the region's top team from either region, and this is going to be an interesting fight. The Wolves crash. It's Doran coming on in with Juancho right behind. Revo's gonna have to fall back. He's got patience. He sees Juancho, gets the opening knock. Revo's gonna go crazy here.
Oh.
No! Beautiful nade from Doran.
Yeah, now we're seeing the off angles come through. Coops actually stayed up the mountaintop, not even rotating with the squad, going the 1-for-1. And if I'm Wolves, having Juancho down, I'm honestly debating on getting the reset. Have your third teammate overwatch Coops, and I don't even think they realized Gazal is still a player up here. He actually looked like he rotated completely around the north side here, and unfortunately for the Wolves, I feel 7, they have no idea he's here. If he's good for 1, maybe 2 knocks, the Wolves could be dismantled again. 2 games in a row, but the thirst comes through. 3v3 situation. If they can get Juancho up, they've got the man advantage.
Fool me once, bad on me. Fool me twice. It's not going to happen again, Wolves. Okay, you're playing this a lot slower. You're kind of keeping track of where everybody's at, too. And they're making sure that they eliminate those players to stop Alpha 7 from just getting intel on them. Coops keeping an eye out on everybody. He's going to be hearing that car, that vehicle coming in. Mafioso closing in the gap towards them. And now Wolves having to go on the offense. They're going to have to keep an eye on Gisal, because Gisal's going to get pushed there by the blue zone. The nades are going to be coming in. Dory being able to find one there with the nade. Now Mafioso being the last one alive for Alpha 7. Can he do it? Coops is going to end up going down. It's going to come down to a 3 versus 1. We've seen it in the past happen. We've seen players being able to clutch up this. And right now, where Mafioso is at, he's thinking about maybe going for that revive. But Coops and the rest of the squad there for Wolves is not giving him any chance. The grenades are going to be coming in. Can Mafioso end up connecting? Great Molotov there by Wolves Esports, wanting to go off the offense. And you got to make sure you close up this gap, as Wolves is wanting to finish it off with a win. And they finally get their first win after a bad performance in the last one. It doesn't even matter, because they're able to secure it and they're able to back it up with those eliminations. Look at Eagle right there, happy. Coop's gonna be calm, cool, and collected, and Juancho's just like, yeah, we do this, boys.
Let's go, boys. That was a heads-up fight against the top dogs, and North America comes out on top. And I love the fact that they pushed the initiative. They had Mafioso down by his lonesome. If they had hesitated, if they did not push that at the very end, Mafioso gets that revive, and it's a whole different fight at that point. They lost their point man in Coops. Coops was holding that rock with great shots from up the hill, but man, what a great game from the Wolves. They got it done. And man, I gotta feel like that momentum starting to build for the Wolves. They have creeped their way back up that left column. I'm excited to see these standings here in just a minute. What did you guys think of our last Erangel of day 2? I thought it was pretty sick, Evan.
I absolutely love it, man. I love what I got a chance to see there from Wolves Esports Enigma. We were talking, they're going to have to learn from their mistakes, put themselves back in that situation, and they were able to do just that. You saw them getting those 2 knocks. They decided to just slow it down, wait for the right moment, and strike at the right time.
Yeah, and I was worried seeing Juancho get cut off early on in that fight for the pull-up, but we got to go back to this part here. I mean, this compound, it was like the last Erangel, right? 1 compound, 4 or 5 teams full setting. This time around, it wasn't even centered. This was on the north side of that circle shift. But going back to the Wolves, man, Alpha 7 as well, as fair of a 4v4 fight as you could get, not even realizing that you're maybe even in that situation until you look at the top left and it shows 8 remaining players. You know that this is the top squad, and for that being the Wolves winning that, the confidence, it's monumental.
Crushing it once again, though, are the Wolves. They're coming to play, and I definitely like the relaxed attitude. Juancho's spoken about it a couple of times now. This play from Rattleboy, though, I thought this was just brilliant. He did the best he could. Third party comes in from the side. Team Liquid getting mixy once again. Them and Loops just going at each other's throats, but unfortunately for them, Alpha 7 coming by to clean all of it up, and the nades on point once again to take down Vatine. He's been the top 2 player in the lobby, right behind Revo, and even Revo was no match for Coops and the boys that time. The Wolves push it to the very end, getting their winner chicken dinner. Man, the Wolves have been so close so many times before, but they can't say that now. They end up on top for the first time, and man, things are trending up for North America today, 7.
They definitely are. That's the key, though. Keep those 4 players alive. Work on that positioning. This team has been working on wonders, and just let your fraggers frag out. Let them just fend off players, because so far it's working out wonders for this squad.
We're going to talk more about this game and all of the progress so far as we have gotten through most of our second day of action. But we've got Miramar coming up. It's my favorite map, and maybe it's yours too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Marked a location. Marked a location. Marked a location.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
The Wolves are barking up everyone's tree. They're on the move, and we're back with the PMSL America's Fall 2025 edition. I'm Powerbang, your host of this show, alongside the 7WG and Enigma. We're here to bring you all of the remaining action of the day. We threw 4 games today, and we've got 2 more left to go, and it's Miramar coming up next. turn our attention to the desert. Now, yesterday, if you remember Miramar, before Game 5, I asked Seven, who do we think is going to be prepped for Miramar? And he gave me the answer of Brazil. And boy, was he right. Brazil just completely swept everyone out of that map all day long yesterday. But today, seems like they may have lost a step as a region. We've got North America starting to nip on their heels, which is cool to say, but you got to wonder, Seven, if it's going to be the same story as yesterday with this region dominating the map.
I'm going to be very optimistic here. I'm hoping it's not going to be the same. I mean, I still think, obviously, some Brazilian teams are going to be able to put up those good performances. We saw yesterday Maryland being able to put that 4th place finish, that 2nd place finish, and backing it up with 8 or 11 eliminations on their respective matches. But on this one, I want to continue to see NA put up some good performances, because for Wolves Esports, even though they didn't have that good placement, they ended up in 11th and 9th place. Every single match, they were able to average 4 or more eliminations. With the way this team is currently playing, I'm thinking, okay, they're going to continue to focus on that positioning enigma, setting themselves up, and we've seen it over and over again, at least in the last 2 matches, letting those fraggers just make sure everybody backs off, or at least keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, and as soon as they get those 4 eliminations under their belt, it's all about just resetting, collecting yourself, making sure that you're able to get into that late game. And fortunate enough for the likes of Juancho, I think it really plays a part on him alone of this whole idea power bang of him being able to stay calm, cool, and collected, relaxing, shaking off the bad moments. And with the interviews especially, his voice says it all, right? The confidence is key. And for the Wolves, I was a little skeptical hearing from their coach at the beginning of the day saying, you know, we're going to heat up throughout the tournament. I didn't believe it. And today they're proving me wrong.
No, it's a great point. I mean, the Wolves have been consistently getting better and better each game. Excited to see where this momentum takes them. But one person that we need to talk about, you know, as we focus on the Brazilian teams for this particular map, they've been so dominant. I'm looking at Revo from Alpha 7. This is a man that he's got almost 7,000 damage on the tournament. Not a single other player has more than 4,000. Just absolute dominance. Let's take a quick peek now that we have our stats for last game. We'll come back to Revo in a moment. Here is the Wolves. They have put together a nice little winner chicken dinner. Coops getting that beachhead established at the end was critical, and Doran dealing the damage for that squad. 527 leading the way. And I love the attitude from Igor at the end. 4 eliminations, just absolutely crushing it here. And we take a peek at the standings for the match. Alpha 7 still not really giving up much ground. And Xforce making their first appearance in the top 3 as well, 7.
Yeah, I absolutely love that everybody on the YouTube chat watching the live stream was counting out Wolves whenever I was asking them who's going to be winning this match. Everybody was like, Alpha 7-7. Alpha 7 is going to be winning. No. Wolves said stop that.
Hey,
and they were able to come out on top. Yeah. True. That
I forgot.
And then on top of that, one thing I really enjoyed there from the player stats was that it's not just Coops having to carry this squad. Everybody else is starting to put up points. Everybody else is starting to put up Juancho, even though he ended up not getting an elimination, those 200 damage still goes towards the team, still puts them in a good position, and the average survival time has just been absolutely insane. Now, going into the second page, Enigma, and especially before we go into Miramar, I want to see Maryland react again, because we can't continue on this track, Maryland. You can't just perform in Miramar.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on in Erangel with this squad 2 days in a row. It's definitely not just a one-day performance out of them underperforming when it matters most on the map that we play the most. I'll say it every time because that's significant. 50% of your games on Erangel, and you can't put up the numbers. It's a sign for worry. And unfortunately for these other teams at the bottom, they're all sitting at 2-3. We see obviously Resilience with 5, but gotta shout out United 4 Gaming. 9 eliminations. They were one of those teams I was fighting at that compound so long until obviously Alpha 7 came in. And speaking of Alpha 7 power bang, Revo, you wanted to talk about him, baby, and here he is.
And here he is with that special hand, and it is dealing some damage today. Let's talk Revo for just a second. I mean, obviously MVP of the match, but 35 eliminations leads the lobby. Only one other player has more than 20. 6,700 damage. Only Literally no one has more than 4,000. He leads in assists. He leads in knockouts by 10. Revo is doing everything for the squad, and he's got him on top of the leaderboards. This man is a one-man army. Now, let's take a peek at the overall and see the gap that has been closed. The Wolves have not gained much ground on our leaders, but they have gained on 3rd and 4th place. They're just a little bit behind Intense Game now, so that's interesting. Loops jumps up to 3rd. Alpha 7 builds a bit of a gap, and Influence Rage continues to sit in 2nd place. But what else are we seeing here? 7.
I'm going to be looking at those teams once again, 14, 15, 16. They're moving up, they're moving down, but it's literally not moving up or down as much. And the thing, too, is that with these performances now from Wolves Esports, they're just creating an even bigger of a gap. They're going to be securing some bonus points, especially going into tomorrow, which is nice to see. But we got to see some of these other teams react. A bit let down for me has to be Jaguar. With only 41 points, when we came into today, that team had 37. So you're telling me after 4 matches, they've only been able to get just 4 points, Enigma.
Yeah, we're putting it to numbers like that. That is not something you ever want to hear. And for a Latam squad, especially being a team that I was expecting to be up near the top with M2M being one of their star players, if you can't put your players in a moment of succession, you're all going to be falling apart. And I do believe as well, Powerbang, you're making note of it before. Some of these player stats are up and some of them are really far down for that squad.
Yeah, I didn't want to call it out, but since you put me on the spot, we got some players on Jag that, dude, 50 damage through 9 games, like just craziness. M2M, not even going to mention names right now, but M2M carrying the load, we'll put it that way. But it's just not, we need to see more from that squad. I'm kind of writing them off as a dark horse pick for this moment in time. But Seven, I want to talk really quickly as we get ready for our next game. We're almost there. You mentioned some of the bottom teams, right? 14, 15, 16, they're all NA teams. Every single one of those teams finished in the top 8 last game. They just aren't securing the eliminations that they need to really vault up those standings, and they had a little bit of a road to travel to get past some of those teams that are in front of them. So I feel like we're trending in a decent direction today. We just got to see more. So again, we're seeing VIP, we're seeing Straight Outta Nepal in these final circles. So I want to give some encouragement to them, because I feel like, again, they're doing great. We just got to see a little bit more aggression. And like Quancho was saying, for the Wolves, they got to deal the pain, right? They got to bring that damage to the other squads. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, they got to become the hunters. That's what it's going to come down for this squad, especially because they've been able to put up eliminations like you were saying. Just not enough in eliminations, especially when you consider what some of the other squads have been able to do in this setup. I mean, you have Alpha 7, 84 elims up to this point, and everybody else, they just need to start fragging out even more, because right now, being able to get those placement points is just not working out.
It's really not. We've got another Amazon gift card for you guys. Copy that link on the screen, or the code rather. Take it to amazon.com/redeem. Get yourself some goodies. And with that, it is time for the desert action of Miramar. We are live for our 5th game of the day, and it is match 11 of our first league stage. Remember, after tomorrow, points will be reset, and whoever tops the tables will get 15 head start points to take with them into the finals. And, on down from there, but up to 15 points up for grab. Alpha 7 looking in firm control of that. Look at the map stats here. Maryland. I mean, this is a team that's been nowhere, but that is a massive performance on this map in particular. Enigma, we got to keep our eyes on them to see what they do this time around.
Yeah, just behind the heels of Loops, outperforming Alpha 7 and Intense Game on Miramar. We actually saw the signs of life from Team Liquid as well, coming through on the Miramars, getting into those late game circles. I believe one of the zones ending just west of Picado. So I'm interested in seeing if these squads, unfortunately, all of them being Brazilian, I want to see if they're able to have the same performance as today, especially if you're a fan of Maryland with Squash and the boys on the roster. But we had this fight all day yesterday, the 2 games, 7. Now we're coming right back to it. Team Liquid versus iNCO Game, and then we're seeing the knives come out again. Everyone brawling it out inside.
Welcome to London, baby, because you're just going to be getting stabbed over and over again here as just Chief going around with the knife right here and trying to find somebody else there from iNCO. But Kayovsky, I mean, he's the one he's not going to be coming back anytime soon. This isn't Rondo. You're not going to have a recall tower as well. Meanwhile, McGrellin, we have seen him being able to clutch up big time. Now, in this situation, remember, it's so early on that some of these players are not going to have enough heals, not going to be able to just fully recover from this fight. McGrellin trying to set up a bit of a bait here. The only problem with that is that Vitaly was spotted by none other than Mythic, and there you go, McGrellin coming out on top, securing at least 2 knocks. And can he confirm any of those into eliminations, as Chief's going to be making a push, the last player alive here for Team Liquid? Can he clutch it up? McGrellin ends up jumping down. Does he have enough ammo, or
No
is
ammo.
he fully out, as both of them are just currently running out of ammo, PB? But McGrellin has been able to pick up a gun, and on top of that, a grenade.
I think it's safe to revive here. Well, maybe not. That beautiful grenade. What a grenade coming in from McGrellin. If no ammo, no big deal. Look at him on the camera down below, yelling out at the top of his lungs. What a clutch play. Unfortunately, they lose 2 in the process, but Vitaly will get picked up, at least for the moment. Maryland across the street, though, hearing these gunshots, hearing that noise. We'll see if they capitalize on it. It's not looking good, though, for iNCO with just 2 players left. Maryland directly across the street. But man, what a heads-up play. When you were asking if he was going to confirm those kills, I'm like, I don't think he has any bullets. He might have like 3, and those have got to go towards that last enemy. You can see here Sanab looking across the street, trying to figure out, do we make this charge? We've got a mini at least, but they are probably not well equipped either to make this push.
Yeah, and for
We
iNCO
just saw so many
Gaming,
players disappear right there, Enigma. They're definitely going to be debating it.
yeah, I mean, McGrellin got all 4, and by the way, 11 bullets in the Uzi remaining. He actually dropped down to grab Vitaly's weapon while he was knocked, so the QBZ coming in clutch, and I mean, he'd even made mention of it himself, didn't even need the weapon at that point, just the frag grenade and a well-timed throw with it. Unfortunately, I would have liked to have seen Maryland continue to look after this. I mean, come on, guys. We did the VOD review last night, most likely. We knew that if they were going to fight on this map, it's right at this compound. So a little bit of a missed opportunity. We also saw as well elsewhere on the map, PB, SON losing a player. A lot of teams losing players early on.
We saw that, and I'm actually glad you brought that up about Maryland and that compound. This is the 2nd day in a row, and I can't fault them for it because of their performance on Miramar, right? This is a team that has finished in the top 4 twice now with big elims to boot. But yesterday, same story. We saw a fight break out early at that exact compound. Both squads weakened, prime opportunity for the third party. Maryland across the street rotating in, and they did not choose to take the fight. Now, I wanted to see it, but maybe they were wiser and knew something more than us. I don't really know, but the good news is we're going to hear from Coops on what they thought about last game's performance. Let's see how high the Wolves are riding coming into Miramar.
Dinner for Wolves Esports, almost back-to-back victories for North America, a 2nd place last one. It was a bit sad. What did Kilbo tell you when he was over there talking to you guys?
Okay.
He said just to forget about the last match and focus on the next ones, and we did that. We won.
Is there something that you changed from yesterday from today? Yesterday wasn't a good day. Now we're doing a lot better.
I think yesterday I was just like nervous, like from everyone. I was pretty nervous. I don't know why, but it happens. It happens. But today I'm feeling better, and the whole team is feeling better too.
If it happens to the GOAT, it happens to everybody, bro. Congratulations. Let's get one more.
Yes.
Oh. That was great. Hey, you won like basically 3 games in a row. It's pretty sad. I dug that one for sure. But hey, good to hear from Coops. They're in good spirits, and you know that's what we want to hear. Oh my goodness, parkour. Interesting tricks from Coops as well in the vehicle. But yeah, I mean, it's great to hear them in good spirits, though, Seven. I mean, this is a team that, like Sarpach was pointing out, they had a pretty weak day 1. But day 2, they have been on the ball, and clearly they're all kind of feeling it at this moment.
Yeah, I think weekday 1 is just underrating it there, at least for what their expectations are. But as their coach said earlier, they were just starting slow. Hopefully that doesn't continue on in future events, because when you go to global events, you don't want to start slow ever. Maybe that's something that they're going to end up working on. But Coops, great stuff. I really wanted to hear what they would say in regards to the difference of what they learned from that second Erangel to that third Erangel. So who knows? Maybe we'll get a chance to see that perspective from this squad going into tomorrow or whatever the case might be, because I felt like it was a very tough learning situation with what happened against Loops Enigma, but you saw them absolutely shine at the end there when they went up against Alpha 7.
Yeah, a team that definitely, both those names you just said, Loops and Alpha 7, knowing how to take engagements, whether they're at the man disadvantage or not. And a lot of that I felt just came to the faults of, if Coops is the first getting knocked, they're most likely going to win the fight, because he's putting himself in the best scenario possible against Alpha 7. He was the one that opened it up for the squad. While in the fight against Loops, even though those two players up, the off angle, Igor is the first one knocked there. Maybe a little bit of discrepancy there. Switch up the roles that players want to have going into that late game. But nonetheless, of course, the beauty of Miramar that I always love to see powerbang, and I know this is actually your favorite map. It might be mine for now, but Rondo's kind of growing on me a lot more each day. But the beauty of Miramar is you get to play so slow. You get to really just work the map itself and force these teams to try to make a play on you.
I think I just love the sightlines of Miramar, the terrain that you get to use, the elevation changes. I really love the fact that as he looks out, you can see cars rotating in the distance. You can see kind of how the map shapes up, and it gives those that are pretty good strategists an ability to kind of position the squad in an optimal fashion. Now, I will say Rondo is growing on me as well. It's just too soon, right, to put that one kind of in the same caliber for me at this moment, but I love the dynamic gameplay of Rondo, the fact that you can put divots in the terrain. It gives me a lot of the same qualities that Miramar has, and why I like it so much. So again, we'll keep tabs on that one. I'll keep watching it for sure, because I'm really liking the action on Rondo so far. But I know that I love Miramar. I've loved it since 2018, 2019, whenever it came out. I think it was early 2019. So
and the main reason why you loved it too was that Car 98. Come on, PB, baby. You gotta give yourself some more credit right there. I remember seeing those snipes, baby. Everybody was like, "Okay, PB,
yeah, we
all
love
right,
the snipe.
keep it going."
Snipe. Put a crosshair on a head, or maybe lead a man a little bit. Look at this zone though, boys. This is going way out to the west. I mean, this is like out of the screen. I mean, really, the circle is out here. That's kind of what we're saying. Pretty crazy. No one really can use the left half of this zone, though. That ridge is not playable. So Xforce on the edge of the zone right now, they're about to run into the Wolves, and we might see another Wolves Xforce showdown. I got my eyes on that. And honestly, at this point, I'm rooting for the Wolves, because they are NA's hope at this point, and they are trending in the right direction.
It could be. I'm not going to count out their Xforce, though, because with that terrain, I've seen teams in the past just being able to use it to their advantage and then just waiting for the right moment and hope that the circle just kind of keeps pushing there towards the west even more. So I'm intrigued to see what Wolves Esports will be doing here, because you know they're feeling hot. You know they found the game plan Enigma, and they're going to be looking to mimic it every single match, and that's just a great spot where you want to be as a team and as a player.
Yeah, and for the most part, seeing them already having one elimination as well. Not sure if that was on a rotation from a squad or what, but Wolves sitting dead center. The beauty of it as well, we can't stress enough even about it. This X-Force positioning, this cliffside, no one is able to drive up on you if you already have that position yourself. So many teams are forced to funnel in through the north and the south. As long as you're not getting knocked and don't have a teammate next to you, you're able to absolutely farm the lobby. And hopefully the Wolves, they're expecting Xforce to be able to land shots and then go for those sort of elimination steals on the knocked players. But with it being such an early zone, we're talking it's stage 2 right now, PB, with that terrain being so out of play, as well as everywhere in the center being under the watchful eye of Xforce. I mean, this is essentially a stage 4 circle already.
It really is. You know, I want to make a suggestion right now. Dev team, listen up. We need mountain goats in those cliffs. You know, I want dynamic gameplay here on Miramar. I want them to bat. I want them to, you know, walk around and just kind of come reveal your position. I don't know why I'm suggesting that, but I just always think of mountain goats up in these hills. That's what I'm talking about.
Camel.
That's close enough.
A camel.
That's close enough. This is pretty cool. I mean, make some noise, walk around, draw some attention. Dude, what is he eating? He's really going to town. Anyway,
chewing on that. You're trying to get any moisture if you can, but it's not going to be finding any. The only moisture you're going to be finding is hopefully if Xforce finds anybody just rotating around 9C. Also going to be going there towards the south, working on this edge. of the map. And I'm with you, Enigma. I mean, with this circle just keeps pushing over and over there towards the left, towards the west side, it's just gonna force all these teams to be even more compact. And if you are set up in a compound, if you are set up with some terrain advantage, you better be ready, because the thing is, if you are set, if you are ready to defend it, Miramar is one of the best maps to do this, especially because of the terrain. Sometimes we saw yesterday, Xforce was trying to leave and they ended up crushing the vehicle because of the terrain.
Yeah, and the terrain itself, it does center up onto the cliffside. I mean, look at this. Just south of Klaus, none of this is playable. So essentially a quarter of the circle completely off hands for these teams. And my interesting thing is going to be that Brazilian's Esports solo is still underneath Xforce, I believe. So a potential spot for maybe one of the Xforce players like Alim or Fate to get caught out. You definitely don't want that scenario to happen. But we also see Alpha 7 moving towards Klaus potentially. A lot of teams congested on this east and southern edge, while the north side is really only 2 squads, that being VIP and Influence Rage rotating. But unfortunately for the team, VIP Esports Power Bang, they got to deal with Influence Rage rotating in. They're not even looking for the rotate. They're looking for the fight.
That's right. Cardi's hanging out with his camel. No big deal. He's not going to be suspecting 24K at all to be sneaking up above him. We'll see if this camel gets hit with a low toss grenade. Oh, this is just classic. Dude, I hope something happens here. This would be the best clip.
They definitely know
Jump down.
he's there, though.
Imagine jump down, try to hop on the camel real quick, then switch off, and then get him. That'll be an insane play. Please make it happen.
This is
oh,
the
this
best.
is a great angle.
24K, look down.
There's no way we don't check that. I mean, come on. We're right there.
I think he's more scared of just everything else, all the other teams. He doesn't want to get caught. That's why he continues to lay down. And for a team that needs those points, 24K, I'll give you a pass. If for some reason you don't spot the camel and that player next to the camel, I guess I'll give you a pass, Enigma.
Yeah, I do like a camel, though. It's not the horse, but, you know, it's the same thing.
I mean, you
We'll
can
get
hear the
to it.
camel eating. He's been chewing
Can
real
you, though?
loud.
I mean, that's kind of
Oh, yeah.
far. Do camels chew loud, PV? I feel like you're an expert with the way you're talking right now.
I just heard it.
Yeah,
All
camel
we had
in
to do was
Dubai.
shut up a little bit. And
What?
You can hear that sucker.
I see. Now I'm calling a lie on that. I know the nose is extended for E7.
No. I actually did a camel once at PMGC. We did some tour. One of the other casters rode a camel, and then after that riding the camel, we went in a camel. It felt really wrong.
Nothing like celebrating a camel.
Maybe I don't
ride.
want to be there with you guys. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could eat a camel. We got to get off this subject, guys.
Hey,
I
food's
don't
good.
want to talk
Food's
about
food,
eating
baby.
camels.
Food's food. Somebody
One
got caught though from
at a time.
Xforce. They're currently knocked. How are they gonna be able to get revived there? It's not 24K, so it should be fine. Actually, it is 24K that got knocked. Damn.
Womp womp. Well, no camel pouncing for him. Unfortunate. But check out these angles, man. These like little ravines in the rocks. They oh. So many squads, so little room. Where are they gonna hide? That is the question. The good news for Wolves is they got a nice little central position here in the middle of zone. They gotta be loving it. Everyone else trying to battle their way in. Maryland with a good 2-2 split, but a 2-2 split with these numbers, 15 squads in this tiny of an area. I will be curious to see how Maryland can juggle that.
I want to know as well, we're seeing it right here, 7, is the fact that 9Z has 2 players up the cliffside. They got 2 buggies potentially able to contest Xforce for the cliffside. I'm not sure if it connects so easily if they were to make the rotate around towards the north, but potential fight on the cliffside, something that I feel like we almost never see, and actually Ray is thirsting 24K. So Xforce, the situation I didn't want to happen, of course, happens immediately in the next zone.
And that was one of the things that 24K was just keeping an eye on, because he didn't want to overextend himself and just get caught, because once you get up, you're just going to become such a massive target. Meanwhile, Rowe eliminating McGrellin. McGrellin was able to clutch up for that squad early on, getting all those 4 eliminations. but now they're just gonna have to go home, or at least to the lobby until the next match with only those 4 points. But everybody else, I'm with you, PB. I'm excited to see what Wolves is gonna be able to do here with this positioning. On top of that, you have Influence Rage there within the circle as well. Alpha 7 being set up too. A lot of these teams there towards the top in great positioning.
They really are, and I am actually shocked as we take a peek at the overview. The map itself is just so packed right now. There are 14 teams left alive. We are 16 minutes into this game. The zone is a third of it's unplayable. Just absolute chaos going on the map right now. I would imagine as this next zone closes and we move into stage 5, it is going to be absolute pandemonium with everyone trying to find their spot in this next circle. So 9Z on the south really have their eyes on United 4, and that blue zone playing a factor at this point in time as Straight Outta Nepal is eliminated.
Bit of a spread as well. Looks like United 4 Gaming, one player in the circle. Both players now stacked on the same vehicle spot, close to the vehicle explosion as well. And unfortunately, they still got to make, what is that, a 30-meter or so dash into the center of the zone here. 7 with 9Z as well. I'm kind of worried about them actually, yeah, making a play, potentially even driving down onto your smokestack. I know there's a lot of teams looking at this angle, Royals of War, Jaguar, maybe even Loops down south here, but with the spots running out and time being limited, you got to look for the action at some point. And for 9Z, I want to see him start moving now.
Yeah, and for 19, you can see them being a little bit worried there by United Gaming and not wanting to fully commit there to that push because of the off angle that one player for United Gaming does have. The shots are going to be coming in, and they're going to be coming in from none other than Xforce as well. So Jaguar having to lay it down, continue on with the smoke path right there, and moving along the way, and even sending grenades just to make sure if anybody is going to be in front of you, clear that out. The other nade's going to be coming in. A bit of a waste there, but just making sure that there's not going to be anything else going on. 9C finally makes the push, and somehow Resilience Party with this camel still chilling there next to the mountain, PB.
Told you that was just a big brain strategy to hang out with the camel. He's having a nice chillax over south of the zone. Problem is he's out of the circle now. He's going to have to make a move. 9Z, they crashed their way in, but they've got Klaus to deal with at the top of this hill. Klaus trying to heal, and now Milos getting shot in the back. Somehow survives, but not for long. It's the team nade. Cold Goat's nade comes raining on top of Milos, and now they're in trouble from range. UT still firing in some shots. This is tragedy for 9Z. They've had such a good game so far. They're leading all teams in the lobby, both in elims and damage, but it could all come crashing down right here, right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Xforce, they're not going on the aggression here. You just have Klaus above them, hearing these knocks come underway through the elimination feed, but the two players on the off angles aren't getting aggressive, but a squad that has been aggressive all night, Loops Esports against the Miramar Slaughterhouses, being Maryland, being actually dismembered by just V10 alone. 2 eliminations for him, one being off the nades, and
that got stolen.
Loops Esports, but they still got 3 elims, PB. They've got 4 players up, 2 minutes left on the clock. I feel Loops could very well make it into that next circle.
Sure could. That was a great steal by Influence Rage from miles away, it seemed like. And now Influence Rage being threatened. Law knocked and finished by Adrian. Intense game. Coming after Influence Rage. Again, these two teams seeming to keep coming together. So far, it's been Influence Rage getting the better of Intense Game. But now IG looking for the revenge.
The top teams just fighting each other throughout the day and continuing on that fight here into the last 2 matches of day 2. PMSL America's full split. And Cardi, meanwhile, he's just now getting on top of the camel. He's like, okay, let me scout a little bit more. Nobody's really going to expect it. And he's going to start making a move as Roll comes in and eliminates 9C. And now Cardi's just making a run for it, hoping that he can get away with it. And he just might be able to do that. The shots are going to be coming in, but that is it. Cardi goes down. And meanwhile, yeah, the camel ain't going to be able to pick you up, brother. You're cooked.
Can you get under the camel?
Start eating him?
I don't know. Wow, look at that angle. Adrian finding a toe that was a little too big. He's going to take a chunk out of it, but still, you know, he's got a nice little spot in the house here for Intense Game, who's rolling up to support behind. Federal out by himself in this compound, but he's got Overwatch from Lil Boy. And Influence Rage holding on, but they have a really kind of disconnected position at this point. It's tough to see how they're going to be able to connect and actually make something happen here.
Actions coming underway. Intense game getting a little bit of damage onto the nades. Federal being the one pressured and tested by 2. Intense Gaming members not getting the knock just yet. The Molly barely missing his feet. The full heal does come through, but he's got to worry about the off angles. VIP potentially actually having an angle through the door if Batman could get just over the cliffside a bit more. Adreno now worried about Little Boy. The off angle's up on the cliffside. The spread that Influence Rage is holding now being pieced apart, playing it calm, cool, and collected. And with this being on the edge of the circle, they do have to move a little bit here, Seven Worlds, but they got to clean up this player fast.
That's right. I mean, Xforce is going to be here in the circle. Wolves Esports as well, and Alpha 7 has so much room to work with there towards the north. And you're talking about this fight. This fight's going to have to finish quickly, too, because of how the circle has shifted. IG going up against INF, Influence Rage. Who's going to end up winning this? Influence Rage right now currently with 3 players, and actually Influence Rage with just 2 players. Intense game with 3 players here, having to slow it down a bit as Row and Xforce are just going to blows at the moment there on the horizon. Influence Rage keeping tabs on everybody at the moment. It doesn't matter if they just have 2 players. It's going to be just 1 player here at the entrance. The shots are going to be coming through, and Federal is going to end up going down. Meanwhile, that last player for Influence Rage is going to stay alive, but now IG has 1 less player to worry about, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, with it taking so long, Loops Esports is now trying to get right in front of Intense Game. The zone is starting to close. You got to start moving in, and with it being stage 6, the damage ticks are not something to mess with. We also got to worry about Wolves Esports. They've been very quiet here, Powerbang. They do have 1 elimination, but I feel this is the zone where they start turning up, and they're already taking shots onto Loops Esports.
They really are. It's trying to defend their territory. They've got the position in the zone. They have this nice compound. They're starting to deal that damage. Everyone else up north, VIP, Intense Game, Loops, Alpha 7 have to battle for that position. And I had this sneaking suspicion that this one comes down to Alpha 7 and Wolves yet again. But VIP still up north in zone now. They've battled their way in. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. And Xforce still alive as well, if albeit just by a thread.
I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Wolves there on the elimination feed too, getting into the action whenever IG was pushing up onto the other squad. Wolves Esports, even though they had the whole control of that compound, trying to get anybody that was rotating around, they ended up getting 3 eliminations there. Good looking out there for Wolves Esports, and now Juancho trying to relay some information as Jaguar gonna be moving in closer. And you're not really going to have to worry about him that much. You're going to have to worry about what VIP, what some of the other squads are going to be doing, especially when this circle closes in. And Cubs trying to find an angle here on IG, not going to be able to. And the beautiful thing about all of this, Enigma, is that they don't really have to worry anything towards their east. They've been able to just fully clear that. They've been able to see those teams rotating around with their scouting. And now they're just fully focused there towards the south and the north. Which fight are you going to be wanting to take?
Yeah, and this is always an interesting moment as well for the Wolves, is a matter of what teams they feel have 2 or 3 players up. You understand Intense Game have lost some players in the lobby, but do they know it's 2? Do they know it could potentially be 3? Do they know if it's a full 4-man? That's all stuff that... Oh, wait a second. Car98, baby. He's doing the Powerbank cosplay right there. Oh, man. We love to see that.
I don't know about that.
Come on.
I don't know about that. Come on. This guy is actually legit. We've got Intense Game doing work up north. Alpha 7 loses Guizhou, which is not ideal, but now Revo's attention firmly onto VIP. That's going to be bad news for them, I have a feeling, but we'll see how this plays out.
Saman ends up getting knocked there by Revo. Revo going to be looking to follow up the grenade as well. Meanwhile, Batman going up to the high ground. Revo with that great placement. The shotguns are going to be coming out. Revo knows that he has him on the run. Who's going to be connecting there with the next shot? But he needs to be careful not to overextend, because somebody from VIP, none other than Pris, is going to be holding off that off angle. There goes the push from Revo. Revo's going to be able to connect there with Batman. And luckily for him, that player that was there from VIP, not going to be able to find them now. Wolves taking care of IG. We switched so quick to them. This is the Wolves we want to see, being proactive and making sure they just take the fight towards anybody, Enigma.
Yeah, and this damage, I mean, oh my goodness, he's just hitting shot after shot, allowing Revo to get the reset. But with you seeing the elimination feed, If you're the Wolves here, Powerbank, you got to get aggressive on this again. You cannot allow this team to get the reset, but unfortunately, they were taking their own fight, right, against Intense Game. They're worried about the South, Xforce still being a factor, and with this being the same top 3, the only difference I'm seeing right now in Powerbank, Alpha 7's got one less member.
They got one last member, and Mafioso's waving around a bolty, so you can tell how serious they're playing at the moment. Wolves on the warpath, full squad, the only team with 4 left, but I gotta say, this is the same exact top 3 that we saw last game. Again, it's Xforce with a disadvantage, but they make the most of their early position on the ridgeline. It all comes down to Fate and Alim. Can they get it done for this squad that so desperately needs it? And after not finishing higher than 5th the entire tournament, they turn in 2 top 3s in a row. They desperately needed this. Huge ups to Xforce for this, but now it's on to focus on the Wolves. I think they can get this done, 7. They've got the position, they've got the guns, and they definitely have the momentum.
They have the numbers advantage as well. Currently, in regards to both of the teams, they just need to make sure they focus on one. If they do see an opening, go for it, and then do what Influence Rage was able to do at one point. Take 2 teams at the same time, but just make sure you do it quickly, and that's exactly what Wolves is looking to do. Luckily for Alpha 7, Rebel is going to be straight down the middle of this circle, and they are going to be getting the zone as well. Now, Wolves Esports is going to be trying to figure out which way do we want to actually penetrate this circle. Do we go towards the north where Mafioso is and just overpower him because they do have vehicles to their advantage, Enigma?
I feel like they might wait if Xforce potentially makes the push on a Carrillo. You yourselves as a 4-man just full send around the north, and with these squads kind of fighting it out already, Wolves Esports is in the driver's seat, to say the least. They can digest the information, the angles of where these players are at, and unfortunately for Revo, he had to smoke himself, so they understand Alpha 7, all 3 players, they're somewhere around here on the north. I want to start seeing the vehicle usage. I want to start seeing potentially even the nades start to come out. Start guessing where these Alpha 7 players are at, because you're not going to get it off just zone alone. You got to be able to shoot your guns, and Fade, unfortunately, he's going to be the one pepper down. I wanted it to be on to Alpha 7 here, Powerbang, but it's looking like the same 2 teams having the fight again.
Absolutely. I thought this was going to be the case about 10 minutes ago. It looked like Alpha 7 and Wolves were destined for another top 2 matchup, and now Revo, the opening knock on Juancho, and goes for the flush, almost gets it. Juancho is due for the graveyard as he goes out. It's now a 3v3. Revo is feeling it. Coops is going to rotate, and we still have the wild card of Alim up in the hills right now. Honestly, no one can really peek without being in danger of Alim up the hill. Finally goes down, and it's a full 3v3. Alpha 7 versus Wolves.
One thing that Wolves don't want to get themselves is just finding themselves in a spot where they're going to be easily naded, and that's exactly currently what could end up happening as Alpha 7 now starting to corral themselves. But there you go, Dorian finding a knock on Rebel. That's a player that you definitely want to get rid of. The nades are now starting to come in, and they were able to switch the high ground. Coops currently laying down the last. Carrillo goes down to an aid. Back to Mafioso being the last one alive. You have the advantage here, Wolves Esports. Try to get an angle with one of the other players, and that's exactly what they're going to be looking to do here. Could this be a back-to-back win for Wolves Esports? And it is, as they clear off Alpha 7 twice, Enigma.
Twice, back-to-back. Could have made it a 3-peat on the wins with that Loops fight in the second Erangel, but look at the squad, man. Put the hands back up again. The handshake, let the lobby know. What are you guys doing out here? We're the team coming in. You guys doubted us. There's a reason why we're sitting number 1 for the NA boys. And for Wolves, I think we were expecting this day 1, PB.
Absolutely. I was hoping it would be day 1. Given their past, the last little bit, they have this slow start thing. If they could just get rid of that, honestly, they'd be a very scary team in the entire Americas region, but they kind of give up some points on that day 1 and then try to claw them all back. And so far, I got to say, they're doing a pretty dang good job of it. Day 2 has been a different Wolves team. You can just tell they're playing looser. You can tell they're playing with confidence. Coops, he said it himself, I don't know why I was nervous on day 1, but I was, and sometimes even goats feel the nerves. So Wolves getting it done, 2nd game in a row. Now they're legitimately challenging the top of the tables here. I will say, though, 7, the sad part for them is the team that they're going up against in the final circle, in the top 2, every single time has been Alpha 7. So they're not gaining much ground on them, but they are on 2nd place.
I'm fine with it. All right, let it continue to be whether it's Alpha 7, whatever other team towards the top, because that just means one thing. That means Wolves is putting themselves into positions with those top squads, and it's just going to continue on. The amount of experience, the amount of nervousness that is going to also go away is going to be massive for the squad. And also with Alpha 7 in Wolves Esports, we've gotten a chance to see them finish both matches in that last one. But even if we go back, I believe it was towards the second Erangel when Wolves could have ended up getting their first win. They actually also took care of Alpha 7. So far right now, Wolves over Alpha 7, 3-0 today so far, Enigma.
Yeah, 3-0, you can't ignore the stats. And for the Wolves, I wonder who all is really performing, because we've seen, obviously, Coops, the damage numbers, at least the eliminations have been there. But everyone on that squad, I feel we've seen the stats come up, and oh my goodness, just we got to see more Car 98s in this lobby. But for the most part, these two teams showing up, dropping as close as you can get, if not reaching over the double-digit elimination marker, Powerbang. I always get worried seeing some of these moments as well, the what-ifs of if Revo maybe got that connect on a Igor after. All these plays could go either way, but a lot of these squads showing the prowess.
Coops, 19 elimination, tied for fourth all in the entire lobby. You can see the performance. What I love right now from Wolves, and it's kind of the story of why they're performing so well, the load is, it's not 2,000 damage, it's every single one of them with 420 or more. So impressive stuff.
It is impressive. I mean, with the performance, I said it earlier, is not just Coops. This team is not having to rely on them. Even Juancho, earlier he only had damage, but it was helping him out. And right now, in this situation, he was able to secure those 3 eliminations. And honestly, that's what you want to see out of this squad. One player that has impressed me so far, not just Coops, out of this squad, has been Igor. He's sitting up with 17 eliminations so far between both of the days, and that's what you want to see out of this squad. And we got to give props to Enigma, because Xforce finding themselves once again in a top 3 situation.
Yeah, the placement points, the eliminations, at least better than last game, right? It's some sort of improvement. Unfortunately, that game, I always expect them being the squad, getting those 12, 15, maybe even 20 eliminations off their positioning, but it's all about those growing pains, right? We do see as well VIP Esports up there, at least with the ranked points circle like that. I believe they rotated far from the Northeast, being able to only get 1 elimination, but a lot of these teams here, gotta shout out Row and Team Jaguar as well, Powerbang, teams that didn't really show up much today. We saw him yesterday, of course, in that middle of the ground, but being able to at least get some points on this mirror mark.
That's a great point. And, you know, VIP, I keep seeing them in like the top 5 for the match, but they're just not scoring any points. They haven't gotten any elims. I want to see them be more aggressive. Let's check the MVP for our map, and it is none other than Carlin God from Team Jaguar, 644 damage. This was kind of a bit of a surprise for me, but you couple the kills with the damage with the survival time, and this is the man that we are saying is MVP. I don't know if I agree with this one, but I love to see him get his props, Seven.
Yeah, at least we're seeing Jaguar back onto some kind of graphic here in regards not just to them being in the second page when we end up looking at the match ranking, also being able to put up some MVP performances. And yeah, I was surprised not to see a player there from Wolves Esports. Maybe it was due to the damage that they were able to put up, but let's take a look at the overall ranking right here, because we've been talking about it, and look at how much Wolves Esports has closed out that gap. Now they're tied with Intense Game at 93 points apiece. Alpha 7 just currently on a world of its own, but it's looking good here for Wolves, considering that tomorrow at the end of the day, we'll be giving out those bonus points, PB.
You know, 2 chicken dinners now for squads in 2nd through 5th. And there's only 9 points that separate all of those teams. So, Influence Rage, I'm officially putting you on notice. You've been way out in front of everyone else, but it's just been like one other squad this entire time. But now you've got Loops knocking down the door, 3 points behind you. You've got the Wolves on the come up, just 9 points behind. There are 5 teams that have separated themselves from the rest of the field. They are your top 5, and none other than Wolves have the most momentum right now. I think Alpha 7 has done enough today to really secure themselves that top spot heading into day 3, but man, the Wolves can still take a bite out of that lead because we still have one more game to play, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, seeing 1st through 10th not shift at all in terms of the placement movings for the overalls. That bottom 8, or I guess you could say even 6, being up and down still, but that point spread from 6th, 7th, that sort of point range, or at least placement range, it's too large. You're making me laugh too much. But for the most part here, Seven, what I'm interested in seeing is how these teams on the right side of the page, especially those bottom 8 teams, how are you going to perform in this last Miramar, as well as tomorrow, to be able to try to get yourself some head start points?
Brother, you
Man,
can't say that around me at PB,
right?
I know you're blaming ear to ear right now.
I'm like, we both got kids. That's all I've been listening here at home with the 6-7 over and over again.
Indeed. Well, here we are getting ready for our 6th and final game of the day. It's Miramar once again, and news to Brazil. It is not Brazil on top this time around. We'll see if North America can make it so once again in the last game. We got another quick break coming up, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final game of action for today. We'll see you guys in a minute.
Chicken killer, 삼계탕 dinner.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
welcome back to PMSL America's Fall, and we are really in the thick of it now. We're almost through day 2. We've got one match left to play. I'm Powerbang, your host of the show, alongside Seven Worlds, as well as Enigma. Holy cow, this has been a crazy day. The action's been hot. NA has shown up today, in large part, led by the Wolves. If any team can stop Revo and the hard-charging Alpha 7 squad, seems to be the Wolves. That's been the kryptonite for Alpha 7 all day long, Seven.
Yeah, if Wolves Esports gets another win, I might need to break out my July 4th jersey and just represent America, because right now we're looking good, baby. I mean, honestly, it could have been back to back for this squad if they won that fight between Luz, but that was such a good mistake that needed to happen, I feel like, for that squad, because they've been able to adjust massively, especially towards the end of the matches. And now going into Miramar, guess what? They are currently the best team after getting that win. Enough damage. Alpha 7-2 has been putting in an insane amount of damage, Enigma.
Yeah, but the one thing I'm not liking to see right in the middle here, Powerbang, we're talking time as a squad. Obviously, we had seen some of the teams like Intense Game lower on the end of it, but we had prime real estate, best position in zone, and we're only staying up as a squad for 14 minutes. That's got to change. Wolves has been able to change that from yesterday to today. We see it here, 26 minutes, of course, for the Miramar. They are the team that won it, but for these other NA squads, obviously VIP as well gets thrown in the mix. Everyone essentially needs to take the playbooks that we need to stay together. We need to keep the members up, because a lot of these teams, they're dying on a rotation, they're getting caught in the open. That stuff we can't see, especially if you want to represent your region in PMGC.
Well, hey, you've been talking about this in regards to VIP. We keep seeing this team being there at the top and then just not being able to confirm eliminations, not being able to output that aggressiveness. I mean, that's a perfect example right there. 600 damage. You can see what everybody else has been able to do. And in the last match, that team was only able to get 1 elim. They need to figure out that fragging. You're being able to put yourself in good situations towards the end of the game, but you just need to start fragging out a little bit more.
You can't finish in the top 4 and walk away with like 5 points. That's just not something that should happen. And it's been multiple times today for VIP. I'm proud of them for getting to those scenarios, but open up the fire, right? 600 damage, not acceptable if you're going to be alive for 22 minutes as a squad. We got to start putting pressure on other teams. You got to start picking up elims, because unfortunately, the way the game is scored these days, rank isn't all that important. I mean, it's good to start finishing and winning chicken dinners, but the elims are where it's at, and it's where squads like Alpha 7, Wolves, etc., that is where they are gaining their points. So we are getting ready for our next game. Would love to get some predictions before we go into this one. Enigma, I'll start with you. Who's taking this last game of the day?
I'm going Alpha 7. They've been second. They've been losing to Wolves over and over. I think this is the time now they're saying, we got to warm up, guys. We can't be letting NA get over us. And as much of an NA fanboy as I am, I've been seeing Alpha 7 keep the fire going every single day. So my pick has got to be the Brazilian boys.
Fair enough. I mean, Revo leading the way right now, leading all players by miles when it comes to damage, elims, not like every category. Revo's at the top. We'll see if he can continue that. So I like the pick, but I got to come to you, Seven. What is your pick for this last game of the day?
I believe in curses out there, especially when it comes down to casters. Shout out to Maxman, the best man at being able to curse teams. And earlier, when I was picking Wolves Esports, they weren't winning. I stopped picking them, and they started winning. So as much as I want to pick them, I'm not going to. I'm going to go with what the Enigma was saying. Alpha 7 looking out to close day 2 with a win.
Okay, I'm a little disappointed. I thought I was going to be able to pick the Wolves with somebody else here, but apparently that's not the case. It's just me.
Curse them.
I'm going, well, dude, I picked them a couple times today and they've won. So the curse isn't working, at least from where I'm sitting. So maybe I'm blessing them. I believe, man. The attitude of Juancho for me is such a bright spot. He's coming back in arm in arm with teammates, with opposing players. The dude's just a bright spot for the community in general. I'm a fan of the Wolves. I hope they can pull it off here. But man, the momentum strong today. Lock it in for me. Wolves game 6 for their 3rd in a row. and their 4th top 2 in a row. And man, if any team needed it going into today, it was the Wolves. They were hanging out near the bottom of the tables, but no longer. They're just 9 points out of 2nd place. Remember, I put Influence Rage on notice. They've been kind of lurking. They've had an okay day. They've been around, but they didn't have the same kind of day that they had on the beginning of day 1 for sure. And so I feel like if Influence Rage doesn't show up this game, that 2nd spot is going to slip away to somebody, whether it's Wolves, whether it's Loops, whether it's Intense Game. We will have to wait and see. Now, Seven, I don't know if you noticed on that graphic right before we started, Intense Game, they only had 23 seconds as a squad last game, and they still did okay. I would imagine if they can keep their 4 up for a bit longer, Intense Game might be able to rebound in a big way this time.
Yeah, I want to see Intense Game being able to actually have players that are putting up good performances. We really haven't seen anybody from them. We were talking yesterday in regards to some of those players. Today, it has been a lot slower when it comes down to eliminations, and I think that's why it kind of has allowed some of these other teams to start shining a little bit brighter towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Another team, you mentioned it, Influence Rage, a little bit too passive. We saw them being able to perform good in that first Rondo, and after that, just full-on disappearance. If I'm not mistaken, I think they got in 16 points ever since we finished Rondo in those matches, so I think it's time for them to react as well. And last but not least, boys, I'm going to stay on this trend for Brazil teams. Where's Maryland at? Yesterday, we were hyping up this team when they ended up going from, I think, 16th place all the way up to 7th place after Miramar. Right now, Enigma, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Your team's nowhere to be found.
That was my top 3, top 1 potential. We had the squash hype train. You were making me down it from minute 1. That guy, there's a reason why he got booted from Alpha 7. But for the most part, I wanted to have faith. The Miramar was showing prowess, but unfortunately, you only play that twice today, Powerbang. In the last match, they didn't do anything.
They really didn't. You guys can check out Amazon gift card codes at the bottom of your screen. Go get that locked in over at amazon.com/redeem and enjoy the goodies on PUBG Mobile Esports. No, we are getting ready now for our 6th and final game of the day. This will wrap up day 2 of our first league stage. And remember, after tomorrow, all of the points reset, and whoever it's on top of the standings is getting 15 head start points. Now, a lot of the teams will be getting head start points, but the further you are down the list, the less you get. And so these points are critical to all these teams trying to perform well in the finals because, again, top 2 from the region will be moving on. Here we go. The game is started. Brought to you by Infinix. The GT Series outplay the rest. It is on. Last game of the day. And I got the Wolves in this one, baby. Let's see if they can get it done for a 3rd time in a row, 7.
And a good playing path here to start off that last Miramar of day 2. PMSL America's fall split. Yesterday, we ended up guessing which way we wanted the final circle to go to. I got real close, but it didn't end up going towards the islands. Today, boys, what are we thinking, Enigma? What are you thinking in regards to that final circle?
I'm wanting a Chumacera zone. Give me a POI spot, but give some cliffside, some elevation that these teams got to work or make it a difficult challenge for these players to get into that circle shift.
Okay, that ain't bad. How about you, PB? Which one are you looking at?
I just circled it. The islands, baby. Give me the islands. There's no other better zone in this map than that. So I like that. You know, if I had to pick like a second, maybe it's, I don't know, the mountaintops up here by Crater Fields. That's kind of fun. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where this first zone goes. But I'm expecting something kind of central here. And, you know, early out of the plane for Alpha 7. They're going to go cruise the Valle once again. Oh! And we got action early. A Team Liquid. They cannot avoid these early game fights. They just love the knives. And it's iNCO Gaming once again. Why are these teams... Why are they doing this at this particular compound? I feel like we're running it back game after game. We're going to see them chip each other away. And then watch. Maryland's going to roll up, park across the street, look at it, and then drive on. I don't know. It's been the same thing every game, 7.
Just dumb plays all around, to be completely honest, with these 2 squads, because now they know that they're going to be dropping there. This is just you being in your ways. This is you letting ego get in the way as well. Like, look at Bernozen. You're currently holding a knife. You're not having anything, absolutely nothing. Just give it a chance and go somewhere else. You're a team that's in 10th place. You're a team that if you actually had a good performance with how close everything is right now, you could propel yourself up the leaderboard and go all the way up to 6th place. In Enigma, honestly, with that big of a jump up, that could be massive when we end up going towards the finals and bonus points are at play.
Yeah, and bonus points, you said it best yourself. You were speaking about SEA being a 3-point difference. If you're allowing yourself to just be pigeonholed on the Miramars every single day, yeah, you're going to get a few off the head start points, but every point matters, and we're not in spring split. We're in the fall. After this, you're going to the global championships if you're one of the top teams, and unfortunately, really just a lot of stubbornness. Something I wouldn't even have felt to see out of Team Liquid. iNCO Gaming, a little bit more realistic, but both these squads right now really just kind of preventing themselves from even playing the match out. Luckily for iNCO Gaming, they go 4 for 0 this time around. But what about the times before? We were losing 1, 2, maybe even 3 players off rip just for some eliminations. That's not something you can accept. And for a map like Miramar, where both these teams could perform Powerbang, you can't be doing this again.
This is crazy. If you guys at home could see my eyes rolling right now, you might get a kick out of it. But that, I don't know what is going on with this particular compound and building. I don't know what strategic value it really offers. It's just a silly fight to take at the start of the game. I mean, it's wild. Why that building in the middle of nowhere with almost no loot? I mean, you've got people wielding knives for the whole fight. It's crazy. So I don't know what's going on, if there's some beef there or what, but neither team willing to let that one go. But at this time, it's iNCO that comes out on top, and at least for North America's sake, we don't drop a member at the start, and we do add 4 points to the total to put iNCO back in the left column. They're in the top 8 once again, moving past UT. And so now I got to point out, Seven, I've noticed LATAM really struggling just in general in the tournament. You know, yesterday it was North America. LATAM has completely fallen off. They are nowhere on the front page at all, and none of their teams really seem to be performing at a high clip as well. What's going on with the region?
Yeah, not sure what's honestly going on with the region besides the fact that North America has shown up today, especially with Wolves, especially with iNCO earlier into the day as well. But we're going to have to wait and see if this could be the chance. I mean, United for Gaming, to be fair for this squad, they have put up some good points, but just not good enough of the likes of what we saw yesterday from Jaguar.
For sure. So speaking of Wolves, I do want to hear from them. I think we got Igor standing by after the last game. Would love to cut to him and see what he had to say.
Another match and another win for NA, especially for Wolves. So let's talk about the top 2, because you got a top 2 and then 2 wins in a row. How did you feel in the match that you kind of threw? And do you think you worked like a few for you to get those wins?
Yeah, like we got a little stressed about it, but like I said to them, keep your cool, guys. Like we need to be in a good mood to get our performance right, you know. So just it, you know, just keep your cool.
Yeah, and about yourself right now, you recently joined the team, and now you have a really important role at the team. You're a co-agile, right? So how is that working for you?
Yeah, like I'm more like helping out, you know, because he have a lot of good ideas, and like on this match I said like it's a free win from that position, guys. Just play it and let's just hold it, you know. Like when he doesn't have a clear idea or a good idea, I help him, you know.
But it's working very well. So congratulations on second win today, and thank you, Garzada. Good luck for next matches. Thank you.
You heard him say it. They kept their cool once again. It's a picture of success here from the Wolves today. I'm really happy to hear that their impact and Igor's impact on the squad has been a positive one. They'll continue to keep their eyes on the prize. Again, they are targeting top 2. They said it yesterday. They're not concerned with the regional placement to try to secure their spot to that next stage. They want to get it outright by placing top 2 here at PMSL Americas 2025-7.
Again, the good thing about Igor there, he mentioned it, and Kaya was able to mention it as well. He is new to the squad. This player, if anybody remembers him, he was able to participate in the PMWC 2024 with Twisted Minds, and they were able to put up a good performance too in the pulse play. But you know what? Hold on to that one, because Jaguar maybe wanted to wake up. Splat, come on, you need this point, Phoebe. You want to be able to see him get some damage, and he gets a knock. Please, get the elimination just for us and for PB.
I was so happy to see that. It's the first one of the entire tournament for Splat. We've got some damage in the column. We haven't cracked 100 just yet, but we're getting there. Splat, nice work getting the elimination. I'm super, super stoked to see this one.
23 damage. We'll get there eventually. I mean, there's so many games that we got to get over, but now Jaguar with the man advantage, taking the initiative on to Resilience Esports, and unfortunately the shot's not connecting from M2M. Loops now getting the third party going on, and Mad, he realizes the scenario. He's saying, I'm getting right out of Dodge, trying to at least regroup with his boys up onto the southern hillside. But man, if you're Jaguar, the performance from yesterday to today is just day and night, unfortunately. 100-0 almost, it seems, as a squad. And for Jaguar, one player knocked as well as one already thirsted. Make it 2 thirsted now. With Resilience leaving 7, I'm seeing Luch just take a free 4 elimination points here now.
Yeah, with the high ground that they're currently working with too. And I mean, for Jaguar yesterday, remember, especially with what PB kept saying, it came down to that M2 player. He was putting up those good performances. PB, I feel like today he has been nowhere to be found. And right now, with what Loops is doing, they might just get a freebie because Loops might just decide to back off from this fight.
I wouldn't back off if I was Loops. I feel like they keep the pedal to the metal, try to get those points. I mean, it is a little bit of a risk. They are in the top 3 right now, at least for the moment. But when you get a squad that, especially when you know you've taken out the top player, this is one where they might keep the foot on the gas. We'll see. But M2M back to earth today. He was riding in the stratosphere yesterday, number 2 in the lobby in damage. And today it's been an average performance. Not gonna lie, but you kind of expect that, I think, from most players. You're not gonna play like Revo every single day. Speaking of Revo, you can see Alpha 7 on the wide rotation out on the west. They are coming all the way down. You're going to see them wrap, and look who they might collide with once again, who's coming up. So it's Wolves, Alpha 7 occupying that same part of the circle once again. And I'm curious to see if these guys will meet on the battlefield for the 4th game in a row.
Yeah, but the problem as well is it's Miramar. Tier 7. I'm worried about other teams being on the map. It's such an open and widespread sort of viewpoint you can have. I feel teams like even Influence Rage or SON possibly, if they hear that Alpha 7 fight go down, I think they're going to look for the 3rd or 4th party.
Yeah, and with the circle currently working with, I mean, honestly, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on what PIP is going to be able to do, because this team, we said it multiple times now, they keep finding themselves in a situation where they can actually finish in a good placement, but they're just not able to confirm those eliminations. So please start showing me that you can get those eliminations. VIP, you'll be able to come down from that last place that you're currently on, and you'll be able to put up at least some placement points too. We'll see if that's what's going to be able to actually react like Wolves Esports has been able to react today. Meanwhile, Coops, this is what I'm saying. The confidence starting to show there. Before, they might have been a little bit more passive, or they probably would have already lost some players in regards to what was happening yesterday. Today, it's a completely different team. They're continuing to work on just that positioning, Enigma.
And right now, the positioning Loops, they actually opted to give up that duo fight we were wanting to see Powerbang. Now looking at, I believe, the 3-man of Resilience. Pigeon held just around the building's Loops, having one player, a bit of an off angle with Rafina, possibly getting some sort of vehicle sight line going. But for Loops Esports, I believe they do understand there is a squad here, but I'm interested in seeing which of these teams will actually make that first move, because for Loops, they're always the team that makes the action. But wait a second, we got to change it now. Alpha 7 versus 9Z, 2 teams that desperately need some elims early.
9Z rotating around, kind of getting in the way of Alpha 7. They came up the mountain. Milos by himself alerts the team, but they're not able to get there in time. Milos can't even retreat. He's shot in the back out of the vehicle, and Alpha 7 making quick work of 9Z as they drop 2 players to the top squad in the lobby. 9Z will revert course, go up north. It's Remix kind of way up north beyond them. And now we've got the remnants of Jaguar going up against Xforce, and Xforce making quick work of them. You know, Xforce has got a little bit of momentum right now as well, Seven. I'm not going to lie. They're looking decent over these last few games.
They definitely are looking decent. They've been able to find out placement spots too, but I'm along the lines a little bit more of what I'm seeing with VIP. Even though Xforce has been able to put up more elims, I just want to see more, PB. I'm being greedy here, Enigma. I want to continue to see these eliminations because of the performances that those teams towards the top are currently putting. Yes, right now, baby steps for some of these teams, right? Especially for Xforce, they're finding themselves into later matches. Now let's start working on maybe setting yourself up to get those eliminations. And in the past, Enigma, we've been able to see Fate being able to be that player for the squad to get those elims. I want to see that happen again.
Yeah, but we see Klaus, 24 Ks. Those were the star seller players throughout all of the league stage. The last split being able to put up the elim. So relying on Fate right off the rip is kind of a question mark in my eyes, but question mark's going to be decided right here. 9Z, we wondered where they went, getting full slammed by the Influence Rage squad. Actually, just a random shack in the middle of zone, getting all players knocked and eliminated. Loops as well, actually able to catch off SON on rotation. I'm not sure what happened with our NA boys there either, but unfortunately, they're going to be out 15th place. Potential switch up from VIP, moving just past the last place spot into the 15 or potentially even 13, 14 range. But these other teams, I want to bring up that factor of Xforce again, right, Seven? I don't want to see a team always taking baby steps. At some point, we got to start making strides of our own. And for this game, we're talking it's the end of day 2, Powerbank. When are we going to see teams start making moves like the Wolves have done today?
I don't know. I'm not expecting to see them, to be honest with you. I think the Wolves
Yeah.
are the team that is the big movers here, and I expect that trend to continue. Honestly, they have pretty good control of the southern part of the zone. They have cleared out everyone along with Alpha 7 and iNCO, so it looks inevitable that Alpha 7 and Wolves come together once again. VIP, as we see on our screen, coming in pretty late. They're behind Alpha 7. And Revo is actually scouting this out. You can kind of see them close to each other as these vehicles circle. But now it's iNCO in the sights of Coops. And we'll see if these guys come to blows or if they're going to kind of be neighbors for a little bit.
It has worked out in the past. We'll see if they're going to maybe want to become neighbors there. With the way they're currently playing, and they are starting to play smart, they could just decide to back off. They could just decide to wait for the right moment. And earlier you were wondering the name of which teams we might want to see be able to do a big jump up. It's not going to happen here in this match, but going into tomorrow, a team that I do want to see a little bit more consistency out of, and it's currently not even in this match, it's going to be 9C Globant. This team started off the day hot, but ever since then has just fully faded away. Even at the moment, you're not going to see them on your screen because they already been eliminated. So hopefully tomorrow, with what they've been able to learn so far from what has happened in Rondo, with the amount of eliminations that they were actually able to get in Rondo as well, that might be a bit of a change there for 9Z.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep as well.
Here.
With which team? Alpha 7. Oh my. You're definitely pointing that out on the south. Surprised they have so much control. And this crazy part about it, PB, Revo and Mafioso, if they stay on that mountaintop, they could potentially farm VIP and Intense Game this circle.
They really could. I was mentioning that because the Wolves, for the first time, Higors drove over and saw Alpha 7. So they're now aware of their presence. They did retreat, but man, if they had chosen to take that action at that point, it would have been a 4-on-2 in the favor of Wolves. And they just didn't realize there was no full squad there. So 2-2 split for Alpha 7 for the moment. We've got ROW with Overwatch looking down onto Maryland below. And here we've got Intense Game taking pot shots at VIP. Now, VIP, late rotating in, they just have not been able to find a comfortable spot. They have plenty of room to make entry here. They just haven't been committal. And that's what I want to see from VIP is they're playing too tentative. And I want to see them just kind of make a decision, get into zone, find a spot, take a fight, do something, because they need to get some eliminations going. And once again, we are sitting on 0 kills, 0 damage at this point in the game. They're the only team that's done nothing the entire time this lobby. That's got to change if they want to make their way up the standing, because right now, they're sitting at 16th.
16, man. You can't even... The weight itself, when you say that number, just speaks volumes. Obviously, they're only 3 points behind SON, but at least with SON, we're seeing them push Team Liquid and Erangels. We're seeing some fights go on against them with Alpha 7, but VIP's just... Our points are only off placement. We're not putting any numbers up in terms of the damage columns, and for the most part, obviously it's stage 4. Maybe you could say their late rotations coming in play a part in that, but we saw in the Erangel earlier 7 with iNCO Gaming. They rotated all the way off from Narnia, coming in essentially from Zone 5, and they were able to win the match with top damage charts. So it can't be just that. This team's got to find their mark. And with it being the last game today, I'm not sure if they're going to find it tonight, but tomorrow it's got to be night and day.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about that play earlier in the day was that they did mention it's something that they've been working on, right? So it goes to show that the practice that they're putting in is starting to at least showcase here whenever we do end up going to the other matches. So hopefully the rest of the organization will able to set them up just for success. continue to practice that stuff, continue to do that VAR review and see how you can react to certain situations, because you've seen it. It has worked wonders. Maybe they'll continue on this path of just continuing to improve. Alpha 7, I've enjoyed Alpha 7 with the way that they've just been able to control a lot of ground, being aggressive too whenever they get a knock, and seeing if they could maybe go for that push. One thing that kind of hurts a little bit to me watching Alpha 7 be this dominant is that they're just being given certain situations. They're being given certain grounds that they come to have issues when we actually go to the global event. I wish some of these teams will respect them a little bit less and would actually challenge them, especially when Alpha 7 split like that, because it not only would help Alpha 7, it will also help that team just boost up their confidence, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel like Coops is going to be that main factor. I know you're just trying to point it out, PB, but Coops is always that player in this lobby where he's going to check anyone, including Revo, in the lobby. He understands where these players might be, and with a circle shift like this, even though they both share that southern part, if you're Wolves and you get a knock, potentially even a thirst on Alpha 7, I want to see a push out of them.
Look at the formations here between Alpha 7 and Wolves. It's almost identical. 3-1 splits, kind of somebody on the flank. They're playing this nearly identically, and you guys are pointing it out. The only team that hasn't really been afraid to take Alpha 7 on has been the Wolves, and the Wolves have come out the better of it every single time. Everyone else just kind of giving A7 their drop spot, their preferred rotations, and when there finally is a challenge because real estate's too small, Alpha 7's winning those fights. I mean, maybe they've earned that reputation and the fear is warranted, but you definitely want to see more teams try to take that from the champs and not just give it to them, because right now they're up to 140 points, man. They are cruising along at this point.
Yeah, there comes a times when you just have to be able to challenge that top squad. You got to be able to stop being scared, and so far Wolves have been able to showcase that. And we're wondering what was going to happen with VIP. Yep, it ain't going to be happening today, especially in this match, Enigma. Maybe tomorrow we'll start seeing a little bit of a different VIP and a bit more aggressive if they do end up wanting to go for those eliminations instead of just those placement points. You got to find that happy marriage.
Yeah, I got to see either tonight or maybe tomorrow for warm-ups, 2v2s, 4v4s against some squads. Just make it quick and easy TDMs, because it just looks like we're afraid to take some of these fights. We're not even getting a chance to put damage on the board, and for a rotation like that, I honestly thought they were going to play it slow. They had that dip just west of Loops to scout it out, but instead they full send it in onto the building, not even on a spot that's free from shots from Loops Esports, ultimately just getting immediately wiped, not even a lick of damage to their name. But now, obviously, we could harp on them all we want, but we're talking essentially 20 minutes into this match, PB. 11 squads remaining, and this Northwestern side, intense game versus Influence Rage, it's starting to unfold.
Really is. You see these two squads come together. Once again, Influence Rage and Intense Game. Bitter rivals, and we'll see if they actually get to square off here without the third-party interference from afar. Quickly on VIP, though, this is a team that is 7th in the lobby in survival time. 7th. Yet dead last, and dead last in damage by a long way. So I just want to see them put their guns to use. Like these two squads here, this is Influence Rage and Intense Game going at it. We've got some trades going on. 2 down from Intense Game, 1 down in Lil Boy from Influence Rage, and they are going to try to get him back in the fight, but they are split, which is what we've seen multiple times now from Influence Rage today. Can they support each other? That is my question to them. Silence gets eliminated, Adrian eliminated by the explosion, and now Rafa taken down as well. Intense Game is just about out of here. Good plays from Influence Rage.
That's right, Wolves Esports now looking to hold off United for Gaming. Dorian wanting to put on some damage here. Not going to be able to connect there with the nades. Now having to force that back off, and this is what I'm enjoying out of this squad. Looking to set themselves up. Previously, they might have been a little bit too over-eager, wanting to get into the action, but now they're looking and just tracking at everything going on, and we might get it one more time. 4 out of the 6 matches we've seen this fight happen over and over again, and Alpha 7 not looking like they're wanting this fight right now, and they're looking to back off and seeing if they can regroup.
That was getting a little too sketchy as well. Juancho might have been the 3rd time in a row first knocked for the Wolves squad against Alpha 7, but instead the team recognizing the call out, getting vocal about saying, I need support. And for Alpha 7, being able to push them back allows you to fully work United for Gaming again. But coming back to this north side here, Powerbang, Influence Rage, they were able to clean up a lot of the Intense Game members, but unfortunately now down to just a solo. Xforce having at least 3 up on the cliffside here. I want to see potentially a full wipe on this northern edge because we're looking at only 2 solos they got to deal with.
They've got Influence, Rage, Law up here isolated. They have Padrino from Intense Game. Now he's gone. They do get 1 fully wiped. Now they've got to focus on Influence Rage to get that done. Here's Law at the bottom. Fate sees him. He calls it out, and now it's a matter of time. Klaus coming, the Enforcer for Xforce. Can he get it done? No, the knock comes in from Law, and now it's up to Fate and Alim to try to get it done. Law buys some more time, gonna get the heals. They're gonna try to reset this fight. Klaus in a position where they do have time to heal, but no, they don't keep Law from pushing up the hill. Bit of a mistake here from Xforce, and now Law trying to make them pay for it.
Waiting in a little bit too long there. Yeah, for Fate, waiting there for Alim now to show up. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. The Molotovs and everything is going to be out of the way. Law trying to get Alim, but it's going to be just too much. Too many players there for him to take care of. And now we're going to be switching over to Loops and Resilience. Resilience looking to see if they can maybe get something going here for them, as they are a team that is currently in 14th place. 2 eliminations so far this match, but Loops Esports is up to 8 elims and looking to fend them off. Between the MVP yesterday, finding one with the grenade, and they're going to be switching it over to just close range as even more nades are going to be coming in, PB.
I expect Loops to take this one. They've just been hot all day long. We'll see how they work. They take down player coming onto the inside, and now it's up to Saz trying to clutch this out for RTP. I don't have high hopes for this one because he is on his own, and now we've got Xforce rotating in from the rear. Alim trying to third party the fight. Loops is wanting to finish this. Nade in, doesn't connect that fence, protecting him, and now it's time for the Molotovs. Here comes Vatine. You know he's going to try to get this done. Top dog in the lobby, can't get it, and the flush comes in for Saz, not able to get it done. And Alpha 7 is about to roll in now. They want these scraps. They want the points. And I don't know if anybody's strong enough to deny them at this point.
No one is, and I mean, Alpha 7 just pulling up perfectly. If you're Loops, you cannot allow this Saz member to be able to just stay alive and at least get even 1 knock to you, because this is what happens against high experience squads. They come in, they look to clear house. They're not even maybe even looking for the standing players. They're going to look for the knocked players first just to steal eliminations their way, and Alpha 7, they're starting to storm together inside. Shotguns in play. Revo does get knocked from an off angle of Xforce, but nonetheless, Loops down to just 1. The compound actually make it none for Loops, down to just the Resilience member of all players here in the compound 7. They were in that marriage hold 3 and 4 for both those squads. Now down to just the solo, and I don't think he's going to live long enough. Top 5, going to be top 4 shortly.
Yeah, I think for Resilience, it came down to them just looking to secure at least some placement points, nades, more Molotovs, more smokes are going to be coming their way too. And meanwhile, Alpha 7 starting to make the push. They smelled up a lot in the water. They are absolute sharks. Can they do it cleanly though? And they do just that, as Saz had no opportunity there on taking the full team of Alpha 7. And Wolves now looking to react to this and making sure they just get into the zone.
For the 3rd game in a row, we have Xforce, Wolves, and Alpha 7 in the top 4. Can they make it a 3rd game in a row for the top 3? Only Royals of War standing in their way, and Wolves are taking them on right now. Coops goes down in the front. Wolves are in a bit of a trouble. Nade lands, that is a big one. And I gotta say, I'm just so impressed with the play of Wolves so far. They've been able to thwart off the backdoor attempts numerous times from Alpha 7, and now it's up to them to take down Royals of War. Coops is gone, but they still have Doran, who is gonna join the fight. Carrillo gets knocked as well. Xforce dealing some damage and doing their part onto Alpha 7. This is Chaos 7.
Xforce, I was asking for more eliminations, and you're giving me just that right now. Keep it in on brand for me with 7 eliminations. Make it 8, why don't you? As Fate is just 4 to get out of that shack, and luckily for him, Ro is not going to be worrying about him, but he needs to be careful because Wolves could end up keeping an eye on him. Rebel going to get closer. He's going to be able to spot him right there. He's going to be calling that out too, and just barely getting into the safe zone. You know that grenade's going to be coming in. He might have been able to hear that pin because he's wanting to move around, but Alpha 7 losing some players there towards the zone. Mafioso gets knocking. There goes Fate. Doran was just keeping an eye on everything, and we have our top 3 row wanting to get a win here, stopping Wolves from possibly getting a back-to-back-to-back.
And they're the only 4-man team as well.
Down to 2.
They've unfortunately They've unfortunately had one knock though from Row, and actually look at this PB. Wolves Esports, they're seeing the elimination feed. They're getting active onto the duo, and for Wolves, this might be the game-winning play here for them.
It might. I don't know about it, though, because Alpha 7, under so much pressure, they gave up their back to ROW. They're fully concerned with Alpha 7 at this point. ROW has a little bit of hard cover here to work with, but they are up against the edge of zone. You can see them just a little bit out right now. 36 meters Aragon needs to go to get into the safe circle. Demonor's a bit closer, up towards the front. And now Wolves are trying to make the play. They've backdoored Alpha 7. The outflanking that both Alpha 7 and Wolves have done to each other all match long has been so impressive, and Wolves looking to have the last laugh for a third or fourth game in a row now. Guizhou fully focused on the front of the Wolves. They both are kind of abandoning the Royals of War altogether, and it's all about these two squads kind of going head to head in the top three once again, 7.
And luckily for Alpha 7, they still have Revel alive within their roster. Earlier, Wolves did end up losing Coops. Guizhou goes down to Juancho. Juancho's been putting up a performance, but they need to be careful. You were talking about it. They give their backs up to Row, and that's exactly who ends up knocking it. Revel decides to leapfrog a little bit Wolves Esports and get even closer towards the middle of the zone. Now, the only problem here for Revel is that with all the utility that they ended up using, not only just on the third party, and also having to fight Xforce, he's going to have none to work with besides just 3 smokes. And at this moment, in this situation, you are just pinned between Wolves and on top of that Row. I don't know. I've been able to see miracles before from Revel, but this one's just going to be a little bit harder, Enigma.
The only saving grace for him is this is stage 8 currently. Now going into stage 9, he's one of the closest individuals to the center of the circle. So if he could somehow dodge the pressure from Royals of War having to creep down over him, he could very well make magic happen through the smokes, but every team's got to start moving forward. That bull in the center, Igor's really the only one that can get consistent shots down. He gets the headshot going on 2 of them and make him a one-man army. The last player's 1 HP does get him, and now we're talking the 1v3. Wait a second, PB. The shots come through on the Juancho, but Wolves again. Winner, chicken dinner. Give it to him, man.
Igors goes off with the laser beams to close out the day. The Wolves putting a stamp on things. 3 chicken dinners in a row. Count them. Wolves going back to back to back. Absolutely incredible performance from North America.
Love to see the hype from this squad. One of the best pickups, the best roster changes that we've been able to see so far in this PMSL. You always talk about Alpha 7. You talk about changes with Team Liquid. No. Igor saying, calm down, baby. I've been here before. I've been able to put up good performances in the past with Twisted Minds Brazil, with the Vicious and the rest of the squad. Right now, he is impressing the crap out of EPB.
I couldn't agree more. The calls that they made, I will tell you, there was a moment when the Wolves were starting to get into it with iNCO and with United 4 Gaming, crashing the compound. Coops committed. Hopefully we see it on the replays. It was a minor play, though, as far as action was concerned. They started to throw the grenades, and Alpha 7 sent 3 behind them to crash and third-party that action. Coops didn't know, but Igors did. Igors calls it, him and Juancho outflank on the bottom of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 has to turn around and retreat. We might have saw those 2 squads come together early, but it was just heads-up strategy, heads-up positioning the entire match long from the Wolves, and ultimately it pays off again. Gentlemen, these boys are clicking on all cylinders, and if they continue this type of play, I don't know if anybody can stop them, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, Igor in that interview, he's the co-IGL. He's the one hearing Doran's ideas and saying yes, no, maybe so. And for the moment when it came down to Coops getting knocked out, I love how you painted the picture for that, PB. He said, you guys need to get out of dodge, rotate back around. And as soon as he had seen Alpha 7 start making moves themselves, he said, let's get right on top of them again. Don't let up for a moment. And I mean, for the most part, even 7, Elim's 10, actually now they're right at the end after Revo makes it 11. They were able to apply so much pressure. And this is the team that wanted to do it, but this time around, I'm seeing 2 members specifically putting up the damage numbers.
Crazy, and it's going to be none other than Doran, Igor as well, putting up those stats. I mean, Igor is just popping off today. You love to see some of this players, especially like Doran, Juancho, and Coops, finally having some extra support, finally having somebody be the co-IGL, and I feel like that was such a good answer that we got out of the Kaya interview, is that he likes it. He likes to be able to help out the team, and if he does see a spot where he tells them, you know what, slow down a bit, I think we can win it from here, or maybe make a push, he's being able to do that for this squad, PB.
Absolutely. Higor's up to number 5 in the tournament overall in damage and up to number 3 in kills. So just incredible performance for him. And you can see the Wolves once again stacking points on points on points. And once again, it's Alpha 7 in second place. These two squads have clearly shown today that they are a cut above the rest when both are on their game. Alpha 7, despite not winning the games today, have clearly shown that they belong there. But it's been the Wolves who have had the last laugh, or the last howl, if you will. Xforce, once again from NA, they woke up towards the end of today. Top 3, top 4, just incredible bounce back from them, and you love to see it, Enigma.
Yeah, as a team themselves, obviously there's mistakes that could be improved upon, but getting the elimination tally more and more and more throughout this latter half of day 2, that's a team that definitely could, if they could find their work, they're trying to iron out, they could very well find themselves in the moment. But you said the name already, 7 and PB. We're talking the MVP. Of course it's going to be Higor. He's finally getting his flowers on this last match of the night.
Could he be the MVP for the day as well? I mean, with the numbers he's been putting up, I know Revo has been putting up numbers as well today. That's going to be a great fight between these two players. And honestly, I wouldn't know who won that MVP for today, PB.
It has to be Revo. I mean, as much as Higor's was impactful and ultimately their teams are getting the wins, which is what ultimately matters, look at damage. Revo has 7,950 versus 4,200 for Igor's. That's how far ahead Revo is in output. 42 kills to 22 kills. So for me, it's Revo, but at the same time, yeah, Higors, I'm rooting for you all day long. Let's check the overall rankings as we see the Wolves cruise into second place. I told you Influence Rage was on notice, and they dropped not 1, but 2 places as Loops also passes them up for third. But now, after 2 days of play, our top 2 look a little bit different, 7.
They will be looking a lot different there as Wolves Esports makes the huge jump up all the way up to second place. A team that was nowhere near top 8, making and showing what they're capable of. And it's not just them, to be honest, boys. Enigma, I'm also looking at Xforce there, waking up, especially towards the end, getting those eliminations and getting that 7th place.
They're tied with that 6 marker as well. Row Esports, they didn't have any performance really other than the last game today and the first one yesterday on Rondo. Both those teams being able to show up, but we can't ignore the fact, right? 6th to 5th, essentially a 40-point difference, give or take a few. Definitely fighting for that 6-7 point range, but at least seeing NA on the left side, more than just one team. I mean, it almost sheds a tear to my eye. iNCO Gaming, straight on Nepal VIP. We got a discussion for tomorrow, you guys, okay? We'll ignore you guys. We're talking about the performers tonight, and those 2 teams on the left, they were doing it, power bank.
Lots to talk about for sure. You know, we'll hit the high points today, but man, I cannot wait to get in tomorrow. Look at some of these performances in more detail. Can't tell you how proud I am of Xforce, though. This is a team caught a bit of heat, probably warranted from us early on in this broadcast. They were nowhere to be seen, sitting in 14th place, bottom 3. What is going on? And then all of a sudden, they rattle off 2 top 3s, a top 4. Like, where did this team come from? Xforce getting it done. They're going up against some strong teams to do this as well. So, again, super happy with their bounce back today. They have found themselves in that left column, putting a second American flag over there in the top 6. So shouts to them. Enigma, got to get your final thoughts for today as we wrap up our second day of League Stage 1.
Wolves, you got 3. Should have been 4. I'm not going to give it up to you just yet, but the big jumps all the way up right under Alpha 7. You love to see it. And for Xforce going into tomorrow, I want to see you stay top 8. You got to finish it out, not just have today be your standout, but be the other NA team that says, hey, we can handle against the Brazilians. And today, they definitely were able to.
I cannot wait to see tomorrow. I'm already so looking forward to it. And you guys will have a new host for tomorrow. So we'll be watching as a fan. 7, talk to me about your final thoughts for today.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see NA being back on top in regards to some of these performances. And I think a clear message has been sent for some of these squads, especially for Wolves Esports. stop giving so much respect to the other squads. Now you have performances from Doran, from Igor, from Juancho, and Coops. Everybody being able to put up those performances with so much freedom that some teams give Alpha 7. Wolves today, they've been able to showcase we can take the fight and we can win it because they won it 4 times against Alpha 7 today.
It wasn't a fluke. They did it once, they did it again, and they slammed the door for a 4th time today. And you know, if you're Alpha 7, that might make you a little mad. You will see what kind of fury they bring tomorrow to the Battlegrounds. I'm expecting fireworks for our 3rd and final day of League Stage 1. Again, 18 games on the line, and after tomorrow, the points will reset and we'll run it all back in League Stage 2, which will go down next week. I've been so excited to bring you guys the action. Tomorrow, you guys will have Taylor Reflections Noble on the desk hosting the show, so good riddance to me for now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast. Big thanks to production, and I will see you guys on the Battlegrounds. Lands Federal down. Wow, incredible. Aragod can do Enigma.
For the most part, he's got a good weapon for it.
Up to 4 eliminations now are the Wolves, and into it with Royals of War. Royals of War trying to repeat their victory from...
Yeah, and he's trying to make magic happen. Federal down to 1 HP.
Almost called it in right on the top of Wolf. The push is just wrapped up from intense game. He's not work of Alpha 7 and ran straight.
So huge for this squad. Now Rebel switching his focus, and the thing is, the reason...
Going to be able to get more than just 1 knock here. Almost even getting run over. Stands up. Actually forced into a 1v1 down the hillside, but the bait's coming through.
Waiting for loops. We'll see if that happens, and here's that revenge coming through. The 3rd party, Joaco down on the back line. Gatsby down.
Onto the ridgeline, and oh my god, they're doing it. McClellan trying to salvage it. Powerbank. The shots come through, and he's clutching it up, and this is what we love to see.
They are talking Klaus here, who is armed with a crossbow, so that's not great news.
Buddy's gonna try to clutch it up here for Maryland as he's the last one standing. Brazilians Carrillo being able to knock one player. Rebels win for North America. Can they do it?
Wait a second.
Wanting to put a stop on that push. They're able to get one.
Oh no!
Player, I was just about to say MVP staying away, and you know, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I was a little worried actually going for the shots immediately out of the buggy, but nonetheless.
Eliminations, 4 players left alive. Loops Esports trying to fend up. Barely has him at 2 HP. Can he actually finish it off before the rest of the squad joins up? And the rest of the players here from Loops Esports, give your players some support. Meanwhile,
back. He's got patience. He sees Juancho.
The offense, and you gotta make sure you close up this gap as well. They're able to secure it, and they're able to back it up with those. A bait here. The only problem with that is that Vitaly was spotted by none other than Mythic, and there.
Great steal by Influence Rage from miles away, it seemed like, and now Influence
could potentially be 3. Do they know if it's a full?
And they were able to switch the high ground. Coops currently laying down the
nice.
What they're going to be looking to do here. Could this be a back-to-back?
Right in the second, Erangel, but look at the squad, man. Put the hands back.
House coming. The enforcer for Xforce. Can he get it? This one, they've just been hot all day long. We'll see how they... It's time for the Molotovs. Here comes Mateen. You know he's going to try to get this done. Top
in the center. Igor's really the only one that can get consistent shots down. He gets the headshot going on 2 of them and make him a 1-man army. The last player's 1 HP does get him, and now we're talking the 1v3. Wait a second, people.
On things. 3 chicken dinners in a row. Count them. Wolves going back to back to back.